Good morning and welcome to the Assiniboia Community Committee for this November 20th of 2025. My name is Councillor Evan Duncan. I'm chairing today's meeting. I'm joined by Councillor Dobson and Councillor Lukes, also our senior committee clerk, Ms. Cowan, our urban planner, property planning and development, Mr. Galston. We will also be joined by other members of the public service this morning. But before we get into our regular reports, of which we have 4 to deal with before our public hearings that are scheduled to start at 10:30 a.m., I'd like to acknowledge that we are on Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Innu, and Dakota people, and the national homeland of the Red River Métis, and that our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 41st Nation in Treaty 3 territories. Councillor Dobson, you'll move?
I would like to move that the minutes of the meeting held on October 28, 2025 be taken as read and confirmed.
Moved by Councillor Dobson. All in favor? Aye.
Favor, aye. Question. I have some new business. Do I make a motion
Sure.
for new
Opposed?
business? Okay.
Seeing none, that is carried. Councillor Lukes is indicating she has new business she'd like to introduce. Suspend the rules to hear new business. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? And that is carried. Councillor Lukes, do we want to deal with that now or at the end of our report?
Like at the end of the.
Do we need to say anything on that new business now, or that we'll just hear it? Okay, so we'll add that as item number 5 to our regular reports as new business. Dealing with our reports before us, starting with item number 1, which is the citizen member appointments of the Assiniboia Library Advisory Committee. Do we have names that have been submitted to the clerk?
Mm-hmm. There were 2.
Thank you. There's 2.
Did you want to appoint them both? Or we don't typically say them unless they're
Okay.
appointing them.
All right. Okay. And those are read into the record or just?
I can, yeah. If
Okay,
you wish
I'll
to
pass it
appoint.
over to the clerk.
Is the committee's intent to appoint those 2 individuals?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we'll just need a mover for a motion that the following as citizens be appointed to the Assiniboia Library Advisory Committee for a 2-year term expiring December 31st, 2027. Kristen Ann Hardy and Simon Strawman.
Would like to move that?
I will.
Councillor Dobson moves. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And that is carried.
And so for Grants Old Mill.
This is item number 2, the citizen member appointments for Grants Old Mill, the St. James Assiniboia Pioneer Association Incorporated. And we have names that have been submitted.
Yes. So my understanding, just we'll need a mover, but the names will be Vanessa Van Drongelen,
Thank you.
Am Elizabeth Fawcett, Jacqueline Swan, Donna Welch, and Kristen McDonald.
Okay.
I'll move that.
Moved by Councillor Dobson. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And that is carried. Moving on to item number 3, which is our citizen member appointments for the St. James Assiniboia Museum Board. This is our historical museum of St. James Assiniboia, which is, interestingly enough, located in the Charleswood Tuxedo Westwood ward. However, historically, obviously, St. James Assiniboia area. Councillor Dobson?
I have 4 names I'd like to submit. Sandy Cumming, Brent Severin, Michael Veith, and Barry Hillman.
All right. Madam Clerk, you have those?
Yes.
All right, so we'll move on those 4 names on item number 3. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And that is carried. Item number 4, this is a motion that I put forward regarding the pedestrian connection between the Hart Trail and Headingley Grand Trunk Trail. If I may, essentially, what we're looking here is to have the public service have this forwarded to Public Works, which would have the public service report back on this key connection between the Grand Trunk Trail and the Hart Trail at the perimeter on the west side of Winnipeg there. I'm sure most people are familiar with the Hart Trail and where it dead ends at the perimeter there. A great deal of safety concern as it's not 1 or 2 people crossing down into the ditch and then across an uncontrolled area of the perimeter highway. It's enough people that there is a beaten trail through the ditch and up and over and then across into the RM of Headingley. So this would look to show some of the safety data demonstrated for the current ongoing activity on that and how it might be improved. It would also consult with relevant engineering findings and feasibility to show some advantages of a potential underpass option, and also explore next steps required for capital funding opportunities. We do acknowledge that this is provincial land and that this does need a partnership that is spearheaded by the province. However, the city is prepared to, council here, this committee, and hopefully council as a whole would be supportive of seeing this go through and how we can be contributors to it. Councillor Lukes.
Okay, so I have a question here. So on your motion, and I'll just give you a quick little history here,
Yes,
okay?
please.
So back in, I'm going to say 2009, I'll look up the article, but I think it was 2008 or 9, I worked with the MTS Iceplex at the time and the Downs and Garth Rogerson to try and get either a sidewalk underneath Portage Avenue and the perimeter highway or some kind of crossing. So advocated long and hard with the province on that, worked with Centerport on that. The long and the short of it, at that time, in 2009, 2010, the province came back and said, you know, no, we're shutting down all the access points to the perimeter, which they've done for safety reasons, right? For vehicular safety reasons. And they said, no, you should go west along the perimeter, go under Wilkes. They said there's enough room to put a pathway under Wilkes and then come back. Well, I think that adds another couple kilometers on. No one's going to do that, right? So at that point, I don't want to say I gave up, but I guess I gave up, right? So I'm really thrilled to see that the Headingley Grand Trunk, I would imagine, and the Hart Trail people have resurrected this again. And I know that they've received funding to do studies and they've looked at it and such. So I just want to be clear what you're asking the Public Works Department to do. So when you say trail usage, what trail usage do you want data on? Like, you don't want them to do, like, to do a study of what it's going to cost, like they're going to need money to do a study of what it's going to cost. It's not even their land.
The good news is that the West Perimeter Crossing Committee has all of that already.
Yes.
That has been funded by the provincial government, the city of Winnipeg as well, through some funds that I made available.
Right.
So all of that information is there. This
Right.
is essentially asking the public service to go work with the West Perimeter Crossing Committee.
Right.
Gather all this information.
Right?
Obviously, do some due diligence and double check its validity and
Right.
its timing on all of the numbers that they have.
Okay.
And then report back to Public Works with how we could move this forward. Again, I know that this needs to be led by the province because it's their
Right.
property.
Right.
So I would hope that a report from Public Works that is made public, that the committee, the West Perimeter Crossing Committee, can then use that to go to the province and say, here's where we're at, this is, what we need essentially to move it forward, and then put it back into the province's hands to say yea or nay to.
Okay, so just because this will come to me anyway, so I'm
Yeah.
asking you the questions
Yeah, of
now.
course.
I've got you in person. Hopefully you can come to committee and
I
speak
will,
to it
yeah.
too. So why can't they use the information? Why can't the city staff just use the information? I'm sure that the committee hired a registered security or consulting
Yep.
firm to do this. So like, I'm just wondering how much down the rabbit hole you want the city staff to go if they've got an engineering report that has, like, they're not going to double check the engineering report, are they? Or what are they going to do?
I can't be certain on what they will or won't do with the information. I think it's important that it's a public document.
Right.
Because of the levels of government that are involved in this and potentially will be involved in
Right.
this, as it's a potentially $7+ million
Yeah.
project.
Yeah.
So I think it's important that all of this information that the West Perimeter Crossing Committee has gathered through, the appropriate professional channels
Right.
is on the public record.
Right, okay, and this would be an avenue to get it on the
Yes.
public record, and we can
Yes.
discuss it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because yes, like I drive the perimeter all the time. It is an absolute donkey trail of
Yeah.
traffic and people crossing, and you can see the pathways, and I've worked with Headingley for years, and I know that many people go back and forth. Even though they closed the barrier, it's still bad news.
Oh, yeah.
And you've got these two, beautiful pathways, so of course, people are gonna cross, right? So, okay, sure, that's great. So we'll do this, then we're asking that that report be public and attached to
Yes.
whatever the public
Yeah.
service has to say.
And this is potentially, if the public service deems it appropriate, that we could have appendices with any of the information
Right.
that the West Perimeter Crossing Committee has,
Right.
that can be submitted to this committee, and then.
Right. And then we have it public, we can talk about it further.
Yeah.
And there may be federal money available too.
Right,
So,
and potentially, maybe Public Works can direct council to formally ask for this through the province of Manitoba as well. I don't know exactly where it stops, if it were to stop at Public Works, or I'm not sure, Madam Clerk, if there's a way to have this information go up through council.
yeah,
in a
we could have
direction.
Public Works, we could ask that it be put on the agenda just for information.
Okay.
Yeah, the public service would, what you've asked for is a report back, and so what comes out of that report back
Okay.
could require or necessitate council approval, or the committee could choose to send it up to council for
Yeah, for
information.
information.
If they wish to.
Is there any, should we have any type of financial asks for the next budget, not this budget, but the 2027 budget? Like, should there be any financial figures that are made public that the city would have to contribute?
Well, let's see what comes back in this report, and
Yeah.
then we can hammer that out at the public, when the report comes back. And at
Okay.
that point, we could figure out, there would have to be, because it's, one's on the city side, crosses the perimeter, then it's on provincial, then it's on RM. So there'd have to be I would think there'd have to be some joint contribution from
Yeah,
everyone, right?
and I do want to put on the record that the province has been extremely supportive of this. The minister is well aware and supportive through actual
Yeah.
contributions financially
Well,
to this point.
I just want to thank you so much for picking up where I left off and continuing on, so.
Well, I'm just the voice at council. It's really the members of the community.
Yeah.
Phil Jenkinson in particular, are really spearheading this and not letting it die,
Yeah,
so.
no, that's really good.
A great community effort, and hopefully we can keep this going up to Public Works and then have some potential information that's public that moves this along even further.
Yeah, oh, no, that's excellent. Okay, good, I'm 100% supportive, so.
All right. Somebody want to take the chair, or would you like to move?
And you can move it.
Okay.
It's in your ward.
I will move the item number 4 there to be submitted to Public Works for their consideration.
Okay, motion's in front of us, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Perfect.
Good
Okay.
news.
So now, folks, I've got 2 motions that I want to bring forward, and I apologize, I've been very busy. So I've sent you, the Madam Clerk has sent you one. This is regarding cricket field.
This is new business, by
This
the
is
way,
the
for
new
those that
business.
are listening at home.
Yeah.
We are on to new business.
New
would be
business,
number
okay.
5.
So I'll read you the whereases into the record. Whereas interest in recreational cricket in Manitoba has seen incredible growth in recent years. Actually, I would say it's recreational and professional, but maybe we could add that in there, recreational and professional. And whereas the Manitoba Cricket Association currently has a lease agreement with the City of Winnipeg for a portion of Le Barrier Park used for recreational and professional cricket. And where the Manitoba, spelt wrong on this third one, Manitoba Cricket Association has invested significant funding in many public amenities at Le Barrier Park. 3 beautiful shade structures, pathways, over 150 trees. And where Manitoba Cricket Association has invested in the development of 3 high-performance cricket pitches, a batting cage to develop the sport in Manitoba. And whereas there are 2 unused baseball diamonds within Le Barrier Park, outside of the area where the Manitoba Cricket Association leases from the City of Winnipeg. So whereas the Manitoba Cricket Association has expressed interest in including one of the unused baseball diamonds shown on Schedule A in their current lease agreement. And whereas the cricket fields are not in use, and when the cricket fields aren't in use, they remain fully accessible to the public, along with the shade structures, the trees, all of that. So the request is, be it resolved that the Standing Policy Committee on Property and Development be requested to direct the Winnipeg Public Service to initiate an amendment to the lease agreement with the Manitoba Cricket Association to include the baseball diamond, as identified in Schedule A, in their lease agreement. So there are actually trees, probably the size of my, let's say, half the size of my wrist, growing through some of these baseball fields. So I dare say they're not in use. And cricket now has really taken on a new level. So that's my motion. That's my motion. And I guess I would say cricket has taken on a new level in the city of Winnipeg with the development of these fields and Assiniboine Park. And now we're seeing teams come from all over Manitoba, and hopefully we'll see teams coming from across Canada for big tournaments. This keeps people busy, it's good for our economy, and it makes the use of a park that really right now is unused. So that's the motion I'm putting forward, and I guess it'll go to the PP&D committee
Okay.
and be considered at that committee.
A good motion there. I would just want to make sure, so it comes to PP&D, it's in regards to an existing baseball diamond.
Yes.
Madam Clerk, would that not be Parks?
It's an amendment to the lease agreement
Amendment to the
include
lease
the baseball
agreement. Okay.
diamond.
And would that eliminate the baseball diamond hypothetically?
Yes. There is another baseball diamond there, but again, they're not used. There's trees growing through the other one.
Okay.
They don't have backstops? It doesn't
No.
appear to
No.
that they have anything there.
No, no
So, yeah,
backstops.
they're not used.
No,
Okay, well, we can have a look at it for sure then at PP&D.
sure. Okay. So that's the motion?
All right, moved by Councillor Lukes. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And that is carried.
Okay. And then the other motion that I have now, Madam Clerk, did you send it to us?
Sorry, I haven't had a chance to format that one yet.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'll read it, okay? Or can we just send it to them unformatted?
Sure. I'll
'cause
just
her-
forward your email to them.
Sure, because I know you like to format things, and I'm just going to read it. Okay. So let me just get this up here. Oops. Okay. Did you folks receive it? Have we got it? We'll just wait till they get it. Okay. See here. Did it come?
Sorry, I didn't CC you on it, Council.
Oh, you didn't CC me on it.
Sorry, I just forwarded your email.
Okay, all right, so you've already, okay, so let me just
Do you
pull
want
it
me
up
to
here.
send it to you?
No, I got it right here, okay. Just give me a minute. Okay, so this is an interesting one. So I'll read it into the record. Whereas the International Mother Language Plaza in Kirkbridge Park, an initiative supported and brought to fruition by the Manitoba Bangladesh Baban Corporation, invites reflection on the importance of all mother tongues, fostering respect for diverse heritages and celebrating Canada's multicultural identity. And whereas in 1999, UNESCO proclaimed February 21st as International Mother Language Day to honor the Bangladeshi people's sacrifice in preserving their mother language and to recognize the significance of all mother languages. And whereas a plaza was built, and the plaza was unveiled in 2021 and is lacking an appropriate marker highlighting and explaining the background and significance of the plaza to park visitors. And whereas the proposed marker will also acknowledge the loss of Indigenous languages and the importance of their revitalization. And whereas the Manitoba Bangladesh Baban Corporation is prepared to fund the creation and installation of the signage. Therefore, be it resolved that the Welcoming Winnipeg policy be waived and that the public service be directed to work with the area councillor and the Manitoba Bangladesh Baban Corporation to commission and install a marker at the International Mother Language Plaza in Kirkbridge Park, and that the proper officers of the city be authorized to do all things necessary to implement the intent of the foregoing. So I do want to note, that's the motion, okay? So I also want to note that we worked with the Indigenous community at Southeast Collegiate when we designed the Mother Language Plaza. They were very involved because the whole plaza is built on a medicine wheel. So I've attached the language, the wording that the marker would have, and I'd like to read that into the record. Language is a vital expression of cultural identity. The International Mother Language Plaza invites reflection on the importance of all mother tongues, fostering respect for diverse heritages and celebrating Canada's multicultural identity. In 1999, UNESCO proclaimed February 21st as International Mother Language Day to honor the Bangladeshi people's sacrifices in preserving their mother language and to recognize the significance of all mother languages. The sculpture, a replica of the Shahid Minar monument in Dhaka, symbolizes a mother bestowing the gift of language upon her children. The red sun behind her represents hope and freedom. The medicine wheel acknowledges that this site stands on Treaty Number 1 territory, the ancestral lands of the Anishinaabe, Innu, and Dakota peoples, and the national homeland of the Red River Métis. It also recognizes the loss of Indigenous languages and the importance of their revitalization.
Councillor, would you like to perhaps attach that as
Yes.
Schedule A, and you could reference it in the resolve?
Yes.
Okay, as written in
Lovely.
Schedule A?
As
Okay.
written in Schedule A. So that's the motion, that's the notation that would go on the memorial, or not the memorial, but on the plaque. It would be in English and French, and also in Bangla.
Okay. Thank you for that. Are we prepared to move on that motion? Yes? I'll call to question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And that is carried.
Okay, so we're
Any
going to take a
other-
break now till 10:30?
Any other new business at this time? Nope. Okay, then we will now break and we will resume with our public hearings at 10:30 a.m. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome back to the Assiniboia Community Committee on this Thursday, November 20th of 2025. My name is Councillor Evan Duncan. I'll be chairing today's meeting. I'm joined by Councillors Dobson and Lukes and members of our public service. We're now moving into our public hearings, which are scheduled to start at 10:30. We have 7 items. I will turn it over to the clerk to introduce item number 1.
In accordance with the City of Winnipeg Charter and the Development Procedures Bylaw, the process the committee will follow is the applicant will be heard first, followed by those in support of the application. Next, those registered in opposition are heard, followed by those registered for information. Finally, the applicant may return to speak in rebuttal to comments made. However, no new information is permitted. Please note that when your name is called, it is your opportunity to speak. However, you are not obligated to do so. For a more in-depth overview of the public hearing process and other information pertaining to what happens before, during, and after a public hearing, please consult the City Clerk's Department website. Please note that all public hearings are recorded and will be part of the public record. Should you have any questions after the hearings have concluded, please contact the City Clerk's Department. Item 1 is a rezoning at 375 Oakdale Drive under file DAZ 221 of 2025. In accordance with the City of Winnipeg Charter and the Development Procedures Bylaw, this is a combined hearing and the following item will also be heard at the same time. Namely, item 2 is a variance at 375 Oakdale Drive under file DAV 205746 of 2025D. Please note communications were received in support of and in opposition to the matter, which have been distributed to all members of the committee. All participants in the Zoom meeting have been muted and will only be permitted to speak when called upon. If you are watching the live meeting on YouTube, please mute the YouTube audio now. If you'd like a brief overview from the planner on the application.
Yes, please. If we could just have you introduce yourself as well from the public service.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's Robert Galston. I'm a neighborhood planner in the Planning, Property and Development Department. The subject site for this application is located on the east side of Oakdale Drive, and this is in the Marlton neighborhood of the Charleswood Tuxedo Westwood Ward. The subject property is located in the recent communities policy area under Complete Communities 2.0, and it is currently zoned R1E, residential single-family estate. The subject site is approximately 1.3 acres in size. It currently contains 3 detached single-family dwellings. This property was recently consolidated. Prior to that consolidation, this was 3 separate residential lots. The dwellings that are located on the site are currently vacant. The applicant is proposing to rezone the site to the RMFS Residential Multifamily Small District. This is to allow the applicant to construct a 3-story multifamily building with a total of 46 dwelling units. Plans submitted by the applicant show the proposed 3-story building will have a maximum height of 33.3 feet, or excuse me, 33.5 feet to the top of the roof. This falls within what the height is allowed in the proposed RMFS zoning district. A total of 69 accessory parking stalls will be provided on the site, including 32 indoor stalls and 37 outdoor stalls. Vehicular access to the site will be taken from a bi-directional approach from Oakdale Drive. In addition to the proposed rezoning, there's an associated variance application. The variance application is concerning the front yard setback of the proposed building. They are proposing a setback of 32 feet instead of the 51 feet that is required under the zoning bylaw. The Public Service recommends approval of these applications for the following reasons. The proposed RMFS zoning district provides for an increase in density in the neighborhood that is in line with the policies of Complete Communities 2.0. The proposed development meets key requirements of the RMFS zoning district, including the maximum height, which is 35 feet, as well their lot area per dwelling is less than the maximum allowed, which is 1,250 square feet. Additionally, the subject property is directly adjacent to existing multifamily residential development to the north and east of the subject site. The Public Service recommends that final plans come to the Assiniboia Community Committee and the Director of Planning, Property and Development prior to construction. So this would mean plan approval before anything could be built. That is my summary, and happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Is there any other information in the ACG that we should be aware of, conditions on this application?
Previously, this land came forward for a short form consolidation. Under that, we had collected for the street improvements and the land drainage improvements. We did not collect for the water main or the wastewater sewer due to the proposed development not benefiting. This development would benefit, so the city would be looking to complete their obligations there, as well as review with the Public Works Department indicated that traffic signal lights are looking to be warranted in the near future at Grant and Oakdale. So we would be looking for a contribution to that.
So in a previous approved project, there was a requirement to upgrade Oakdale to urban standard, I believe is the term.
Yes, an adjacent developer was obligated to improve the infrastructure in Oakdale, both the roadway, land drainage, sewer, and wastewater sewer, as well as increased water flow from the water main. This development is benefited from those improvements, so therefore the Public Service looked to recoup on the first developer's behalf, in which was accomplished. And now we're just looking to complete the improvements. However, we're still sorting through, there were some private agreements made, and we're now sorting through if that has been completed already or not, but we would like it on the record that the Public Service has completed our obligations to collect for the first developer.
So does the Public Service, and maybe this is a question for you, Mr. Galston, is there a cap at how many residential units we have in this half block? This would be now my back of the napkin math, 325 new units in a half block.
Yeah, if you give me 1 second, I will find, so there's 270 that were previously approved back in 2021, just to the north and east of here. There's multifamily from more than 25 years ago at the corner, and that has 32 units. So we're at about 300 units that are.
So my math
of-
isn't
of
serving me
multi-
well. We're up to nearly 350 units then, if this is approved?
If this is approved, I mean, yeah, 32 of those are, from the 80s or sometime before. So it would be about 315 that have been approved in the last 5-6 years, if this is approved.
So what happened to the 7 units that this committee and council considered and approved last year, I believe it was?
Yes, there was a short form subdivision, as noted, to consolidate those 3 lots, and then there was variances that were received by the city for, I think you were correct, it was 7 Bearland condo units. My understanding, speaking with the applicant, and I'm sure the applicant can address this as well, but it was a matter of feasibility, just with the upgrades required, the servicing upgrades required, and for the developer to have to pay for those. So that was the reason for the change in plans.
So, again, not a mathematician here, but we go from 7 to 46?
Yeah.
So more than 6 times the density than originally approved?
Yeah, that sounds correct. Also not a mathematician, but.
Yeah. Okay, and did the public service consider that in this application? Like, is that,
We did consider, we were supportive of the variance that they needed for those 7 dwelling units. With this one, we kind of considered it afresh, like it was a new application, essentially. So, that consideration is kind of outlined in our planning report, but we looked at how the proposal fits the immediately surrounding context. I mean, we were okay with 7 units, and then given the design, given the height, given that they meet their parking requirements, we are also supportive of this proposal for 46.
okay. And then back to the intersection at Grant and Oakdale. So, Mr. Kwolek, you touched on obviously increased traffic there, given it's residential on the north side. However, we do have a 600-plus student mid-school at Charleswood School there. We have a curling club. We have a City of Winnipeg rink in Iroquois. We have Iroquois Field, Broncos Field there as well. The public service's last interpretation of this intersection was that it did not require lights. So now with this increase, it would be the recommendation of the public service, or is this something that we're looking into?
Sorry.
I ask because I'm supportive of having a controlled intersection.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the background here.
Yeah.
So it looks like there was a new traffic count that demonstrated that it was required, along with the speed limit, the number of lanes, the PCCG matrix, basically recommended signals.
Okay. Any other questions, committee, at this point in time? We will have an opportunity to ask more questions of the public service. Seeing no other questions at this time, we can move on, Madam Clerk.
Okay. So first, we'll hear from the applicant, Donovan Taves, together with Carolina Herrera. And I believe they're with us in person today.
Good morning.
Good morning, committee members, administration. Thank you for having us. We're going to split our presentation. Carolina's going to offer the first 5 minutes, and then I'll offer the second 5 minutes. And if there are questions after that, we'll be very happy to answer them.
Yeah, great. Your mic's on there. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, good morning. My name is Carolina Herrera. I'm a planner with Landmark Planning and Design. And yeah, thank you to the committee and the administration for the opportunity to speak this morning. Well, first introducing our project team. Progressive Real Estate is a local Winnipeg developer and the owner of the site. Affinity Architecture is leading the design process, and Landmark Planning and Design, we're leading the planning, engagement, and development approvals. For site context, the site is approximately 1.3 acres in area, and it is generally bounded by Oakdale Drive and single-family homes to the west and multifamily development to the north, as well as to the east, and the south has a combination of single-family and multifamily development. For planning context, our Winnipeg 2045 designates this area of the city as a resident community, which includes several policies and objectives that support a project like this one. For example, expanding housing options in the neighborhood and supporting up to mid-rise residential development that is compatible with the neighborhood context. Regarding the zoning context, and following up on what I mentioned before, residential single-family zoning is predominant to the west of the site, while the block where the site is located has shown an evolution of a residential pattern, shifting towards multifamily zoning in this. And in this case, the subject site is currently zoned residential single-family estate, and we're proposing to rezone it to residential multifamily small to accommodate 46 multifamily units. For the design concepts, just to give a little bit of context, the project team conducted 2 rounds of engagement. In the first one, we shared concept 1. Then we refined this concept based on stakeholder feedback, and we came back for a second round of engagement with concepts 1 and 2. And as you can see in the image, they are both very similar with a 3-story building and 46 residential units. However, the L-shaped layout is inverted in concept 2 to allow for a wider green buffer in the front and to push the building further back from the street. And after analyzing planning considerations and stakeholder feedback, the project team decided to move forward with concept 2 as the preferred design concept. In this image, we can see the concept a little bit better in a larger scale, and we can also appreciate how the building height in the block starts going down, like going from the back of the block with a 7-story building from the adjacent development, then going back to 5, and then our proposed development will be a 3-story building. Then in this slide, we can see the site plan in more detail, which includes a total of 69 parking stalls, with 30 of them being indoor and 37 outdoor, from which 7 would be assigned for visitors, and we're also proposing 7 indoor bike stalls in the amenity area. I would also like to note that we are requesting a variance to accommodate a 32-feet front yard instead of the 51 based on the front yard alignment, but this still would exceed usual zoning bylaw requirements. These images are just some conceptual renderings to give you a general idea of mass and scale with the surrounding context. So here we can see the proposed development in the front. These are just some different views of the site from different angles. Here for the elevations, I just want to note that the building height will be just under 34 feet. And for the angular plane, we developed this section so you can see how the building is well under the 45-degree angular plane from both front and back property lines. So with these, by staying under the angular plane, the building would have a comfortable scale along the street and will help to mitigate height and shadow impacts. For the landscape plan, I know many of these items would be further refined at the plan approval stage if the project was approved. But here we just wanted to show how there are green proposed areas in the front yard as well as the south yard. There will be new trees across the site, and there will be an effort to preserve as many trees as possible, many of the existing trees as possible in the front yard. And with this, I pass it to Donovan to talk about the engagement process.
Thank you, Carolina. The clerk kindly informed me that in order to participate in the rebuttal, that Carolina and I have to be co-presenters, which means we only have 5 minutes, which we've used. So I'd like to request the extension of time.
For an extension of time for 5 minutes.
5-minute extension of time. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Great.
Opposed? Continue on, please.
Thanks very much. In terms of stakeholder engagement, thank you, Carolina. In terms of stakeholder engagement, as always, we try and do a thorough job of talking to the neighbors. We know that that's everybody's best opportunity to come to a good outcome, if not a good process. So, as mentioned, there was a previous application for 7 units, and we had an engagement process for that. And then the plans were revised to the current plans, and so we knew that it would make sense to go back to neighbors. So we did that starting in October 2024, just over a year ago. Had initial concepts. Carolina already highlighted some of the significant changes to those concepts and came back in May 2025 with alternative concepts, including the building that's set back substantially from the street. Talked in particular to an adjacent neighbor who is sort of the key communicator for the group, if I could say that, and we're in their living room a couple times talking. So we'd like to think it was a thorough process, not highly attended, interestingly. We can digest why that is another time. In terms of what we heard, there were 3 topics: building height, parking and traffic, and green areas. There were other topics, but these were the primary ones. In terms of building height, that second design concept, I guess firstly, the design is the height of a maximum height of a single-family home, so under 35 feet. So we think that's very reasonable, but we did make an effort to redesign to push the building back from the street, and that way the single-family residences on the other side of the street wouldn't have the building right up against the street. Planning principles, often you want the building right up against the street, and there is a piece of this L-shaped building that is up against the street, but on balance in terms of accommodating neighbors' preferences, we went with the L-shaped form that pushes the building back from the street. Parking, so the proposal does meet city parking. The design concepts provide indoor and outdoor parking stalls, including 7 visitor parking stalls and also bike parking stalls. Traffic, as noted, I know the council was querying administration about traffic. As always, we retain a professional traffic engineering firm to speak with Public Works in addition to giving their own engineering stamp on an opinion, in which case the traffic signals are not warranted. And I'll talk a little bit more about traffic subsequently. And in terms of green areas, there are trees on this site. We did retain, as always, an arborist, and we will be, if this proposal is approved, protecting a good number of the trees along the frontage, in particular in the proposed landscaped area. In terms of traffic, it's hard to understand the magnitude of numbers. Sometimes they're just numbers, but I can do a little bit of that. The growth on 375 Oakdale is expected to increase. Of course, any new development brings increased traffic. It's what happens in cities. You can't have new development without new traffic. So, and that's not to be trite, just to be realistic. So they are projected to increase from 869 vehicles per day to 1135. So what does that mean? So if you want to redesignate a street from local to collector, you need to hit 5,000 vehicles per day. So the increase from 869 to 1135 doesn't trigger the street to become a collector road.
Collector is a local?
A collector would be at 5,000 vehicles per day, typically, and
And local?
under that.
Yeah. Please continue. Let's let
Sorry.
Mr. Taves
Yep.
finish, and then we'll ask
Go ahead.
questions after.
Okay.
So we can certainly talk more about traffic. Our summary between the material presented to date, or previously, and this, what I presented, is that we feel that the application is consistent with our Winnipeg, and we heard from the planner that they feel the same way, and also consistent with complete communities. It does increase housing choice. We know that citywide, every neighborhood is looking to increase housing choice, increase housing units, and those do come with some challenges at times. It does fit the scale and character of the surrounding residential context. We think this is a big one. When you look at the plan and you see this building in the context of the buildings that have just been constructed and are now being occupied, it does fit, and we think it fits better, actually, than the previous 7-unit proposal. It has a compact footprint. I mentioned the height is not greater than the maximum height of a single-family house, so very reasonable from height. The other buildings are 5 stories and 7 stories behind. This one would be 3 stories. So we weren't too aggressive in that respect. And it incorporates, there's green space, and it incorporates stakeholder perspectives that I mentioned. The rest of the slides are reference slides. I did want to have them submitted. I don't know, Clerk, if I need to speak to them in order to refer to them in a rebuttal?
Oh, no, it's part of, your submission was
Okay.
part of the public record.
One piece in the reference slides I will speak to very briefly is the ACG report. It does talk about,
Motion for another 3 minutes.
Could you ask Mr. Tate to speak to the ACG report so we can get into questions?
Yeah, well, he's going to do it right now.
Can you ask him as a part of a question?
Oh, as part of a question,
Please.
okay. Can you speak to the ACG report?
yes, I would love to. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay, so the ACG report is fine, but I want to make a case for the contribution amount for future possible signals.
Thank you.
So, as I mentioned, our report suggests signals are not warranted. That said, at the will of the committee, if they like to collect funding for the signals, then I'd like to provide a rationale for what that funding should be, which is shown in this series of slides here. There's I think 4 slides, but this first one, you can see we've labeled it Scenario A. So normally at an intersection, if there's a contribution to signals, then you allot the cost of 25% to each quadrant that's against that intersection. So that's what we're showing here. The subject site, of course, is at a distance north of the intersection. It's not touching any of the red areas. So in this normal scenario, and you can clarify this with administration if I have it wrong, it would be a 0 contribution because they're not directly benefiting from the signals. In scenario B, we say, well, what if we actually said, let's reach a little further and let's get other people at every quadrant to contribute to the signal cost. And that's what I've shown in red here. And I've gone to the edge of the existing multifamily that's shown at the bottom right or the northeast corner, existing multifamily. So again, this subject site would be outside that area as well. So scenario 3 is say, okay, well, what would you have to do to include a contribution from this site? Keeping in mind that no contributions have been asked of any previous developer for signals at this intersection, but that's okay. It's a fair ask given the concern about traffic. In this case, you probably have to do something like, if it weren't a voluntary or a requirement of the community committee, you might do something like an area charge in which you reach well beyond the intersection and then assign a percentage cost to everybody in that area. It's like an area charge approach. If you do that, and then you have to figure out what proportion to allot to this subject site. So what we'd said as a starting point for rationale, because there's no guidebook for this part, is, okay, how many units were just built in the adjacent development, and how many would be proposed here? So 46 of, I think, around 120, or 300 or so. I think we heard 270. So when you do that proportion, I estimated, very rough estimate of signals costing about $300,000. And when you consider those costs being distributed only to this site and the adjacent multifamily site in total, it would result in a $12,750 contribution. So it's a reasonable rationale, we think, to take the cost of a signal, and even though this property is downstream, and even though no one else has contributed, to contribute a fair piece of it, you might estimate $12,750. And that's shown on the next slide, those calculations. So essentially, that's 17% of the 25% that you would assign to that quadrant. I think that's all I will need to speak to. The other ACG requirement,
Yeah, it's the approach.
yeah, the approach is no problem. So we've got a slide that shows that we can adjust the approach to accommodate the requirements of Public Works.
Any questions at this point in time?
Sure. What was the intent of the wavy approach?
The which approach, Councillor?
I don't know. That's the one that you're not doing, is the, no, you're doing the revised approach? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, we would do the revised approach. The simple issue there is that the driveway approach needs to be at least 3 meters from the north property limit. So we've moved it 3 meters south, but we swing it back to accommodate the site plan.
Got it. Got it.
Okay. Anything else, Councillor Lukes? Councillor Dobson? Okay. So your client came forward and was approved for 7 units on the last iteration of this. So why 46?
Yeah, it's, as you asked previously, Councillor, to the administration, you know, you break it down to a percentage, it sounds crazy. 7 times whatever the math was. I'm not a mathematician either, but it, you know, when you use that as a reference point, I agree. It seems like an extreme jump. If, as the planner indicated, you treat this thought as a clean slate and just look at it through planning principles and ask what makes sense on this site, we think what we're proposing makes a lot of sense, especially in a citywide context of the policies that are encouraging housing in many locations. And I understand there are challenges with, of course, we do this all the time, work hard on behalf of Winnipeg citizens, we like to think, to get more choice in housing, even though it's difficult for neighbors. So from a planning perspective, we think this makes much more sense than a 7-unit. From an economics point of view, the costs associated with development compared to a 7-unit yield were not sufficient. But I can't argue that that's the #1 and only driving reason. I think it was a sober second thought as to what could be here and what should be here, and we would advocate that this is a better infill approach for a citywide view.
So why apartments and not condominiums?
We need all of those in Winnipeg, and as you know, you can't regulate tenure, so, you know, we can't say this has to be owned or this has to be rented. The condo market is, there's not many people building condos currently because we overbuilt condos. So the units that are needed right now are rental. That said, and, you know, I'm sure committee and councillors have heard many concerns about what rental means. We don't like to we don't concur with the ideas of what rental means. Often people are concerned with the kind of people that will be renting. It's not something that we think is an appropriate assessment as to what would be good planning. And also the reality is when you build new construction, rental rates are high. So to us, it's irrelevant.
And if this is approved, what demographic will this serve?
It'll serve the market, so all Winnipeggers.
So are there going to be potential amenities? And I know this would be a further discussion if it comes back, if approved, around accommodating potentially seniors to age in place?
Yeah, I mean, when I say it's market, we all know where the market bulges is, which is leaning towards the older demographic, call it plus 55. I'm officially in that category as of this year. So people like me could move in there, or people that are older than me could move in there. There's not going to be a policy that says you have to be this age to move in
But
here.
we know that there would have to be amenities within the building
There'd be amenities in the building, of course, yeah.
that would lean towards that. I know there's no such thing as
Yeah.
55 plus living.
Common area, for sure. It's a smaller building at 46 units, so, you know, if you build a 270-unit complex, you can accommodate more, you know, amenity space. This won't be low scale by any by any point of view, but there'll be a common area, fitness and.
So it was brought to my attention as well around setback required in the previous development, and that doesn't appear to be applied here.
So
Why should it be okay that now a multifamily is, I know it's not right on Oakdale, but
yeah,
why? And what would stop any developers from just hopping along and buying every home along the way that comes up on Oakdale now, because precedent will be set that a multifamily can be right up on the road?
well, it's not easy, first of all, and it's risky from a investment point of view and a property assembly point of view. These things aren't easy to do, so and the approval process is challenging, as we know. So there are lots of disincentives for somebody to continue trying to do this, as well as these properties, the single-family properties on Oakdale are high-value properties, particularly the ones on well, all of them, but the ones that are really deep against William R. Clement Parkway on the east side are really expensive. So assembly is really challenging. The policies, the planner could probably speak to this better than I could from a city policy perspective and what they would see, you know, evolving on Oakdale. But technically, nothing stops anyone anywhere in the city from making an application that they think is appropriate. So it would be false to promise this, that somebody wouldn't come and try and do this as well.
And I appreciate the breakdown on the costs being spread out for the potential controlled intersection there, but your client did have an option to just go with 7 units, which was approved
Yeah.
without any type of requirement. So at this point in time, I would think that if they don't want to pay, that they can go back to the 7, which is still an option, correct?
Yeah, you could, everything's an option. In terms of willingness to pay, the developers always said they're willing to pay their share of something that's required, something that's fair, something that's needed. We've worked with this developer before, they're upstanding and fair. So if there were a legitimate requirement for signals, and it sounds like there's a desire for sure, and we don't want to say, you know, it's not required, it's not our business, but our report says they're not required. And there's a fair contribution, by all means they'll contribute. It's hard to know that it's going to be fair because others haven't contributed, and the opportunity to contribute going forward is pretty low.
Oh, trust me, if I was ruling on it, they'd be contributing.
Yes,
So-
yeah. So no, I think, you know, I'd like to answer that in the positive, that they're willing to contribute their share without a problem, without a complaint.
So do you have a comment? I asked the public service. We're now up to, what was it, 315 plus potentially another 46. I think we omitted from the number here the 4 units that are to the north of the existing development there. So let's call it 350 plus units. Do you think there should be a cap, or is this enough, or
Well,
do we need more there?
Councillor, to be fair, you're asking me to answer a question that really belongs to the administration, which is what do we want to see as a city? If you're asking me personally, outside of this application, I can put my planner hat on and say, what do we want to see? I think we want our density along major corridors, certainly backing onto the highest level corridor we have, which is an expressway. Even though there's not vehicular access from that expressway, there is, you know, influence from that expressway. And, you know, with the multifamily that exists since the 80s, I think it was referenced at Grant, fronting on Grant and backing onto the Parkway, you have a multifamily hub here. So as a planner, I like this plan. I like the direction this goes because, and I don't mean to be offensive to neighbors who don't like it. I can understand their perspective. But I like the idea of having density on major streets, whether they be arterials, certainly backing onto expressway because you can't access an expressway anyway. And that's what this does. It is admittedly a little bit up from the intersection, but there's multifamily between this one and the intersection.
Councilor Lukes?
So this is multifamily. It is more or less backing onto a major corridor, but it also is, I would say, a suburb, right? It's not downtown. And we're seeing more and more density go into suburbs, and there are concerns about transportation and mobility and congestion and all of that. I guess, what's your perspective on density in suburbs?
Well, I call it suburban urbanism, and I think we need it. You know, we can't be too, again, this is pretty high-level commentary that's not quite related to this site,
Well,
but
this
this
is
is a
a-
piece of
this
the
is
site,
a-
piece of the puzzle for sure.
And I mean, you're very knowledgeable on this.
Yeah, we need it. We see as a city making us making efforts to improve our public transportation system. That's what cities need to do to accommodate density. Density comes, we want density, that's where we get our tax dollars and our vitality. We need density. And to be idealistic and say it's only going to be downtown, it, to me, is not a good planning principle. We do need it. So if we need it in the suburbs, and your suburb in particular, Councillor, has accommodated a lot of new density, we need everyone to be pulling their weight, including a transit system that reaches here, including good non-transit ways to get around, such as active transportation and the other means that are not solely focused on the car. We've been seeing planning policies to reduce the number of parking stalls required, which is a direct indication that we're trying to nudge people. Hey, we know we got to drive in our city still, and some people have the option to drive, but let's see if we can nudge and move towards more density that is serviced properly with services. So I realize it's Charleswood, and it's always been suburb beautiful until, you know, the last 15, 20 years that we've seen some changes, some much-needed changes for people to stay in Charleswood. Previously, unless you could buy a house, you can't really stay in Charleswood. So I think this is a good planning change for Charleswood as well. And as in any suburb, as in any community in Winnipeg, you try and add some density. Neighbors are maybe didn't expect it, and it's a concern. They're going to have to notice some sort of change. They might have some shadow. Not in this case, by the way. I didn't talk about shadows, but no shadow impact other than at the equinox in the front yard of 1 or 2 homes, not even on the home. So there are going to be some things, and traffic's always one of the significant concerns. Does it mean you don't do these things? Absolutely not. Can you imagine if we didn't improve density because there were more traffic? We would stop. And I don't think that would be a good course for our city.
Well, I will note, I did have a density map put together, and that Charleswood is one of the least densest neighborhoods in all of Winnipeg. I will note that, but it, you know, we're a growing city, right? We're growing through immigration, we're growing, and people have to live somewhere. Okay.
What are some of the things that will be covered should this plan be approved at, when it comes back for plan approval? What would be some of the things that would be discussed and debated potentially?
For sure. Typically, I mean, these days applications have to be almost completely ready to go at this stage. So when you come back for plan approval, there's often not a lot of changes because you've gone so far in that design process. And we've gone that far to the point where we want the developer to be totally okay with the plan that's presented. And we want to be as fully transparent at this committee with everything we know now. So we have a fully developed plan here. So not much is likely to change. That said, landscaping is one that can change substantially as it relates to neighbors and so forth. If we want to enhance what's been shown on these plans for additional landscaping, that's always on the table. Fencing type. Finish, we don't really, like from a stakeholder perspective, we don't like to say, what would you like to see? Because everyone disagrees as to what would look good and what wouldn't look good. So we would maintain control and make sure administration is okay and doesn't contradict any policy that deals with the way the building looks. The bulk of the building is set, the parking is set, and it's been, you could probably apply for more units if you could have a little more parking, but we've kept it modest so that we don't need a parking variance. So it's really the landscaping and the fencing that would be subject to the plan approval, and anything else committee sees appropriate.
Any other questions at this point in time for the applicant? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
Appreciate your presentation. You'll have an opportunity to rebut.
Thank you.
Okay, next registered to speak in support is Jeff Pratt. Is Jeff here today?
No.
No, okay. So there's no one else registered to speak to this application, just confirming no one in the gallery is looking to speak in support of this application, in opposition to this application, or with respect to this application. Okay, if there are questions for the public service?
I mean, I suppose, I just want a full understanding of, we have a neighborhood that had a condominium ownership on Grant with access on Oakdale. Then the approval came forward for 270 units on an old church site. And the public service was supportive because it backed on to the Clement Parkway. Doesn't really matter. I think that's completely irrelevant. There's no access to the Clement Parkway. So now we have 270 units, call it times 2, so 540 additional people. Great for density, not great for a single-family residential street to adapt to. Those residents went through hell during that construction, and now we are proposing a substantially more modest 46 units, however, 6.5 times more than what was approved by this committee and council first time around. So is there a cap here? Can the residents expect more and more and more that the public service is going to approve, and then ultimately council has to be the bad guy to say no? Like, what's going to happen here?
Right. I can't speak with any definitive characteristics of what will happen with other sites. That's a matter of ownership and what they intend to do with land. With this one, with the one from 2021, that was approved ultimately and was recommended to be approved by the administration. Our policies under Complete Communities have been updated since that time, and they get a little bit more specific about where multifamily can be accommodated and what scale of multifamily can be accommodated. It generally directs new apartment style, like 3-story or higher, to arterial roads or collector roads. This isn't a local road, Oakdale is. It was obviously upgraded to accommodate that development from 5 years ago, but it is a local road. It's generally supported on arterials and collectors, so we can look at local characteristics when considering support for multifamily on a local street. So that was done here in our reviewing their plans and our visits to the site. This is, as discussed in the report, it's kind of enclosed on two sides by existing development, existing multifamily development. There is that example down on the corner from 25, 30 or more years ago, and then there's that more recent example. So this was a location, given the size of the lot that they have, and given the surrounding context and how they were, not exceeding the height, not exceeding the parking, that was supportive. It does not mean that the public service is okay with other sites on Oakdale. Again, it's. I don't want to speak to what owners may or may not want to do with their land, but there are other single-family sites further south where it could be considered under the same consideration. Most likely, we would not support new multifamily on the west side of Oakdale or north of the AT path connecting to the Clement Parkway. That seems like kind of a logical end cap. Because again, you're getting away from the context of existing multifamily, whether it's fairly new or quite established. So it's not, we don't view this as like green lighting anything on Oakdale, anywhere on Oakdale.
Okay.
If that helps.
Okay, and we have our manager of transportation, Mr. Patman, here with us today. Thank you for joining us. Not typical that Public Works would be with us here. Usually our property development folks would take the brunt of these questions, but can you speak to us about potential impacts to the intersection of Oakdale and Grant, or that have already happened, that would warrant a signal there in the near future?
Thank you. Yes, David Patman from the Manager of Transportation at Public Works. So we had been talking and discussing this internally and talking to PP&D on this topic and talking to you as well. While the need for a standard signal may be years away, we were also considering the idea of a half signal to serve the increased pedestrian traffic that's in the area, coming from all this multifamily, going to the schools in the area. There's currently the older style push button crossing type of crosswalk. We've been reviewing those throughout the city as it's been many years since they've been looked at as a whole, and on higher volume roads, we typically don't want to see the push button style anymore. We want to see the half signal. It's more like a full signal and can be expanded into a full signal when needed. So while the report was there, the presentation there was very good, saying that the traffic from the site doesn't justify a signal. It's just a partial contribution to the traffic in the area. We are in the process of looking at maybe going forward with a half signal to serve the pedestrian traffic more so than just the volume of traffic that's on the street itself. And that might be something that would be looking for a contribution towards ideally, yes, we'd be asking for all the development to have contributed towards it. We want to, if we can get a portion of that contributed to by this developer, that will help the city make it happen in terms of the cost. As a half signal has most of the technology, most of the elements of a full signal, and then can be modified to turn into a full signal when needed. The costs are roughly the same.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Paul. And we have administration here. Next, Mike. There we
Okay.
go.
Sorry. I just want to add that Donovan's presentation, that I would say that what was presented is a very much oversimplification of the way we break down costs. Our guiding document is development agreement parameters, and it's very general that for the traffic signals, developments pay their share of the benefit. How that share gets broken out is wildly varied across the city based on multiple factors such as reasonableness, you know, what's realistic to actually contribute, as well as other mitigating factors such as how much the timeline and everything else. We have examples where people are contributing for lights that are a kilometer away. We have examples where it's a sole contribution for the light that they are installing it. We have examples of area charges for lights. We have multiple examples. I would say there's not it's not as simple as what was presented.
Okay, it's good to know. All right. Councillor Lukes?
Yeah, I just have a question about capacity in Charleswood. What is, do you have a sort of a high-level idea of what sewer and water capacity is?
There's an interceptor sewer that runs down Grant Avenue. Previous development upgraded the sewer in Oakdale fronting this property. So there is, and that sewer is eventually planned to be expanded all the way north to Roblin. So it has quite a bit of capacity available. There's a land drainage trunk that was also installed as part of that project. So there's land drainage capacity. And then the water main was also improved, so there's more than sufficient fire flow.
Okay. Any other questions for public service at this time?
No.
Okay, seeing no other questions. Madam Clerk?
So the applicant has the opportunity to speak in rebuttal to comments made. Does the applicant wish to speak in rebuttal? No? Okay.
Indicating no. All right. Just before any motions, then at this point in time, I would ask my council colleagues to consider a contribution here from the applicant, if it is the will of the committee to approve this towards a future signalized intersection at Oakdale and Grant. I'll leave that up to the department to deem what type of signalized, whether it's half or full signal. And for those that are listening and here today, just to simplify it, is it going to be a signal that is only activated when a pedestrian pushes it? Does it recognize vehicles? A half signal, Mr. Patman?
Typically, half signals don't.
Okay.
Meant for pedestrians.
Okay. Or if it would be a full signal which cycles and recognizes vehicles.
Can I just ask one question?
Yeah, please.
So I'm not an engineer. I know everyone who has a driver's license thinks they're an engineer, a traffic engineer. I'm not, just to put that out there. But I would think that there would be a short-term need for a half signal.
Yes, that's what we're saying. We're still studying it, but just the increase in traffic, when you don't have when you have just a stop-controlled intersection, you're waiting for a gap in the traffic to get onto the street. And as the traffic's become more heavier, there's less gaps, and people then have to either wait for a gap, or they get impatient and they pull the traffic when the gap is maybe nominal or almost getting to bits where it's unsafe, and they're just pulling it because they're so frustrated. So while the traffic volumes don't require the signal, just the ease of use is sort of pushing us that way in more and more locations. So my staff are still in the process of working out what's needed and how far away we are from needing a full signal. But the half signal, it's a different calculation because it's based on the pedestrians.
Right.
And so we might say we can proceed with the half signal in the short term, and then there's less throwaway when it comes time to build the full signal, because you can reuse a lot of the components.
And what is the cost of a half signal? Varies, I guess, but,
Nowadays, a half signal is in the $250,000 range. A full signal is in the $300,000 range. They've been slowly creeping up in
pretty
price.
similar-ish,
They are similar because there's a lot of
underground.
similar parts. Like, people look at a signal and just go, oh, it's just the pole and the lights.
Right.
There's all the back end that has to be paid for.
So then you would study this area probably a year or so after the units are built, people have moved in, takes about a year for traffic to kind of get into their flow. Is that when you would study it to see?
That's part of it. It's sort of getting it into the queue. We can start studying what's there now.
Right.
And estimate what's going to be there when the new development comes online, and sort of plan around it. Like, ideally, people like to see the signals come in the same day that the development opens up, but we don't always do that. Sometimes there's a bit of a lag between it.
Okay.
I do have a question, sorry, Kevin, just to come back to you, in regards to, should this be approved, what are we doing with the traffic management while construction's happening? Because it was not a good situation last time, and I had to intervene and have the contractors park at Eric Way. Do we have anything in the ACG regarding mitigating those conflicts, especially considering there's a middle school right there?
I think it's important to highlight that this would be purely permits at this stage. We're not asking them to construct any public infrastructure. The previous application rebuilt the street, the sewers, and everything else, and I think that was the major point of friction, and which is not what's happening here, but I could be, I don't have anything to mitigate because I don't have any infrastructure being
Okay,
constructed.
I'll intervene then when I have to,
Okay.
if there's nothing in the ACG. Great. Okay. I would like to impose would we like to have a dollar amount or a percentage amount towards the signal?
I think a percentage amount
Okay,
is,
I'll impose a 15% amount towards future signalized intersection if there's support from my colleagues as a condition of approval here. Madam Clerk,
I assume you're looking to amend Section 2, servicing conditions,
Yeah.
number 3?
Change their share to 15%.
So in,
15% of what?
The costs associated with the removal of the existing pedestrian corridor, installation of the appropriate traffic control system.
so at the amounts that I just figuring out here,
So we don't really know, though, if it's a half or a full.
at 300,000, it's 45,000, and at 250, it's 37,000.
yeah, we don't know yet if it's a half or a full, but we'll have to work it out with the developer.
When do you know?
It would have to go into our work plan. It would be determined as just part of the ongoing process between now and when the thing opens. Should it be, like, assuming it gets approved, we can work this out. We can work on getting it expedited to figure out in the next couple of months.
Okay, so just let me understand this. We don't really know what the traffic flow and I guess we can estimate what it'll be.
Yeah, we use engineering judgment. We've got transportation information about the area. We might need to do some additional counts, but we have working knowledge of what the traffic is like in the area. We can always perform additional counts. We just wouldn't do it right away because we're getting close to winter. We don't do counts in the wintertime. We work it out in the spring. We liaise with the developer, see what information they already have. We can work this out. This is not a insurmountable problem to figure out. It's just, that's not our number one queued item right
Sure,
now. We have a
sure.
lot of things on the go within the division.
So what happens? That money just sits and waits then?
Yeah, well, go ahead.
I would secure the funds until such time as it's determined, and then I would invoice based on the installation costs.
Yeah, one way to do it is a letter of credit. There's other options.
The other option is that if you want, we can bill and we can hold on to the money until such time.
Didn't we have bonds that we were doing?
The letter of credit could be potentially a bond, however,
Like, it's just to tie it up, you
yeah,
know, is,
and that would be, typically, most jurisdictions do not accept bonds for cash payments.
right.
So
but-
the letter of credit then would ensure that payment is made at some point?
Letter
in
of
time?
credit is very much used for that, and like, that's our typical mechanism to enforce all obligations under the development agreements.
So then it would not tie up their cash?
It does, the letter of credit does have impacts into their borrowing capacity, but, yeah, that's the reality.
Okay, what's the recommendation then from the public service on how to collect?
I would prefer to stay with our typical process and just modify the ACG with the change in our share to the words 15% of the value. That allows Public Works to finish their assessment and determine the appropriate traffic control measures, and then we can invoice at such time.
Okay, just one more question.
Please.
So 15% today versus 15% in 5 years from now,
It's not going to take 5 years to get this done. This would happen, like, we would anticipate this will happen in such a time that it's not going to be such a decrease in the value.
okay, what do you mean done? Like installed or just
Install- yeah,
determining?
We would prioritize, like, if we're going to install this, it makes sense to install it in a timely fashion tied to the opening of the development. If the development never happens, then we don't do this. But if they're making progress on getting this thing built, we tie the implementation out. We find a way to block it into our work plan for either 2026, 2027, 2028.
Right, but if it's not, like, I'm just thinking of, you know, then the city has to make the contribution, but if it's not, like, we're not going to put this in unless it's really needed.
Yeah, if it's not, if we can, if
But I
if
mean, if it's
numbers
not
don't
needed
work-
now, if it's not needed now, and what are we adding here? How many units? Like, it's only going to be a nominal number of vehicles that are going to be, and if you're saying we don't need it now, right?
That's why that's why I'm not committing to it, because we haven't done the analysis on it yet.
Right.
But it was sounding like from the information we had that we should be moving ahead with an upgrade to the signal. That's why I think it is a case of, if we've got these resources, then we can push this signal ahead. If we're getting a contribution from the development, it makes sense to progress on it.
Okay. It just, you know, then the city has to put out this money. If it's
Yeah,
needed, then the
but
city has to put out the money.
The public service maintains part of our annual funding for signals includes an amount for when we see there's a need because of development. We don't do loads of new crosswalks and new signals every year.
No, I
We do
know.
a handful of
And what budget does this come out of?
This budget just for, it's the RCIP budget. Like,
It's the
I think
what?
I think it's called TIP now, Transportation Improvement Fund, or the Road Safety Fund.
It's the road safety fund.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but pedestrian crossings are a road safety, a valid road
Yeah,
safety
yeah,
concern.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's not just going to benefit this one new development, it benefits all the users
Yeah,
who
yeah.
currently have to use the push button crosswalk in that area.
Yeah, okay. Okay. So you want to put a percentage versus a dollar amount then? Like, I mean, he's saying it's not going to take 5 years.
No,
Okay,
so 15%,
okay. Okay,
okay? I'm also justifying that, to be quite frank, is that if there's 46 approved here today, plus for 50 units by this landowner on the already 270, it comes out to about 13 point something% of the total additional units that have been put here, so I think that's fair.
was there any other previous contribution made by the other development?
No.
No.
Why not?
Okay,
Why not? Okay, that's, if somebody would like to take the chair, I can move
okay,
on
I'll
this.
take the chair.
I'll move that the report of the Winnipeg Public Service be taken as read.
All in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
I'll move that the receipt of public representations be concluded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
I'll move that the recommendation, and if I could turn to the clerk here, of the Winnipeg Public Service be
Concurred in.
concurred in with the following amendment.
Yes, with an amendment to Appendix B, the Administrative Coordinating Group's report, to change, in Section 2, Servicing Conditions, amending Condition 3, so that it reads, "The developer shall pay to the city in cash 15% of the costs associated with the removal of the existing pedestrian corridor," et cetera.
All in favor?
And that that it be forwarded to the Standing Policy Committee on Property and Development. My supporting reasons are just knowing the current vacancy rate being almost zero at the development there of 270 units. There clearly is a need for additional housing options. That Charleswood has the highest seniors demographic in the city of Winnipeg, and that I have been contacted on countless numbers of occasions about development in the area to accommodate people aging in place. These are longtime Charleswood residents. I know this won't be exclusively for Charleswood residents, but to accommodate that aging in place. That, pending this committee's approval, that the intersection at Grant and Oakdale will be made safer with a controlled intersection there. And with the actual structure itself, I did take note that this building, so the 3 existing homes there, if torn down and reconstructed, could in fact be taller than this existing building. I know that height is often a concern in residential areas, so at 33 and change feet tall, it actually comes under the maximum allowable height of a single-family home. And that there'll be ample parking with 32 stalls provided at grade level and 37 below grade level as well. What I don't want to see is parking spilling out onto Oakdale to further disrupt the neighborhood, so I think that's also important. And with that, call to question on that item. Those are my supporting reasons.
Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
I'll move that the public hearing with respect to this application be concluded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
Please note the committee has made a recommendation on this matter that will now proceed to council. No further representations are permitted on the subdivision and rezoning, and all persons registered for the public hearing will receive notice when the matter is to be considered by council.
Thank you. Can we take a quick 5-minute break, please? Oh, I apologize. We'll deal with the variance on this same item, which is item number 2, variance of 375 Oakdale Drive. If you still have the chair there.
Yep, I'll keep the chair.
Councillor Lukes, I'll move that the report of the Winnipeg Public Service be taken as read.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Carried.
And I'll move that the receipt of public representations be concluded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
I'll move that in accordance with subsection 2473 of the City of Winnipeg Charter, the variance is consistent with Plan Winnipeg, and any applicable secondary plan does not create a substantial adverse effect on amenities, use, safety, and convenience of the adjoining property and adjacent area, including an area separated from the property by street or waterway, is the minimum modification of a zoning bylaw required to relieve injurious effect of the zoning bylaw on the property, or the applicant's property, and is compatible with the area in which the property to be affected is situated. I just wanted to add to my supporting reasons there, as this is dealing with a setback, that it allows for additional setback from the roadway. There was an option presented where the building would be abutting right onto Oakdale. This is not the case. It'll preserve existing trees there, and that when this comes back for plan approval, there will be a focus on landscaping, including the planting of new trees, and to add on my additional supporting reasons from the rezoning.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
And Councillor Lukes, I'll move that the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service be concurred in and the variance be approved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
And finally, that the public hearing with respect to this application be concluded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
Please note that the committee's decision with respect to this application may be appealed. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included in the order issued, which will be mailed to all persons registered.
Thank you. I do require a quick break here. However, noting that we have item 3, which is in regards to Bridge Lake Drive, tied to that is a variance for Bridge Lake Drive, and noting the time being 11:45, I would like to deal with items 3 and 4. However, I am aware that there are the vast majority of those here on item number 5. I'm not sure the timing around an actual break would be. I don't want people sitting and waiting and then taking an hour or 45-minute lunch break. I'm not sure what the will of the committee would be to continue to work through after our brief 5-minute break here, or do we want to
Well, I'm game to do the next one now.
push through? Yeah.
It will take at least an hour, I imagine. It's a very intense proposal, and it would take at least an hour and a half.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's, and then we could break,
Okay,
or,
let's do this, if the committee is willing to do this, and with respect to those sitting in the gallery, we do have a number of people. I know that those watching at home cannot see this, but approximately 40 to 50 people in the gallery. Let's deal with items 3 and 4. We'll break at approximately 1 o'clock and reconvene approximately 1:45 to hopefully then deal with items 5, 6, and 7, which are 4820 Roblin Boulevard. So we'll break now for 5 minutes and reconvene with items 3 and 4. Thank you. Welcome back to the Assiniboia Community Committee for this November 20th of 2025. We're in our public hearings portion of today's agenda, and we are ready to deal with item number 3. Madam Clerk?
Item 3 is a subdivision and rezoning at Bridge Lake Drive under file DAS 39 of 2025. In accordance with the City of Winnipeg Charter and the Development Procedures Bylaw, this is a combined hearing, and the following item will also be heard at the same time. Namely, item 4 is a variance at Bridge Lake Drive under file DAB 207713 of 2025D. Please note, communications were received in support of the matter, which have been distributed to all members of the committee. If you'd like a brief overview from the planner on the
Please.
application.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. The subject property is located on the east side of Bridge Lake Drive between Bison Drive and Southtown Road. This is in the Bridgewater Trails neighborhood of the Waverly West Ward. The site is currently made up of 2 separate lots, Lot 3 and 4. Both of these lots are currently vacant. Together, these 2 lots comprise a lot area of approximately 3.9 acres. Under Complete Communities 2.0, the site is within the recent communities policy area, and it is also within the multifamily residential policy area under the area secondary plan, the Waverly West Neighborhood Structure Plan. The property is currently zoned RMF-M, residential multifamily medium. The applicant proposes to rezone the property to the RMF-L, residential multifamily large zoning district. As well, they propose to reconfigure the lot lines of lots 3 and 4, creating 2 separate lots, lots 1 and 2. They're just slightly different in terms of lot configuration, but it will remain 2 lots, both of which will be zoned RMF-L. And each of the lots will contain a new 7-story multifamily residential building. So on proposed lot, in particular, 246 dwelling units are proposed. This includes 101 affordable units and 145 market rate units. A total of 216 accessory parking stalls are to be provided on Lot 1. On Lot 2, 104 dwelling units are proposed. This includes 84 affordable units and 120 market rate units. And on proposed Lot 2, 197 accessory parking stalls are to be provided. Access to both lots is to be taken from separate bi-directional private approaches from Bridge Lake Drive, the front street. In addition to the subdivision and rezoning application, there is an associated variance application concerning Lot 1's, proposed Lot 1's lot area per dwelling unit. They are proposing a lot area per dwelling unit of 371 square feet instead of the 400 square feet required under the zoning bylaw. As well, there's a variance for Lot 1's number of parking stalls. They are proposing 216 stalls instead of 233 stalls as required under the zoning bylaw. As well, there's variances for the side yard setbacks between the two lots, not affecting adjacent properties, but between these two lots, lots 1 and 2. The Urban Planning Division and the Public Service, rather, recommends approval of the subdivision and rezoning to the RMFL district because this is, the proposal is considered to be compatible with and consistent with our Winnipeg in that new growth, it's new growth that is designed to be compatible with the surrounding area. The proposal is consistent with Complete Communities 2.0 in that it adds to the mix of housing types at a scale appropriate for the subject site. The proposal is also consistent with the area secondary plan in that it is a higher density multifamily residential development that meets the density target of 30 units, 30 dwelling units per acre in the multifamily policy area. Additionally, the proposal is designed in a manner that is sensitive to the surrounding context in terms of building setbacks and massings. And the existing zoning agreement pertaining to the land ensures that plan approval comes to this committee. So final plans will come to the Assiniboia Community Committee as well as the Director of Planning, Property and Development. And a recommended zoning agreement for this site will limit the building height to a maximum of 75 feet. Their proposal is building height of, I believe, approximately 72 feet on each building. So this will limit it essentially, you know, give or take a few feet, but it will essentially limit them to the current height rather than changing their plans and coming back for, you know, a 10 or 12-story building. That's the summary, and happy to answer any questions.
So I would like to hear the presentations first, and then I will have questions for the planner.
Sure, we can
I don't
move
know, you-
on. If there's no other questions, Councillor
We're good, yeah.
Dobson, I don't have any questions myself, so we can move on to the applicants. Madam Clerk?
Okay, first is the applicant speaking in support of the application, David Patton, who's joining us in person today.
Good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to the committee today on these applications. My name is David Payton. I'm a registered professional planner with consulting firm WSP. WSP is working on behalf of Manitoba Housing, the property owner in this case, and the original developer of the Bridgewater neighborhoods, including Bridgewater Trails, where this property is located. I'm joined today by Jamie Patrick, Executive Director of Manitoba Housing, Housing Delivery and Land Development. We're also joined today by Paragon Living. They will become the landowner upon completion of the rezoning and boundary adjustment that's before the committee today. Chris will be speaking to some of the operational aspects of the proposed development. And because it would be nice for Paragon as well as Manitoba Housing to be able to respond to questions as applicants and be able to rebuttal, I'm asking for the committee's permission to consider us co-presenters with a speaking time of total 15 minutes.
No, we'll get an extension of time if you require. You have 4 minutes remaining on your additional time.
Thank you.
And you want somebody else appearing with you?
That's right, yes, Paragon, they're registered to speak separately.
Right, but you'll speak, then they'll speak, right?
Yes.
that's what we've got lined up.
Yeah, they'll share the 5 minutes, and if extensions are required, the committee can
So
grant them.
who would be the applicant then? Who would respond to any, or present any rebuttal to any comments?
Yeah, so I'm the applicant, but, so that's why I've asked us to be considered co-applicants, so that they would have the opportunity to respond as rebuttals.
Well, let you start your presentation. When we get to the 5 minutes, we'll see where we're at, and we're going to let everyone speak. This is a very significant development, so let's not worry about time. Let's
Just
just,
the clerk has a point of clarification here, if we could just,
Sorry, I only have 2 folks registered to speak at this hearing. So is there an additional person that is speaking? You mentioned they are speaking.
Yeah, so Jamie from Manitoba Housing is, I'm representing Manitoba Housing as the applicant.
right, but she's not speaking.
She's not speaking,
Oh,
but
Okay, then
she may
Not an applicant.
answer questions if that's acceptable.
not unless she's registered to
Registered.
speak at the hearing, and if she's appearing as the applicant in rebuttal, then she'll need to be part of the applicant's 5 minutes.
Okay, that sounds good.
Okay, and sorry, the full name is,
Jam-
I'll come get a registration form for you, because I don't have a registration. Okay, sorry, thanks, councilors.
So the subject property, as shown in the center of the slide before you now.
Are you putting your slides on the screen?
Yes, I'm sorry, I thought they were already.
You need to share your screen in Zoom. So if you escape out of that, and then you go to Zoom.
Okay, thank you for that. So the subject property is shown in the center of the slide before you now. It's actually 2 separate properties, each approximately 2 acres each. They are vacant. As you can see, it's located between and with frontage on both Bridge Lake Drive and Kenniston Boulevard. Access is proposed from Bridge Lake Drive. The map also shows how well the property is served by transit. So transit routes 671, 676, and 678 are shown on the map. Those are in addition to the Waverly West on-request service that services the property. The map also shows bus stops in proximity, and you can see they are directly across the street. Finally, the map shows future frequent transit lines in pink. So these are lines that are proposed under the Winnipeg Transit Master Plan with frequency planned for 10 to 15-minute intervals. The property is currently well served by transit, and that service is only expected to improve. To the north and south, there are vacant properties that are zoned for multifamily development, as is the subject property. Across Bridge Lake Drive are single-family homes, and the occupants or the owners of those properties were invited to participate in the engagement. We held a virtual open house that took place in summer of 2024. Bridgewater Trails Community is the product of extensive planning. So there are a number of policy documents to direct development here, and what's being proposed is consistent with those plans. At a high level, complete communities, the policy document that applies throughout the city is supportive of affordable housing. The Waverly West Area Structure Plan encourages higher density housing along collector or higher roadways. And the Waverly West Neighborhood Area Structure Plan designates this site for multifamily residential, as you can see on the image on the right side of the screen. So that plan states that the West neighborhood will include a multifamily residential component to increase the density of the neighborhood and offer alternative housing options for residents in a range of sizes, forms, and tenures. The multifamily residential areas will include townhouses and multi-story buildings. So again, what's proposed on the site is consistent with applicable plans for the area, and of course, your administration has come to the same conclusion in recommending the applications for approval. In terms of the applications before council today, rather the committee, the current zoning is residential multifamily medium. That zoning allows for buildings up to 70 feet in height with a maximum density of 1 dwelling unit per 800 square feet of land area. The parking requirement is 1.5 stalls per dwelling unit or 0.15 parking stalls per affordable dwelling unit. So that's what's currently permitted on the site, and we've applied to rezone the property to residential multifamily large, which is the current zoning of the vacant property directly to the north. That zone allows for buildings up to 150 feet in height. However, as the planner noted, a condition of approval has been included that would limit the building height on this property to 75 feet, which is just over what is permitted under the current zoning. The proposed rezoning would also allow for increased density up to 1 dwelling unit per 400 square feet of lot area. And the parking requirements are the same for both the current and proposed zone. The subdivision component of the application would simply adjust the boundary that already exists between the two lots. I do want to briefly speak to the housing context for this application. So as you know, the City of Winnipeg recognizes that there are significant challenges related to housing affordability and availability, particularly in this part of the city. And so to address this, the city is actively incentivizing the construction of more housing through the HAF and other initiatives. As I mentioned, the current property owner, Manitoba Housing.
Like another 5 minutes.
Extension of time moved by Councillor Lukes for 5 minutes. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Carried.
So as I mentioned, Manitoba Housing is selling the property to Paragon Living with the condition of sale that would require 30% of the units in the development to be no more than 80% of median market rent for the area. And Paragon is actually proposing to include more below market rate units with even lower rents than what's required under the sale agreement. So 41% of units priced at 59% median market rent. Rents in this scenario would start at $793 per month. And you can see the median market rents for Fort Richmond on this slide. They're incredibly high. They give some idea of the nature of the affordability issues in the city and this neighborhood specifically, which the proposed development would help to address. This is a rendering of the proposed development on the site. It would include 450 units across 2 7-story buildings. 185 of these units would be rented below market value. In addition to the rezoning being applied for, a variance is required to increase the density on Lot 3 specifically. This increase in density would maximize the provision of below market suites. And the development will consist of a mix of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom suites. In terms of parking, there would be a total of 413 parking spaces provided, a mix of underground, covered, and surface parking, as well as 260 bicycle parking spaces, both indoor and outdoor. Variances are required to reduce the number of required parking spaces on Lot 3, as well as to allow a reduced setback between the parking lots on each lot and the shared parking boundary, essentially because the parking lot has been designed to function as one single lot. I want to point out that these designs were developed through several iterations with feedback from the city, who we've been working closely with over the past couple of years to get to this point. And we're pleased that they've recommended approval of the development. Although we're generally supportive of the conditions of approval that are being recommended for these applications, we would like to respectfully request several changes. So the first change we'd like the committee to consider is amendment of recommended condition 1A of the rezoning. We'd like it to be amended to exclude requirements related to bus stop platforms, pedestrian crossing control signals, and traffic calming as detailed in the Administrative Coordinating Group's report. So some of the items in the report relate to ensuring adequate wastewater capacity for the development. And Manitoba Housing has already submitted an assessment confirming that there's adequate capacity to accommodate the proposed density increase. So we have no concerns with those items. However, other items relate to the traffic impact study that was submitted with the application and has been approved by the city. That study makes recommendations for off-site improvements, including bus stop construction and pedestrian crossings. However, it does specifically note that, and I'm quoting directly from it, these off-site improvements are not triggered by the proposed development. They are required based on the transportation and travel characteristics of the broader neighborhood and would be recommended regardless of whether the proposed development is constructed. As such, it's our position that improvements related to bus stop platforms, pedestrian crossing control signals, and traffic calming should not be the responsibility of the developer. Also want to note that there is an existing development agreement between Manitoba Housing and the city that applies to these properties, and those items were not included under that agreement. The second item that we'd like the committee to consider changing is condition 1 of the variance. And there would be a wording condition to alter a minimum of 185 affordable dwelling units to a minimum of 30% of dwelling units in the development as affordable. So the current language of 185 units refers to the number of units being proposed by Paragon as below market rent. But the proposed change to 30% would align with what's actually being required by Manitoba Housing under the purchase and sale agreement. This would allow for minor changes to take place between the rezoning stage that we're at now and the building and development permits that would be required. I also want to note that the committee will have the opportunity to review the design and approve the design through the plan approval process, which will be required as well. So that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions. As I mentioned, Chris from Paragon Living will be speaking to the operational aspects of the development.
So I'd like to ask questions now. Do you have what changes you want written out? It's nice to
sorry.
rattle them off, but I'd like them.
Councilor Lukes, I apologize for interrupting. Is Chris also an applicant here? Is that what you're hoping?
Yes, I'd like for him to be able to present so that he can respond to any rebuttals.
As an applicant?
Yes.
Okay, so then let's hear from all of the applicants and then we'll do the
Sure.
questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, and then they would need a further extension of time.
Okay, and are you
Okay.
prepared to move an extension of time for the? Okay, great. Moves extension of time of 5 minutes.
Sure.
Okay, so we'll need a suspension of the rules for further extension of time. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, carried. Extension of time moved by Councilor Lukes of 5 minutes. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed, and that is carried. Good afternoon now.
Good afternoon, Council and Administration. Thank you for allowing me to speak in tandem with David. My name is Christopher Gibson. I'm with Paragon Development, and we are developing these properties.
Just pause things. My screen is not showing it properly.
Okay, just exit out of this. And then exit out of this.
There we go. Okay, thanks.
Great.
Sorry. No, it's okay. So I won't go through everything. We just heard everything about the building itself, but again, this is 2 7-story buildings, total of 450 units with surface, underground, and interior grade at grade parking. To note that both properties will have a full-time on-site resident manager per building, so that they can deal with any residential needs throughout the day and evening. Also, Paragon, with all their developments, include free high-speed and high-speed internet and water in the rents. This is a mixed income development, meaning homes will be offered at a different price points to create diverse and inclusive community. We're working with the CMHC Affordable Housing Fund to make this possible, which helps us keep rents affordable while maintaining quality. Most importantly, as mentioned earlier, 41% of the suites will be priced at 59% of the median market rent. Again, if that was today, being rented out, a one-bedroom would be going for $793. So that's a huge step towards making housing accessible for people. We designed these buildings to be accessible and sustainable. All units in the building and common areas will be designed to the universal visibility and accessible design criteria by Manitoba, making it easy for everyone to move around in the buildings. We're also making the buildings high energy efficient. These buildings will be more than 50% efficient than the National Energy Code 2020. This means lower energy use, reduced utility costs, and a smaller environmental footprint. So for the below market rents, again, we're providing $185 between both buildings. These homes make housing more affordable for moderate income households and help create a diverse community. We find that affordable units also tend to have lower turnover, meaning residents stay longer, and that's an investment into the community and neighborhood. To For these rents, we're working with Manitoba Housing, who will be monitoring these rents. And every year, they supply income limits. So a family with children can earn up to just over 90,000 a year. And again, making it a little bit more accessible for families and individuals to be able to rent in this neighborhood. Applicants also go through the Paragon standard screening process. So that includes government ID, complete application, proof of income or funding, credit checks, history of rental through the residential tenancy branch, as well as landlord references. So this ensures our homes are going to people who qualify as well as become good neighbors. For the parking demand, we're asking for a small reduction of 17 stalls here for just on Lot 3. On Lot 4, we're meeting and exceeding by 4 stalls for parking. As a experienced developer and property manager, we understand our residents' needs. We look at all the numbers and what we're renting out for spaces, and we've seen parking patterns at our properties and understand what people actually use. So real-world evidence, just at our 250 Center development just east of this property, we are actually overparked by 20%. 20% of our parking stalls are not being used currently. So this starts to look at a trend that we're seeing with a younger demographic that it's trending towards car ownership. We can go into however that looks of if it's affordability or change of how people work. Instead, people are using things like Uber, transit, car share programs like ride hailing. They're doing Uber Eats and stuff like that and using bikes. This neighborhood has plenty of amenities for that. Probably 1 minute.
Sure. Motion for another 2 minutes then.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Carried.
Again, this is a minimal ask of 17 stalls from what we're required by the zoning bylaw. For the proposed density, density they'll make this project work. We're committing to the affordable rents and providing the 180 homes at rents well below medium rent, which is a major contribution to housing affordability. Even with the support from CMHC's Affordable Housing Fund, this project needs the density to stay financially viable. Higher density spreads the costs of the land and construction through each unit, which allows us to offer below market rents without cutting any quality to our design. There's the community benefit. More affordable homes is in high demand, helping diverse households by reducing these housing pressures of needing to have exorbitant rents. Finally, it's about efficiency of land, maximizing the density that aligns with the city's goals for sustainable growth. So in short, density makes this affordable project possible. And that's all for my presentation. I do have a supplementary slide that was provided to talk about the car share and drop-off spots that we'll be providing for the site. So will be car share on the property, as well as a designated drop-off pickup zone at the front doors of each building.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Questions at this point in time for either of our
Sure.
co-applicants?
So I want to understand, these are some of the last lots that Manitoba Housing has in the neighborhoods of Bridgewater, one of, I think, the most desirable neighborhoods to live in. And a lot of these questions that I'm posing for the record and to understand so my colleagues can understand also. So the current landowner is Manitoba Housing, and WSP has been hired to come forward and represent Manitoba Housing. Is that what I'm understanding?
Correct, as consultants.
Right. And then if this does go ahead, then the future landowner is Paragon?
That's right. So Paragon and Manitoba Housing have entered into an agreement of purchase and sale that comes into effect when and if the rezoning is approved and completed.
Okay. And then does Paragon own the buildings, or what happens after that?
Yeah, Paragon would own the buildings, and I'll let Chris speak to what happens after that.
So with our agreement, we're working with two First Nations proponents, MCN and OCN. They will become owners of one of each individual property owners after, once we get to the actual building phase. They'll become the owners so that they can tap into the CMHC funding for this project.
So MCN and OCN, and then they tap into federal funding to help them
Correct.
support these developments?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so let's just keep going across here with other questions. So let's talk about, and this is for Mr. Payton's presentation, let's talk about the Waverly West, sort of the vision, the structure, area structure plans, and the West Neighborhood Area Structure Plan. So these, you're coming forward asking for a rezoning from medium to large to increase the density primarily,
Correct.
correct? Okay. So, you know, what year, you have it here, what year, was 2006 when the Waverly West Area Structure Plan was created?
Right.
So 2006, so that's about 20 years ago, right? So I guess, you know, people buy into a neighborhood. This is a planned neighborhood. It's a beautifully planned neighborhood. And I guess they're not expecting to see more density. They're expecting, you know, not everyone looks to see what the lots are zoned. But what would you know, why are you asking for more density?
Yeah, well, I think, first of all, it's important to point out that the area is designated for multifamily. It's already zoned for multifamily development, so it is just a change in the density that we're asking for, not a change in the vision for how the neighborhood would develop.
Right.
As you pointed out, those plans are 20 years old, or the zoning that's in place is that old. And a lot has changed, as I spoke a little bit into the housing affordability and the context of that. It's important for the density on the site to be increased to be able to support the provision of the affordable units that we're including in the development. And again, it doesn't change the height significantly. What's currently permitted is 70 feet, so this would go up to 72. And a lot of the other elements that would be permitted under the current zoning are staying the same. The final point I want to make is we did hold an engagement event, a virtual open house, where folks from the neighborhood, specifically the single-family homes that are across Bridge Lake Drive, were invited to participate in that.
And tell us about that. How did that go?
Yeah, so we didn't receive any major concerns from the public at all regarding the development, so.
Okay. And then, of course, with increased density, there's other transportation challenges that come about, school challenges, but that, I mean, I guess that's independent of our issue today. That's, I mean, it is Manitoba Housing, it is the province, so I'm going to feel that that's being addressed. It's not our area to address it, but I'm sure that the school divisions have been made aware of this, and I guess you probably can't speak to that.
Yeah, I can't speak to that, but obviously the community was planned as a whole, and the school divisions were offered land to build out schools.
So what you're doing then, you're adding another approximately 2 feet to the size of what was originally allowed in the RMFM. You're adding an additional 2 feet. You are changing the parking ratio because of the affordable component. So maybe just speak to that a bit. I think, like, we've got different levels of affordability. Just sort of elaborate on the different levels of affordability that are supported by CMHC. You're calling this affordable. It sounds pretty good, right? I don't know if it's deeply affordable, if that's the term, or The rate sounds pretty good, but can you just speak to maybe what these levels of affordability are?
Yeah, so I think the best metric to gauge that is the percentage compared to median market rent in the area. So what we consider affordable and what Manitoba Housing is requiring Paragon to provide is 80% of median market rate. That's what they consider affordable. Paragon's going one step further, and actually the rents that they're planning to charge would be 59% of median market rate. So quite a bit lower than the median market rate rents for the area.
And I mean, I guess this is a question for Paragon then. How do you make that work in your pro forma? How do you make that work? And why are you wanting to do that? You know, like if Manitoba Housing is saying 30% and you're coming up with 41%.
41% came from basically the need of the city for affordable rates. This Bridgewater and this area is, one of the most popular developing communities, as well as people wanting to live there. Either be it students going to school or, seniors, anyone, kids leaving their homes, wanting to stay within their neighborhood. And we find that it's just not affordable for, people who, young adults or students, seniors. So part of that was, and also just having the ability to be able to bring more affordable to this popular neighborhood made sense to us. We're very much about giving back to the community as much as possible. I failed to mention when I said that OCN and MCN will be taking ownerships of these properties. We'll be the ones developing and doing the construction, and we'll be the ones that will be the initial rent up of these buildings. So these projects are very near and dear to our hearts. So it's like our babies. We want to make sure that, we're part of the community. We're part of the community just over on Center Street, and we love the neighborhood. Our tenants love the neighborhood, and in that development, we also have affordable units in there as well. So this is part of something that we're driven by, making sure that we have affordable units with these projects. For these ones, being able to add in more affordable just makes sense to us. It's for the pro forma. It's because we have the funding, we're able to get that. If we can get this extra density, that means we can spread this over a little bit more, over more units. I believe it's like 7% density increase for that lot.
So sorry, say that again?
I think it's about 7% density increase for this lot.
7%.
Yeah.
He's referring to the variance.
Yeah, to
that's
the
being applied.
variance. Yeah. So it's 20, I believe it's 26. Just give me 1 second here. I have it written down. 28 square feet per unit, I believe, was the, that we're asking for.
Right, that's the variance, to reduce the size of the units so that you can.
Not the size of the units, just making sure that, because the zoning bylaw says we need to have 400 square feet per unit, we're asking for a little bit below that.
Right.
Yeah.
And Manitoba Housing is requiring the sale to ensure, to have a 30%
Correct.
affordable
Yep,
percentage.
that was part of the agreement, 30% at 80% of the MMR, and we're going beyond that.
Okay. And you mentioned your other unit in Bridgewater, which we're all familiar with. It's up and running. What percentage of that, do you recall, is affordable? Is it the same type of affordable?
I believe it's 10%, no, that one is 10% at CMHC affordable.
10%. Okay, so because you made reference to parking in that one.
We made reference.
Right, so you're saying it, at that other unit, it's 10% affordable, and you're finding that there is parking spaces available.
Yeah, currently at 2050 Center, we have 140 units. We have 162 parking stalls, so that's a 1.13 to 1 unit, and 31% remain unused. That's 20% of our parking that's remain vacant.
So here's a question related to the parking. Will you be charging for the parking spots at this facility, or how does that work with parking spots? I haven't rented in a long time.
Parking will be charged. It's all different scales, if it's outdoor, indoor, and at grade, so, yeah.
Right, so it will be charged for, though? Okay. Just make a note of this, city planners, that I'm going to ask a percentage of affordable, what we've got in the neighborhood, so I don't want to forget that question. Okay. So we know that there's a housing crisis, we understand that. We see the need. So let's talk about, we didn't really talk about this, Mr. Payton, in your presentation. You've got a traffic impact study, well, we highlighted it, was approved by the city and identifies the long-term transportation needs. Is it possible to have the traffic study attached to this at some point, like not today, but is that a possibility? I don't know who approves that or not, but I'd like to see a traffic study attached to this at some point. I've read the traffic study in my limited knowledge of transportation, but we've got the Public Works Department here to answer some questions. So let's, sorry, anyone have questions, or can I keep going here? Okay, so let's talk about, you've got free high-speed internet and water. This is a Paragon, right? Free high-speed. Let's talk about the full-time resident manager per building, and let's talk about amenities in the building.
Sure.
Tell me about the full-time resident manager. They live in the building?
They live in the building, yes.
So is there like a reception desk that they're at every day, or what?
No, there will be a tenant office as we need for lease ups and stuff like that. So there'll be a resident manager office on site in both buildings. They will also have their own unit for living in.
Right.
So they'll be on site at all times.
So is the resident office, is that permanent office then, or
That
does
will
it
be
go
a
away?
permanent office, yeah.
It's a permanent office? Okay. And what amenities do you have?
Currently, it's undefined. We do have a spot in the building floor plans, and could be anything from community space, depending on like the needs that we see, and we can also put in like things like a gym and stuff like that.
Yep.
There's a spot? One?
There's
Singular?
a spot in, it's designated like I don't know how wide it is at this, I don't offhand, but I think it's probably the size of 2 or 3 units
In each building?
in each building, yeah.
So in each building, you're saying you've got is it a multi-purpose?
Like a multi-purpose area that we've designated, then we'll build out as we get through the detailed design.
So when you come back for plan approval, we'll have
We'll
more
have
details
that.
on what that is?
Correct,
And possibly a gym in there?
yeah.
Okay. Will there be any sort of support services incorporated into this, or not, or?
Yep, for the, some of the support services that we'll be creating, trying to remember the percentage of it. So I won't just guess on that. But there will be a percentage of support units that will receive wraparound services. If that is for mobility issues, because we will have the required amount of accessible units. Right now, we're trying to define if we're going to go above that or not, if it will be exceeding that greatly for accessibility. So that could be anyone with mobility issues, like things like Parkinson's or anything like that that need more hands-on care and things lowered, better covered space and stuff like that. So we will have those units within both buildings, and there will be support services for them.
So how does that work, like with support services? People have,
So it could be anything from daily visits from a support worker. It could be things if it's, some of the communities from MCN or OCN who are coming down for school, they'll have maybe a house mom who, is in charge of, a bunch of students to make sure that they're, doing their daily things, going to school, stuff like that.
so they have their own unit then?
They would
or-
have their own unit.
So what you're saying is there will be units set aside for support services? Is that what I'm hearing?
there'll be units set aside for support services, for designated students, for like anything from newcomers from their communities and stuff like that, so. Yeah.
Because we do have a shortage of support services in South Winnipeg. We did an analysis recently, and we don't have any hubs, resource hubs at all in South Winnipeg. So I guess I'm hearing this right, that there will be units designated for support services.
Yes, there will be. We're working through that with CMHC and grant funding and stuff like that.
And will that information, I guess it'll be known for the plan approval process?
We should have that known, yes.
Right, okay. All right. So let's just touch on the parking, all right? So we understand that there'll be different parking fees because you've got surface parking. How many units in the underground parkade? Do we know that yet?
You. Sorry, I wrote it down. I knew you would ask. So for the parkade, we have, oh, sorry, I did not write that down. I believe it's 87 in the main, the parkade.
The underground parkade?
Yeah, and I believe it's in the 40s for the interior at grade.
Is this for each building?
Yeah. They'll vary. The Lot 3 has a longer building on the longer L part than Lot 4. So they can house a little bit more parking. I don't have the plans in front of me, sorry.
So let's talk about the bike parking. You've got interior bike parking.
Correct. Locked bike parking within the parkade, as well, I believe on the main floor, there's a cage, and then there'll be the short-term parking outside.
Right.
I believe
so-
it's like eight or 10 per unit for the short term, and the rest will be secured.
So the interior bike parking is in each building,
Yes.
and it's in the underground parkade? or-
Underground, and I believe at surface, there's a room dedicated to that as well.
Right, okay. All right, I'm taking a lot of questions. Folks, do you have any questions, or I'll just keep going here?
Continue, yeah.
Okay. So let's talk about transit. I don't know who wants to talk about transit, but maybe Mr. Payton, because you noted it in your presentation. I know the transit in the area. We've got 3 routes that go here, and then we have the on-demand transit. So one of your requests was what, not to put in transit pads?
Yes, so that was something that was identified in the traffic impact study that was submitted with our application. But the finding of the traffic impact study is that those amenities would be required regardless of whether this development proceeds or not. In other words, they're needed already based on developments that have already occurred and will be occurring. So our ask is simply that the requirement to install those bus stop platforms is not put on the developer in this case.
Mm-hmm. So, okay. And you had other requests that you wanted. Do you have that written down to hand to me at some point?
I do generally, yeah, I
Okay.
can provide that.
So you could give it to the clerk, and she can hand it, and we can maybe ask some questions on that. So I want to talk about the 1.5 parking stalls per dwelling, or 0.15 for affordable dwelling units. I think this is important that we talk about that. So I'm not sure who wants to talk about that, but maybe you could explain why the parking ratio of 0.15 for an affordable unit, explain that bylaw, I guess, or explain how you feel that 0.15 for affordable units is adequate.
Yeah, so that's already exists under your zoning bylaw, so that's not a special request that we're making. the requirement was added to the zoning bylaw, I'm assuming in recognition that units that are rented below market rate do not have the same rates of car ownership.
Just for the clerk, we'll talk about that, put that on your list, okay?
And so, yeah, that question might be better directed to your planner as to why that, that was put in place in your zoning bylaw. We're asking for a slightly greater reduction in the parking rate through the variance. And that's, as Chris was explaining, based on their experience, their existing developments in the neighborhood where they've seen, they know the demand for parking based on who will be living there.
So there is nowhere to park in the neighborhood, right? Like, these new developments are a lot denser than, let's say, Charleswood or River Heights, and there really is no on-street parking. There may appear to be right now, but really, it's between Devereux and People. There's no on-street parking. So I guess I've done other developments that have had really low parking ratios, and actually, they've worked out fine. But the people that come to rent there are told there's like no parking. It's very limited. So I think it's really important that the people that are signing up to rent here are made aware of that. I mean, I understand that Paragon is doing the full-out leasing. What does that take, a year, or what are you projecting?
Well, we hope to have that upon occupancy, that we're greater than 75% leased out before occupancy.
Oh, before occupancy,
Before occupancy.
75% before
Yeah.
occupancy.
If we would love it if it was like in the 90 to 100%, but
Sure.
we know that there's going to be, variance. So that's our goal. We put a lot of money towards the marketing of our units. We do explain to tenants right off that there is a limited parking and there's going to be wait lists if needed, but we're not seeing a ton of, I guess, discrepancies between our numbers for parking ratios. We have developments around the southern area of Winnipeg, and we kind of understand that the 1-to-1 ratio, if not a little bit lower, to the 0.95 to 1 ratio is around the nice mark.
Okay. I'm just going through my notes here, so I don't know if anyone else wants to ask questions, but I'm just going to take a look at my notes. Okay. So the sign, when did the sign go up for this rezoning? I guess, it's according to the rules, so I guess it was 14 days before today?
Correct.
So there's a large sign out there that says that this rezoning's coming. Now, what happens when Paragon leases it up? So you at some point sell to the First Nations? Does that happen after
They
leasing?
will take over the overarching company number that we have. So these are limited, these have their own companies. They will take on all ownership and all obligations tied to the ownership of that company. And they will, and from there, after we have completed our duties to lease up, and we will, we partner with Ash Management to then take on the day-to-day things like rent roll and such. So Ash Management will be responsible for the day-to-day after that.
So, and who's Ash Management?
Ash Management is a company, I believe they were established about 30 years ago. They have over 6,000 plus units in the city that they oversee. We worked with them for our project on Yonge Street to do this as well with OCN. And we are currently doing this with them at the 939 Chancellor as well. For Roseau River. So it's been moving great with them for Roseau River, and it's moved swimmingly with the Yonge Street project by U of W.
So if Ash Management manages the building, Do they have a person living in the building and at the front desk?
That's a requirement of the building itself, so that will be on the ownership to have a person in there, and it'll be part of the obligation for a contract.
Sorry, say that again?
It'll be part of the obligation and on the contract that there will be a resident manager within each building at all times.
Right, but it's not Ash Management that's the resident manager.
No.
It's the owner of the building puts someone in there.
No, it'll be Ash Management overseeing those people.
Oh, Ash Management oversees those
Yes.
people. I see. Okay. Okay, and so then the people in the building, who takes all the information to ensure that the affordable units are going to the right people?
It's part of the application process that I believe maybe MHRC can speak to more. But there is their application process with the income thresholds. So they have to go through the Manitoba Housing application process to make sure that they qualify. So if they're not making over 100,000, they're not going to get an affordable unit. Or if they're making 70,000 and they're a single person, I believe they're not going to get a one-bedroom unit because they're a single person. They make more than the income threshold.
So how does that work with students, though? Students don't make that.
Yeah, so they will be able to get those units because they don't go beyond those income thresholds. So if you're making $20,000 as a student, you qualify for
Got it,
these
got it,
affordable units.
got it.
If you're making $70,000 as a student, you're not going to qualify for that.
So how long does that go on for then? Like I'm not really clear yet who takes the applications. Is it Ash Management that goes through that, or
Paragon takes all the applications.
when you're done with the?
And then we're leasing up the whole entire building. And so every affordable unit becomes our responsibility to make sure those tenants qualify. So they have to meet Manitoba Housing's income thresholds and their requirements, and they have to meet our requirements as well.
Right, but when you're done there, because you will be done there, and then
It will
First
be-
Nations take over.
It will be the same. They will have to do the same requirements for income thresholds. There's also reporting requirements attached to these units. So we will be reporting these for the next 10 years to Manitoba Housing for every single
Right,
unit.
okay, because of the funding that Manitoba Housing is providing.
And then on top of that, for the CMHC, it's 20 years. So we're obligated to have these in for 20 years.
So the reporting will go on for 20 years.
Correct,
So CMHC, that's federal funding.
correct.
And I think there's been significant amounts of federal funding allocated to housing for the Indigenous communities. So
For-
federal and provincial funding are helping this, and then the reporting is mandatory, I guess, in recipient of this funding, you must report, right? Okay. Okay. I think it was in the billions, right? So, okay. All right, so if you folks want to ask questions, feel free. I'm still looking at my notes here. Yeah,
It has to do with the bus stop platforms. I'm not quite sure what that means. Are you saying that we require that you install them?
Yeah, so one of the conditions, recommended conditions of approval from your administration is that bus stop platforms are constructed in proximity to the site. But again, we're asking that onus not be put on the developer in this case because, as demonstrated in the traffic impact study, that need is there regardless of whether this development proceeds or not.
Okay.
All Counselor looks through her notes here. You had mentioned that it's a increase in density of 7%. You're speaking to the variance, correct? Not the upzoning.
Correct.
That'd be a lot more than 7%.
That's right.
And then I did take note of the requests here to strike from the public service recommendation. So you don't feel as introducing 400-plus new units into the neighborhood that you have any type of obligation to the city to contribute to any infrastructure?
Yeah, so that has already As I mentioned, Manitoba Housing has already entered into a development agreement with the city for these properties and for the neighborhood as a whole. And so those contributions were already hashed out and worked out through that. This is an increase in density of the site, as you noted. But again, I'm relying on the traffic impact study, which concluded that regardless of whether this development proceeds, those improvements need to be made. So I would say that Manitoba Housing has already made their contributions, and the increase in density proposed by this application doesn't change that need for bus stop platforms, some of the other items that were mentioned.
Right, but the agreement was made on the current zoning, not what you're requesting.
Correct.
Okay.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I remember before I was elected advocating at many community committee meetings to have more pathways and green space put into this development, in which did happen. That's great, right? I think we've got twice the amount of green space that we usually have in any other development. We've got more pathways than any other development. I guess I do have concerns about parking and transportation. I'll talk to our city planners and folks on that. I just want to review again what you're asking for to not be included. You don't want to, it's in section 3, 2, 3, and 4, is that what it is in the ACG report?
Yes, I'll refer maybe to the clerk who has my notes on
Oh,
that.
yeah, okay, got it, okay. Okay, so section 3 in the ACG report, you're feeling that pedestrian controls, crossing signals, traffic calming, and bus stops, right? And what was the other one?
Platforms, pedestrian
Yeah, I have
crossing,
that.
traffic calming.
Yeah. Okay, it was the amendment of condition 1 to change a minimum of 185 affordable dwelling units
To 30%.
to a minimum of 30% of the units in the development as affordable. That's on the variance, yeah, okay. And you're not wanting that?
We just ask that condition be aligned with the agreement between Paragon and Manitoba Housing.
Okay. Okay. Oh, I don't write on it, okay. I'm writing on it, it has to stay in the public hearing, okay. All right. Okay. Let's see here, what else? So let's, I guess it's a Paragon question. So let's talk about the exterior of the building. I know you'll come back to plan approval, but a lot of the work we do here ends up at plan approval. So tell me about the exterior. First of all, tell me, did Natty Designs review this and approve it?
They did. They, on both buildings, we had, as Natty as does for a lot of, I guess, majority of this,
Right.
this area, we had to go through a couple of back and forths with them. So they wanted different exterior looks to it, so we gave some definition to, not sure if you have the exteriors in front of you there, but different elevations with the colors scheme throughout. We kept the designs very similar, but different colors, just different shades of coloring. So one's like a grayish blue, white color for one building, and then the other one is more of a sand color, but they have like the same design, just different material colors to make it, to distinguish them, but also to make them look very similar. And they came back with just a couple of changes to have like a little bit of a reduction on the end caps to make it look more like a 6-foot, a 6-story building, not 6 foot, a 6-story building on the end caps towards the street, and then further back up to the 7.
And tell me about the balconies. I see some balconies here, I see some facing south. I'm going to assume there's some facing north or on the corners, like with the articulation of the building itself, the massing. Like what, tell me about the balconies.
Balconies face onto the pathway and to the sides, and I believe on the, there's some closer to the interior that don't have the, what is that? don't have the balconies. Those are based on the one-bedroom, the one-bedrooms that don't have enough space, wide enough to be able to do so.
So they're mostly on all sides on the exterior? Is that what I'm seeing here?
Sorry, I missed that.
The balconies are not on, a few of them are on the interior, on the ends, but mostly they're on the other side?
On the exterior.
On the exterior, okay. Now, one of the things that is just absolutely highly desirable in Bridgewater are the beautiful wrought iron fences. And I see you've got a board fence up front here.
Correct.
So,
That can always be adjusted if needed, but it's more so for the light, the opacity with the parking lot against the street, which also fronts onto people's homes.
right.
So we're trying to keep as much light away from the homes as possible.
So let's talk about, I mean, I guess this is a plan approval thing, the garbage, right? But I always have concerns about the garbage, right? So you've identified some spots for garbage. It's city pickup garbage is what we're going for? Is that
City pickup garbage, correct.
what you're looking at versus an in-ground?
Correct. We did discuss the Mullocks for this site. We would have, again, we can bring this to plan approval. The concern is if the volume of the Mullocks don't match with the city requirements for their city pickup, we would have to go private or increase the amount of collection area, which could mean we're coming back for more reduction of parking to add more Mullocks into the ground to meet the city's required volumes for collection. And if we do need to go private, this will be an additional cost to us and OCN and MCN because we do still have to pay for the municipal collection as well as pay for the private
Right.
collection.
So your point back to transportation, your point, and I guess this again will be a plan approval, but it is a concern, and we need to talk about it, is if people are using Ubers and Skip and Amazon and taxis, let's talk about the loading, drop-off and pickup zones. How does that work?
So they'll be designated one spot right by the front doors of each building, and they'll be signed, there'll be signage to say that it's drop-off and pickup zone only for a minimum, probably, I don't know, if it'll be 5 minutes stoppage. They will be color-coded so that they're not used or hatched, so that they're not used by just visitor parking. So that will be the designated drop-off for Uber pickups, for the ride hire, or if someone's getting a little bit of delivery, or if they're just picking up one of the tenants there.
And that was your last slide. You've added those in, right?
Correct. And of course, we do have the car share on for Lot 3 that we're working with Peg City Co-op currently to be able to expand their service to your area.
So your intent is to put a car share in?
Correct.
One car share?
Currently, yes.
Okay. Okay, does anyone have any questions?
Oh, you stole mine.
Oh, you stole mine, I stole your question, okay. So I guess, back to one of the points I didn't bring up, but it was always my understanding, and this is a Manitoba Housing question, it was always my understanding at some point, Manitoba Housing would put in affordable or deeply affordable housing. And I guess as these are the last lots, this is it, right? And then there is the one lot to the north. We're not here today, I get to talk about that. That will come, that's zoned multifamily large, I believe.
Large, yep. And there's also the vacant south, property directly to the south, which is residential multifamily medium.
Right, and my understanding that's purchased and
Correct.
we're just waiting on that to come forward, okay? So my concerns are about transportation and traffic and parking, and I will talk to the public service about that.
for now, I don't have any other questions. I think we've covered everything that I wanted to cover,
Okay.
okay?
Seeing no other questions at this time, we can move on. Appreciate your time here today. You'll have an opportunity to rebut.
So there is no one else registered to speak to this application, just confirming no one in the gallery is looking to speak in support of, in opposition to, or with respect to this application. Okay, if there are questions for the public service?
Great, all right.
Councillor Lukes?
So, yeah, if anyone wants to start, I've got some questions here. So, what was the first one I asked you to talk about? You're supposed to make a note on that.
I made a note.
Did you make the note? What's the note? Okay. Well, let's talk about affordable housing, all right?
Yeah.
So, in the last little while, CMHC has been providing funding for developers to put in affordable housing. You want to talk about what we have in the neighborhoods of Bridgewater now and what levels of affordable housing we have?
Sure. Yeah. So there's CMHC, the federal agency. They have a variety of funding programs. They have what we are calling affordable housing would be deeply affordable or below market rate. That's what they are for this proposal. That's what 41% is.
So what do you call that? You call that deeply affordable?
Yes, or interchangeably with below market rate.
Below
So
market
it's-
rate?
Yeah, it's kind of like.
And what's the one that's 10%? What's that called?
That would be, I mean, you could still call that, you could call that regular affordable or just affordable. Those are programs like CMHC's MLI Select. So those have, yeah, like a different threshold that is not as deeply affordable.
So to my knowledge, we don't have any deeply affordable housing options in any of the neighborhoods of Bridgewater.
Yes, that's my look of things as well, is that in the Bridgewater neighborhoods, there has not yet been a deeply affordable housing.
Wasn't that one at 250 Bridgewater? Was that deeply affordable?
That was kind of more on the MLI Select side of things. That is one example that comes to mind as well. There's others like 1200 Bison Drive, another one in Town Center, Bison in Southwest, Bison and Center Street. That also had that kind of affordable MLI Select component. But as far as what we are considering affordable or deeply affordable, that those don't meet the criteria.
Right. So I do feel that's very positive. We don't have any. We've got, I believe the neighborhoods of Bridgewater are about 1,200 acres. That's the size of the neighborhoods of Bridgewater when I looked at the structure plan. I don't know, maybe Mr. Kevin could look up that, I don't know, you won't know off the top of your head. In the area structure plan for Waverly West, the neighborhoods of Bridgewater consume, I think, about 1,200 acres.
I honestly don't know off the top of my head.
Yeah, okay. You want to look it up and just see in one of the plans? Can you look
I
that up?
can find that. Yeah.
So we don't have any deeply affordable. This is adding deeply affordable. We have transit service. We have an issue with traffic right now. And maybe this is a call for Mr. Patman to talk about it. So in these newer developments, the lot sizes are small. We can't park on the street, really. I mean, it's very difficult to park on the street because there's not a lot of parking because of the driveways. People still seem to have the one person per car, like when they're driving, you know, if you look in the traffic, it's one person in a car. We have a big choke point getting out of the area. We've got a big choke point at Kenaston and Abinogi. And you and I have worked quite a lot on trying to get the traffic flow with the lights.
Yeah,
the
modifying
timing.
the geometry a little bit, adding signage, changing the signals, yeah.
Right. So I'm concerned that, I know that the road infrastructure was built to handle what was proposed in the original 20 years ago proposals. Now we're adding, and I believe, just wait, I believe this is the second rezoning we've done. Is this the second rezoning?
In Bridgewater Trails?
In Bridgewater, in the Bridgewaters. Center Street, we did at Altea. We
Yes.
rezoned
Yeah.
a parking lot to MF, M, I
M-
think.
Yeah, M.
M,
yeah.
medium, I think it was, for about 100 units.
Yeah,
Which
that's
hasn't been
correct.
built, which we don't know if that'll be built, whatever.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
that was one rezoning, and this is the second rezoning that we've done, changing from what was set out 20 years ago.
Yeah. As far as multifamily goes, there's been changes from R1 to R2 elsewhere in the Bridgewater neighborhoods.
Like townhouses, single families to townhouses.
Yeah,
or-
yeah, there was I forget which Bridgewater, but the designated school site that did not become a school needed to change the zoning to R1. But as far as multifamily rezonings,
I think it was always R1. Don't
That-
they pre-zone it as residential?
that could, yeah.
Yeah,
that may
so
have
that
just been
wasn't
the
changed.
subject,
So
but
this
yeah.
really is only the second rezoning we're doing
Yes, for multifamily,
for multifamily in
Development.
20 years. Okay. So this is going to add multiple units.
Yeah.
How do you, you're the transportation planner. Like,
Well, I got involved in this late in the game after a lot of the process had taken place, but it did raise some concerns as I was reviewing the study because it sounded like some of the nuances related to what's actually going to get built weren't reflected in the transportation study itself. And that sometimes happens. It's not that it never happens, but it's unusual. When you've got all this very low parking requirement kind of housing that's built, you're going to force the people to find other ways to get around. They may use transit, they may walk and bike, but they may also be reliant on taxis and car share to get around, like an Uber or a Lyft coming to pick them up. So every time a trip like that happens, you're doubling the number of trips because that car has to come from somewhere else in Winnipeg, drive to the site, stop and pick them up, drive back out again to the destination, bring them back, and then leave to go somewhere else. So when we talk about the number of trips being made, it gets doubled very quickly when depending on how many units are reliant on car share or taxis or something like that. And that wasn't really reflected in the document. They talk about 0.15 parking spaces. In the olden days, back in like the 90s and early 2000s, 0.15 parking spaces per unit was just visitor parking for multifamily. So we're saying that that's for many units. The people still have to get around, and if you're also charging people for the parking spaces, and they're gonna say, well, I'd rather just use on-street parking for free. So even if the parking isn't great in the area, on the street, that there's not much space available, they're gonna try and find every single spot they can. They're even gonna park maybe where they shouldn't be parking, like nudging into bus stops where they're supposed to be kept clear, nudging into up against the edges of corners where you're supposed to leave a gap before the stop sign and going around the corner for sight
well,
lines.
we have that now. We have to
Yeah.
put signs in, don't park at the stop
And that
sign.
never used to be a thing in Winnipeg. We never used to have to say to people, you can't park up close to a stop sign, because everyone just sort of accepted it. But when times get tight in terms of parking, you're going to look for every little place. Hopefully, you won't get caught by the parking enforcement, but that's going to be a challenge.
Well, there is no street, there really is no street parking there now. So, it's going to be up to the people that are running it and the owners to tell the residents that there is no parking. You either pay for parking, there is no street parking.
Yeah, but if these are very affordable, if these are like maximum affordability units, the people just won't have resources to pay for the parking on site.
Yeah.
So you may have many stalls that are just going unused because the people, they need cars to get around, but they got no choice. They can't afford the parking.
So we discussed this conveniently enough at our parking strategy item at Executive Policy Committee. And at that point in time, it was discussed that property development should really be hashing this out with Public Works, and that not every single development can have these reduced parking
Right, and that,
ratios. So this sounds like it could be one of these instances where, you know, if we don't know any better, we reduce the parking ratios, and it just is a trickle-down effect to another issue.
that's correct. I want to emphasize that I'm not trying to dump on this project because I love the idea of reducing parking requirements. It's like the whole industry of transportation is saying, we need to divorce ourselves from the old way of doing parking. We need to move in this direction. So it's good that we're thinking of this. We proposed the idea of transportation demand management as a solution at this location, and I've been talking to Council Lukes about this concept. It's something that we talked about wanting to do as an offshoot of the TMP to
Not
ramp up.
transportation
Yeah,
master plan,
yeah.
like,
The-
let's,
The master plan that came out a couple of years ago, like early in the year, we said that a future project would be to get travel demand management into more and more locations. It's just that this one happens to have come to our doorstep right away. So while we don't have the whole process in place for travel demand management yet, it's something we think we could use as a test case. The city did do travel demand management as a test pilot project several years ago in Osborne Village. It worked really well, but it was just a demonstration project. It wasn't meant to be a long-term project. So it's something we could bring up again and try out here as a
why
new
don't you
pilot.
elaborate what that is? So,
Yeah.
so you're saying this is a potential, now they've offered a car share.
Yeah,
Okay.
and cost share is part of travel demand management. What this is it's a way to sort of go almost like unit by unit, family by family, looking at what their transportation needs are and finding solutions to those needs that perhaps don't need to use the private car. So that you sort of say, well, okay, where are the people in this building going to? Are there many people all going to, say, the U of M, which is nearby? If there's students living there, then that makes sense. Instead of them all driving, maybe they establish either education with Winnipeg Transit to get them riding the bus more, using that on-demand transit service, or maybe they create like a shuttle service, like you might see at a senior's home. And if there's other sort of trips that are like that, where a number of people want to make the same trip, and it doesn't really lend itself to using Winnipeg Transit, maybe that shuttle bus can also do that. Like it can take them to the casino, or it can take them to some large retailer.
Medical or-
Like to the, yeah, or to medical appointments. It's just trying to figure out what the needs are of that building. Some people, yeah, they need to use parking, like that there's no really solution for them. But if there's other people who, they want to try something different, but they just don't know how to do it, or they're unsure about how to use Winnipeg Transit, because maybe they're new to the city. So an educational aspect is part of it. So it's almost like having like a concierge that's just related to transportation issues. And so it would, as people are moving into the building, they're explaining what their needs are to it. It's all very confidential. It's not trying to like disparage anyone. It's saying that what can we do to minimize the number of new car trips that need to get made by that development. This is a concept that it may sound like it's weird and it's very like micromanaging, but it's being used in other cities to reduce the needs on parking, reduce the traffic that's being generated by development. It's happening in the likes of Vancouver and Toronto. They've already had this set up for a long time. It's almost like it's a very straightforward process. When a development comes in, they say, we want to use TDM to reduce our parking requirement, and they say, we're going to do this, this, and this. It's almost like a checklist. We're going to provide these amenities, these efforts, and we can bring the parking requirement down, bring the trips generated down by the development. And it's monitored and it's observed to make sure it's working and it's not creating like issues because it's not being managed. Here in Winnipeg, we're new to this. We haven't done this really very often. But this is a kind of tool that we could be using now. We could use it on existing development in places like Osborne Village or other areas of the city that have a high density, that maybe don't have enough parking in the area. But it's a tool that we just haven't been using. So we want to establish it. We think it's a fairly straightforward process. We talked to technical consultants like the company that did the transportation study. They say it's a very easy thing to set up. They would just work with the building management to give them sort of like a handbook and a startup to the process. And then they would report in just to talk with the consultants, with the city, just how it's going. Maybe they say, okay, because of what we're hearing from our building, we need more loading zones. So that could be created. Maybe they say, we've got the one car share, which is great. Maybe we need to add some additional car share, either spots or additional vehicles to serve this demand, because people still want to drive, but if they can use the car share car, that's better than having 10 different families owning cars. If one car can replace 10, that's great. That's an improvement. So we'd have them establish this plan, report back, just keep us informed of how it's going, if there's anything the city can do to address the issue. If they're saying the bus service we've got is good, but we prefer to have a couple more buses, just extended period because of people's work, maybe it's shift work and it doesn't match up with what transit is providing right now, maybe we can work with them to work with transit to modify the service a little bit. But it's just sort of keeping tabs on what's needed, and then trying to be sort of micromanaging in a good way to sort of address what the needs are of that complex. When you've got all these different people living there, you've got a large number of units, it makes sense to do this. You wouldn't do TDM on like an infill, like a sixplex or something. You wouldn't just do it on like turning a house from a single family home to a duplex. But when you've got like a large number of people that are all coming in at the same time, it's something you can establish, and it makes sense to do it on these larger developments.
So I know that as part of development agreements in Vancouver, for sure, this is a requirement. Like, they've got a formalized process that
Yep.
says if you want less parking, you do a transportation demand management program.
The more proactive cities in terms of transportation, where they can't really continue to add more car trips, like a Vancouver, like a Portland, those are the types of cities where this is being effective.
Right. So, you know, I know, yes, we're not Vancouver, Portland, Toronto, whatever, but a transportation demand management program really is a focused effort, which can be done on a building with this density, that will help better inform the city and better inform the owners, the building, on what the needs are and how to support those needs. Because if we're doing deeply affordable housing, we want to support people, and we want them to be successful. We want them to get to their jobs or get to their school or get to the grocery store, right?
That's right.
You know, my stepdad lives in a senior's home. They've got a shuttle bus. They drive them around, do things, whatever, right? It works great.
Yeah.
I guess my concern would be, is the administrative work involved in this? Like, does the city come and set it up? Do they hire a consultant to set it up? Do we do it every season, like reporting? And like, I'm envisioning, like, I could be wrong here, I'm envisioning maybe after a year, you know, or like every quarter they do sort of an update.
Yeah.
And then we have a report that says, gee, maybe we need more transit. Gee, maybe we've got 30 people going to the U of M every day, we need a shuttle bus. Like, how does the transportation management plan, how does that trigger anyone to, let's say, buy the shuttle bus? Or I could say right now, well, let's have 10 car shares and just be done with it, right? Which would be easy. But we don't know if we need 10 car shares. We don't really know, right? And transportation needs do change as people move and come and go. So how does that dynamic of the mobility play into
The
it?
dynamic part is the challenge, because like many things that get reviewed by the city, you review it once and then it doesn't come back for constant check-in. But this is different to that. This does have that sort of check-in aspect to it. We were proposing that we would run a program for 3 years with the management group at the facility reporting in, say, every season. Like, it doesn't have to be like every season. It might be like twice a year. But it's just whatever sort of is the needs of the people living there. They would report in, and then we were thinking that once a year, the transportation Division of Public Works would write a report to Standing Policy Committee saying that we're just we're not trying to single anyone out. This is all like a neutral and anonymous. It's just sort of explaining, this is the facility, this is what's happened, sort of just a general check-in on it, saying that the mode split is like this. It's working well on these aspects, like say the cycling program is really doing well. There's a lot of people who have taken up cycling. We're glad to hear that. We've added some resources for cycling, but maybe the transit part is not working so good, and we've got some recommendations to make. We're expecting these to be not zero cost, but fairly, like on the smaller end of cost. We're not talking about building like $1 million projects every year as an outcome of this report, or having to add new signals all over the place. If they have to add like a shuttle van, and maybe in the third year, it's like that shuttle van was good, but now we need a second one, or it's not been we got a used shuttle at the beginning, it's had a lot of breakdowns, we need to replace it with a new vehicle, that type of reporting. And so, yes, there's a cost there, but in terms of the cost of not doing anything and sort of ignoring the problem, that's a bigger cost, and it would be horrible to the city if this thing goes ahead, and then because of the transportation, the building's unusable, or it's created such pushback that we can't get the next one approved somewhere else because everyone points to this one as being a problematic operation in terms of the transportation. So we're learning from it. There's going to be some work with the city, but it can be an in-kind kind of, we'll help to get this thing off the ground because we will learn from it and we will work with them to move it forward. In terms of talking about the cost that we were sort of kicking around, a sort of a rough estimate, ballpark estimate, was the initial sort of planning this thing out and coming up with what the opening day looks like would be sort of a $5,000 study that would be done between either like a consultant, the city, and the building manager, the building operator. That gets them off the ground. They then have to continue to do that work, sort of checking in with the people who live there.
So what do they do? Like, they do a survey, they drop a flyer in someone's door?
They can
How
drop
do you get
flyers off.
around?
If they've got like a front desk, people could maybe sort of say, I need to, we just moved in, can we talk to you about our transportation needs? Or it's offered when somebody moves in, there's a meeting that's going to be set up to just have a chat, have a talk. We can do it, it can be done any number of different ways. Like maybe they're uncomfortable with just having a one-on-one. It feels like they're being interrogated. Maybe it needs to be like, sort of like a charrette or something where we talk to a bunch of people at once. And all it's meant to do is trying to help people with their transportation needs. It's not trying to say, because you're low income, you're being singled out and we're putting you under the microscope. It's something that we would do to many different types of housing. It wouldn't just be low income housing, it would be all types of housing at one point. It just happens that this is the one that's come up next. This is the one that may have an issue, so it's one we can start as a test case for this, as a pilot. We're hoping that in the future we will have an established transportation demand management role at the city. It probably would be part of someone's ongoing work within, like, say, traffic management. But as new projects come in, they can adopt this as part of the tools in the toolkit.
So I mean, I can see it reducing volume of traffic on the roads. I can see that completely,
Yeah.
after they've done some analysis, that it does have that opportunity to do that. Okay, so let's just talk about the existing condition right now. Let's talk about the opening of Bison, because that's in the budget book for 2031. The extension of Bison through to Pembina.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, I feel sometimes I'm picking up the pieces from Waverly West in the sense that everyone wants to go to Pembina. They want to go to the university. They want to go east-west, and we only have north-south.
We have north-south, yeah.
Right? And we don't have that east-west. Now we've got a study underway, thanks to the budget working group.
Yep,
And
they're working on
got
the
it.
design for the tie-in, like.
So do you think
yeah.
that'll make a dent in the congestion that's north-south?
It will make a dent on some trips. The trips that don't want to have to go north and want to go east, yeah, they won't go that way anymore. They'll be relieved by going Bison.
Yeah.
But there's still a lot of demand north of the area that they still need to use that way, because that's where they want to go. They don't want to have to go an extra 10 minutes out. So So it may be that in the future, and I wouldn't tie it to this one project.
Right.
But we may need to do further analysis and maybe a redesign of that access point. Just because compared to when the area was scoped out, there's more people living there, there's more trips being made because of things that weren't conceived of 20 years ago, like rideshare, like,
Right.
like the more deliveries being made by things
All
like
the
Amazon.
Amazons, all the.
It's adding extra trips that wouldn't have been
Okay.
considered. So
That makes sense.
the design that was adequate 20 years ago, thinking about the future, has now
Okay, so I just want to
exceeded it.
capture that thought, and then I got to take a break here for a minute. So 20 years ago, when the neighborhood of Waverly West was designed, the roads that were built and put in were to support the needs of that time and the growth
Yeah,
that it
the
built
build
out.
out, yeah.
But, and I totally get it.
Yeah.
We didn't think we'd be having Ubers. We didn't think we'd be having Amazon come to the house every 3 days, right?
Right,
Like,
right.
So that is added to it, and now it's creating a choke point.
Yeah, but also, because we delayed Bison for so long, people have established their trips now.
Right.
That they're used to making that trip, so
Right.
it may take some getting used to, once Bison is actually there, for people to take a different route, maybe take a bit of a longer route. It'll be less congestion, it might be less stressful, but it's gonna take some time to adapt.
Right,
So
right.
it's not that we were way off, way wrong. It's just that now that we are very close to being done in this area,
Yes.
it's now, yeah, we were a little bit off, but that's typical, that's to be expected with this. You're forecasting, you don't always get it perfectly right.
Well, and I think too, and I've said this to people, that, the forecasted build-out, 25 to 30 years for Waverly West, but no one anticipated the federal favorable immigration policies or the provincial nominee program. That was never really anticipated, and when I started in 2014 here, my issue was illegal rooming houses, because it was a huge opportunity for universities. So like the floodgates opened, and they surpassed any of what they said they would for international students. So the whole immigration thing has really, and that's how we grow, right? The city grows through immigration, has sort of changed or has impacted the rate of build-out for Waverly West. It's accelerated it, and it has put us behind in rec campus, schools, some of these
Yeah,
other
those
issues,
amenities,
right?
yeah, yeah.
But we're catching up. Okay, so, question.
No, I don't have a question. I think we were kind of going down a trail there on,
Reining me in.
yes,
Okay.
doing my best to
Got it.
politely ask you to not turn this into a Public Works meeting.
Okay, I like public works, okay.
Do we have any other questions for any of the members of the public service specific to this project and concerns around that or points of clarification? I do for the public service in regards to the requests by the applicant to remove conditions.
Sure, if the applicant wishes, I'm happy to amend their agreement. The reality is they built this infrastructure under that agreement. They provided the studies. That's now saying that it was inadequate. We can correct that now, amend the agreement, put these into that agreement instead. But this is a significant densification and divergence of what originally was planned.
Yeah,
As far as the traffic impact study, it was reviewed with no further comments. I wouldn't use the term approved. It doesn't mean we accepted everything in it, but there was no major issue. As far as the transit stops go, the 2022-2023 review of the development agreement parameters was done with industry. During that review, transit stops, transit platforms specifically, was included under the development procedures or development agreement parameters, and therefore it is a recommendation of the public service that they are paid for by new developments. This would fall into that category, so that's consistent with that document. And then, I'm not sure if David took any issue with the wastewater. That seems to have been resolved as of this morning, that the math works out. Water Waste is just asking for an updated official report.
okay. So you're not in favor of removing any of the,
I'm not in favor of removing it, but as I mentioned, like, the report is, if it's complete, it's complete. It's not gonna, it shouldn't hang up the development. I don't actually believe Clause 1 will come into effect. If they feel strongly they want to remove it, the public service wouldn't have any objections of Section 3, Clause 1, I believe, of the wastewater sewer upgrades. But again, those would only come in effect if their report would show that they needed upgrades. And the only avenue I see that happening is if they significantly delay their construction.
Okay. And then just for point of clarification, so everybody knows, the current zoning allows for how many units?
217 units,
217, and the current proposal is for?
450.
Thank you for that clarification. So more than 200 additional units. Yeah, so, okay,
I just have-
please.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's a big project.
Yes,
so-
it's a big
And I don't want to go down the Public Works rabbit hole, but I do. Okay, so we understand the bus platforms. Let's talk about the pedestrian crossing control signals. Mr. Patman, if you could sort of elaborate on, you've got here, the developer shall pay to the city in cash on demand the costs associated with the installation of the appropriate pedestrian crossings. Like, what are the appropriate pedestrian crossings? And all related works on, and then it lists off some.
Okay.
So, like, appropriate pedestrian crossings, depends on the crossing,
Yeah, it's the number of vehicles on the street, it's how many lanes it is. There's actually a table in the transportation report on this. At most of the locations, they said just a sign crossing with paint and the signage on either side is sufficient. And
right.
all these trips, number of trips on the roads is getting high, like it's getting, there's a lot of the roads, there's a few of the roads that are above 5,000 vehicles a day. So, but they're saying that in general, just the signage is all that's needed. There's one location at the bus stop where they said use an RRFB, which is the flashing light kind of crossing. So just putting in the appropriate control. Like the controls is anything that controls the traffic. Usually when I use the term controls, it's meaning that the larger scale improvements with the push buttons and the lights and stuff. At these locations, they're just talking about the signage. That's a control measure as well.
Sure, so improving the signage, what is one of those rapid light?
Yeah, RFB,
Crossing.
they're in depending on if they need electricity or not, they can be done by solar power. Like around $5,000. It's not a large scale improvement, it just needs to be queued up and constructed.
Okay, and then the traffic calming, which is basically speed,
Speed tables,
tables.
yeah, which is a measure that's used throughout the
Okay.
community.
okay. Okay, so I'm clear on that, okay. And then I just wanted to clarify that other one that he wanted here. That was for the variance. Amending of condition 1 to change a minimum of 185 to a minimum of 30%. Got it. Okay, I get that. That's nothing to do with you. Okay, I have no more questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Very thorough, appreciate that. This is a huge project for the Waverly West Ward. Although these things take time in the public hearing, we're talking about 450 additional units that are
No,
going to,
not that many. 217 to 450. So it's
450 total.
Total,
Yeah.
total.
Yeah. So 450 additional units, it's a large impact on the area there. So where do we go from here, Madam Clerk?
Okay, if there are no more questions for the public service, the applicant has the opportunity to speak in rebuttal to comments made, but no new information is permitted.
All right.
So David, Christopher, and Jamie, if you'd like to speak in rebuttal to comments you heard, you have up to 5 minutes, and again, no new information is permitted.
You're not obligated either,
Okay, they're going to come back.
if they choose.
If they choose to, yeah.
And then I'm going to bring it before I write up. I've got my stuff in my notes and my comments, right? But I want 5 minutes to.
All right, welcome back. You have 5 minutes to rebut.
That's not too much to.
Do you want to stand maybe at that other mic? It's better
Oh,
to hear you
yes,
at that.
appreciate that, thank you.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm not used to having to be here since COVID, when we had everything in here. We are, I would like to rebut the, I guess, the TDM,
Yep,
the traffic.
Transportation demand management.
So we are not opposed to this being part of a development But at this point in time, it seems like there's a lot of uncertainty of this. We would recommend that the city can come back to us with a well-developed proposal on how this would work and how this would become an agreement, and we would only request this to be on Lot 3, because we're not asking for any reductions, variances for the Lot 4. We're only asking for parking variance on Lot 3. And as, again, we would be looking at this as a monitoring system, as a pilot project for something that could be used for the city's purposes for traffic control, versus us having in the future to reconfigure a parking lot that's already established with, that will have cross-access agreements between both Lot 4 and 3. So there will be some, if there's going to be some significant changes to add in things like a loading zone, that means the whole entire front area would have to, of the building would have to be reconfigured, which would mean more losses of parking spaces. We don't want to have to go to even less parking to add in a loading zone. So at this point, we would recommend that there would be more established of a proposal and a report of some sort that would come to us of how this would work and as a monitoring system. Again, we're not opposed to something like that for Lot 3, and this is great data to have for both the city and for us as a development, but again, there's a lot of questions around how this would be established and the monitoring system of it for our tenants.
Okay.
So that's, anything else?
I think that was it for.
Okay.
Thank you.
So can I
Please.
talk to him, speak back? So, yeah, this is new for the city. I totally hear you, right? It's new for the city. I completely understand that you want to have more information, right? So I'm sure that the city, people can talk to you and speak to you about this. Ultimately, there are firms that professionally do this, right? That can deliver a program and you just follow it, right? But I hear you that you want to have more information, and I think that there's definitely an opportunity. Paragon has a great working relationship with the city and does great developments in the city. So I think that there is definitely that opportunity to work back and forth with the Public Works Department. We're going to continue growing as a city. The feds are going to continue giving more money to First Nations, to other groups, to whoever. And I think it's really important that this is something we understand. And I really do feel Paragon is extremely progressive in their approaches to building and their creativity. And I think this is something that I know I'd like to partner with them on, with you on, with the city on, to see what we can do. This is definitely an increase in density. This is economic reconciliation is what it is. And we want to support that 100%. And I think that this is a good avenue that we work together on to make that happen. I could say, sure, maybe we need 10 car shares, right? Because if you think about what a car share fills, it's between, I don't know, 10 to 15 spots, right? I completely hear you. I know with 30 University Crescent, that parking lot's empty all the time, right? Like, I haven't driven by the parking lot at 250 Bridgewater, but I hear you on that. I know you monitor parking. I know that. And I think that a transportation demand management program helps everyone understand the transportation needs, the public, the residents, the building owners, and to ensure everyone's success, that it would be a better path to go down than saying, throw in 10 more car shares. Like, I think we may not need 10 more car shares, right? Might need one shuttle bus. I hear you on the whole designing or changing. I completely don't think that's going to happen because there's no way to do it. Because the number of parking spots that are there. The design, when you come back for plan approval, will be basically, I think, what you're proposing here, because you've put very much detail and thought into this. But I think for everyone involved, for the residents who are there, especially for the people living in the apartment block, and for the future of our city and understanding and better getting a handle on transportation versus having to continually build more roads, more lanes, you know, even though I support Route 90. I think that this is a direction we need to go, and I think the city, I think your firm would be one of the best firms to partner with in doing this. So I hear you.
Okay. Any comments on those? That was a, are you aware? So now you have an opportunity.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's, are you aware? Those are my thoughts on this.
I agree. We are doing developments all over the city, and we want to continue our positive relationship with the city with our developments. And we're not, again, we're not opposed to this as something that's not as an obligatory set onto our, onto the variance. If we can discuss this and have this put in as something that we want on Lot 3, again, without the certainty of how this would look, it could be problematic for us as well as the city or whoever consulting group that the city decides to go with for reporting how this would look. We would love to see how this works in other jurisdictions that you mentioned in Vancouver and such, and it's because this is very new. This was just brought up now, so we're not aware of these types of things. So again, we do love the data. We work on data, so the city works on data, so we're not opposed to it. We just need more information before we can commit.
Okay.
Well, we're here today, making decisions today, and I have my residence hats on, and I have the hat on for the people that'll be living in the building and wanting to move around, and people will be moving around. They've got to move around, and transportation is the backbone of, I think, everything. So I hear you. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. That would be the
Anyone else want to
rebuttal
speak? Any other rebuttal
portion.
part? No?
There was a shared applicants there, so anybody else for rebuttal? Appearing to have none. That would bring us to the end of our formal portion of the presentations. At this point in time, we would have motions. Councillor Lukes has indicated that she does have a motion prepared here, but she needs a few
not really,
moments
yeah.
to work on it.
Can we take a break for about 5 minutes?
Sure. Looking at the clock, we are at 10 minutes to 2. We'll reconvene at 2 o'clock.
Okay.
Welcome back to the Assiniboia Community Committee for November 20th. We are on item 3 and 4 of our public hearings today. I believe we have a motion.
We do?
Councillor Lukes.
All right. So I'm going to read the motion. I'm not going to read the amendments. The clerk will read the amendments because she's been working on them and I want to get them accurate. So that's her job, her specialty. So we'll start. That the report of the Winnipeg Public Service be taken as read.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And that is carried.
That the receipt of public representations be concluded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And that is also carried.
That the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service be concurred in with the following amendments and forwarded to the forwarded to the Executive Policy Committee, because I have amendments? Yes. And forwarded to the Standing Policy Committee on Property and Development.
Okay. So an amendment to recommendation 1A, adding a new condition to the report of the Administrative Coordinating Group, which is Appendix B in Section 2, Engineering Studies. So the new condition 2 will read, the developer shall provide an addendum to their submitted transportation study to the satisfaction of the Director of Public Works, which includes measures under a transportation demand management program, a revised section on transit with Route 671, and updating the relevant details. In Section 3, servicing conditions, adding the following new condition. 9, required infrastructure completion prior to occupancy, that the developer shall complete installation of obligations 2, 3, and 4 above prior to occupancy. And amending recommendation 2A to add the following new conditions. 2, that the owner shall, at no cost to the city, prior to occupancy of any proposed buildings on the owner's land, establish and maintain a transportation demand management program to the satisfaction of the Director of Public Works, which shall include the following measures. A, ensure that transportation options are available to address and respond to the needs of residents. B, educate residents on the options available to them that they may be unfamiliar with. Example, on-demand transit services, new transit routes, education on the use of Winnipeg Transit, Transit Plus, or Car Co-op. C, make any necessary modifications over the life of the TDM program. Example, adjust to seasonal demand. D, provide quarterly updates to the Manager of Transportation at the City of Winnipeg regarding the TDM program. E, fund the provision, operation, and ongoing maintenance of necessary transportation solutions that meet the needs of residents on the owner's land, such as minivans, minibuses, coaches, transit charter service, and additional loading zones for taxis or car share vehicles, car co-op cars, etc. 3, that the Transportation Demand Management Program shall operate for a minimum of 3 years, and at the end of the 3-year period will be reviewed to determine the future of the program to the satisfaction of the Director of Public Works. 4, that a minimum of 1 car share vehicle shall be provided. The location of the car share vehicles and how the car share service will be managed and maintained are all to be submitted to the city's Director of Planning, Property and Development and the Assiniboia Community Committee for approval prior to the issuance of any building or development permit, and thereafter maintained to the satisfaction of the Director. 5, that a decorative metal fence with a minimum height of 4 feet shall be erected in the front yard adjacent to any accessory parking area, and thereafter maintained to the satisfaction of the Director of Planning, Property and Development.
And I'd like to put my remarks on the record.
Please.
I'll send this to you.
Supporting reasons?
Supporting reasons. Manitoba Housing has created an incredible development, the neighborhoods of Bridgewater. I'd say it's one of the most desirable areas in the city of Winnipeg, and that's reflected in the uptake that we've seen in homes purchased and the build-out faster than anticipated. Manitoba Housing has always had the intent to add affordable units to this development. And with the housing crisis, both the provincial and federal governments have come to the table to enable more housing and very affordable housing. I'm very proud to be supporting First Nation housing. One of the most significant barriers to economic development for Indigenous communities is a lack of infrastructure. Today, with this rezoning, we are closing the gap, which is essential for fostering economic growth and self-sufficiency. This is the process of addressing historical injustices faced by Indigenous peoples and ensuring their meaningful participation in the economy, promoting self-determination and sustainable development. These homes will provide a stable space in a beautiful neighborhood with pathways, green space, and parks. We're a neighborhood welcoming residents from all across Canada and all over the world, and this will be an incredible addition to our community. I want to address the concerns about parking and transportation. Transportation demand management programs are used all over the world to address transportation needs. Winnipeg, in my opinion, is behind in this idea. And as Winnipeg grows, we need to implement strategies other than building more roads. Paragon is one of the most innovative developers in Winnipeg. They have deep partnerships with the city, the province, the federal government, and especially First Nations communities. I know TDM, Transportation Demand Management, may feel like a bit of an unknown, but it's Winnipeg's time, but it's time Winnipeg gets with the times. This development, the design of the development, the layout, will be a very welcome addition to the neighborhood. And for those reasons, I am supportive. And as the area councillor who's worked since 2014 on the development of the neighborhoods of Bridgewater, this is the second and probably the last, because there's no other land left, rezoning that I've done. And I think over a 20-year period, our times have changed, the world has changed from what was originally set out in the area structure plan, and we are accommodating the needs of our society today. So those are my remarks for today.
All right. Seeing no other supporting reasons at this time, we'll call to question on that. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? And that is carried.
Now we'll move on to the variance.
Counselor Lukes, I'll conclude.
Oh, sorry, just wait here, more to say. Oh dear, closed it, just a minute. I'd like to move that the public hearing with respect to this application be concluded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And that is also carried.
Please note that the committee has made a recommendation on this matter that will now proceed to council. No further representations are permitted on the subdivision and rezoning, and all persons registered for the public hearing will receive notice when the matter is to be considered by council.
All right. We'll now move on to item number 4, which is the variance for Bridge Lake Drive. Counselor Lukes,
I'm just looking for the reading, which page is that on?
number 5.
Oh, 5, I missed it, okay. All right, so this is for the variance. Is that the report of the Winnipeg Public Service be taken as read,
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
that the receipt of public representations be concluded,
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
that in accordance with subsection 2473 of the City of Winnipeg Charter, the variance is consistent with Plan Winnipeg and any applicable secondary plan, does not create a substantial adverse effect on the amenities, use, safety, and convenience of the adjoining property and adjacent area, including an area separated from the property by a street or waterway. Is the minimum modification of a zoning bylaw required to relieve the injurious effect of the zoning bylaw on the applicant's property? And is compatible with the area in which the property to be affected is situated? And I will put the same supporting reasons on. Okay,
Right. Thank you.
okay.
Call the question on that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And that is also carried.
That the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service be concurred in with the following amendments, and the variance be approved.
Did you want to amend the, I believe the applicant requested a change to condition 1 from a minimum of 185
Yeah.
affordable, no, okay, so
Yeah.
it'll be approved as,
Well, the amendment that they wanted.
oh, so yes.
Yes.
Okay, so so we'll,
I think that's just a paperwork change, isn't it?
I believe the change, so the current condition, as it's read, is a provision of a minimum of 185
Right.
affordable dwelling units.
Right.
And the request was a change to a
Right.
minimum of 30% of the proposed
Right.
dwelling units. Are you supportive of that
Yes.
change? Okay, so an amendment to replace condition 1 so that it reads that prior to the issuance of any development permits, a signed letter of commitment/comfort with a government funder shall be submitted to the city confirming that a minimum of 30% of the proposed dwelling units shall be affordable units to the satisfaction of the Director of Planning, Property and Development, and to be thereafter maintained to the satisfaction of the Director, or that prior to the issuance of any development permits, a signed affordability monitoring agreement with the province of Manitoba shall be submitted to the city confirming that a minimum of 30% of the proposed dwelling units be affordable units to the satisfaction of the Director of Planning, Property and Development, to be thereafter maintained to the satisfaction of the Director.
Just for clarification here, so the total number of proposed dwelling units is 450. As presented here, it's 185 units that would be affordable. 30% of 450 is 135 units.
But then Paragon's putting on another 11%. Other than 30, they're putting it to 41.
Okay,
That
so
was
that would equate for another 45 units. So that would bring them back up to almost 185, just so we're fully aware there.
Yeah, I think that's what they wanted. Yeah. That's very good.
Yes? Getting a
Yes.
head nod here from the public service as
Yep.
well.
Yep.
Yeah, we for sure need 30%, that
Yeah.
their parking is calculated based on 30%.
Right.
We had it written in as 185, but we're okay with changing it to 30%.
Okay,
if,
I just wanted to clarify that,
yeah.
so we're not shortchanging them on affordable units, okay?
Yeah.
Not them, but people who need them.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lukes, and your supporting reasons will remain consistent. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And that is carried.
Okay. Let me just, sorry, get back here. And concurred in and the variance be approved. Okay. That the public hearing with respect to this application be concluded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And that is also carried.
Please note that the committee's decision with respect to this application may be appealed. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included in the order issued, which will be mailed to all persons registered.
Okay. We have numbers, yes, we will reset here, and we will deal with 5, 6, and 7. We'll take a formal just break of 4 minutes here and
4 minutes,
reconvene
okay.
at 2:30. Welcome back to the Assiniboia Community Committee. We are in our public hearings, about to deal with items number 5, 6, and 7 here, and that's in regards to subdivision and rezoning of 4820, 4724, and 4814 Roblin Boulevard, as well as conditional use of 4820 Roblin Boulevard and a variance on 4820 Roblin Boulevard. I'll turn it over to the clerk to introduce.
Item 5 is a subdivision and rezoning at 4724, 4814, and 4820 Roblin Boulevard under file DAS Ed 45 of 2025. In accordance with the City of Winnipeg Charter and the Development Procedures Bylaw, this is a combined hearing, and the following items will also be heard at the same time. Namely, item 6 is a conditional use at 4820 Roblin Boulevard under file DCU 217664 of 2025D. Item 7 is a variance at 4820 Roblin Boulevard under file DAV 217621 of 2025D. Please note communications were received in support of and in opposition to the matter, which have been distributed to all members of the committee. The process the committee will follow is the applicant will be heard first, followed by those in support of the application. Then those registered in opposition are heard, followed by those registered for information. The applicant may return to speak in rebuttal to comments made. However, no new information is permitted. Speakers will be permitted 5 minutes for their presentations. All participants in the Zoom meeting have been muted and will only be permitted to speak when called upon. If you'd like a brief overview from the public service.
Please, Mr. Carlson.
Yes, thank you. The subject site is located at the southeast corner of Roblin Boulevard and Dieppe Road. This is in the Eric Coy neighborhood of the Charleswood Tuxedo Westwood Ward. The site encompasses 3 separate properties, which have a combined size of approximately 4.7 acres. These properties are 4820 Roblin Boulevard, which contains Charleswood United Church and an associated parish hall. As well, it contains a parking area with 102 parking stalls at the rear of the church building. The other 2 lots are 4814 and 4724 Roblin Boulevard, which each contain single-family dwellings. The subject site is located within the Established Neighborhoods Recent Communities Policy Area of Complete Communities 2.0, and the site is zoned R1L, Residential Single Family Large. The applicant proposes to create 2 separate lots, Lot 1 and Lot 2. Lot 1 will contain a new multifamily residential development, while Lot 2 will contain the existing place of worship building. Greater information on these proposed lots are proposed Lot 1 will be approximately 2.6 acres in size. The applicant is proposing to rezone this Lot 1 to the RMFM, Residential Multifamily Medium Zoning District, and this is in order to allow a multifamily building on proposed Lot 1. The multifamily building that is proposed would be 6 stories in height, with a height of 69.5 feet to the top of the roof. This building, as proposed, would contain 132 dwelling units, and a total of 200 accessory parking stalls are to be provided for the multifamily building. And this is a ratio of 1.51 parking stalls per dwelling unit. This ratio is right around the ratio required for parking in the zoning bylaw, which is 1.5 stalls per dwelling unit. The proposed parking includes 136 surface stalls, so surface parking stalls, 64 underground parking stalls beneath the building, and included within the total number of parking is 20 visitor parking stalls. Access to the proposed multifamily lot, Lot 1, is to be taken from a private approach, a new private approach from Roblin Boulevard. And on proposed Lot 2, which would have a lot area of approximately 2.1 acres, the applicant proposes to maintain the existing place of worship use. There's no building expansions or alterations to the place of worship building proposed as part of this application. The Parking that would be provided for the place of worship on Lot 2 would be 102 accessory stalls. And the existing access would be, to the place of worship, would be taken from Dieppe Road. There's no new private approaches for the place of worship lot proposed. As, in addition, it should be noted that there's no shared vehicle access shown or proposed between the two lots, so the church and its associated hall use would take its access from Dieppe Road as it does today, and the multifamily on Lot 1 would take access exclusively from the proposed private approach on Roblin Boulevard. The proposed development is also the subject of an associated variance application concerning the number of parking stalls on the place of worship lot. They're proposing 102 stalls instead of 116 stalls, which is what the zoning bylaw requires. As well, they're proposing a variance for the side yard setback distance of 1.5 feet instead of 4. And this is on the east side of the church lot, so it is abutting this new multifamily site. There's also an associated conditional use application concerning the maintenance of the place of worship, because the place of worship lot will keep its R1 zoning. Under the R1 zoning, places of worship require a conditional use. So the Winnipeg Public Service recommends approval of these applications and most notably rezoning the land on Lot 1 to RMFM because the proposal is consistent with our Winnipeg 2045 and the Complete Communities Direction Strategy 2.0 in that it is new growth in an established neighborhood that is considered compatible with the surrounding area. The proposal is the proposal is designed in a manner that is sensitive to the surrounding context in terms of building setbacks and massing. And the recommended zoning agreement will ensure that final design details are reviewed by the Assiniboia Community Committee and the Director of Planning, Property and Development. So, you know, those final details like cladding materials, landscaping, those type of things will be viewed and approved by this committee. Additionally, there's a condition recommended that the building on the multifamily lot not be basically keep its the setbacks that are proposed to the east and to the south property line. The condition would ensure that the building not extend further south or further to the east than what they're showing, give or take a couple of feet. That's the summary, and happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, just for context of those that are not aware, do we have history on this proposal? This is not the first time this has appeared before the Public Service or Committee?
Yeah, that is correct. There were, I believe two, I'm just going to pull up the kind of the summary of the last 20, 25 years on this site, but there was applications that came to this committee in 2013, and then again in 2015. And as well, there was one in 1998, but that was withdrawn before coming to a public hearing. In 2013, if you want a little bit of a historical background, there was an application that was for a four-story multifamily building, 65 units. In this case, the Public Service recommended support, but the Community Committee voted to reject that proposal. A couple of years later, in 2015, an applicant came back with a new design that was, again, for 65 units on a new lot, keeping the church. And that was, looks like 3 stories in height is what was proposed at that time. So they brought the height down by 1 floor. At that time, it was not supported by the Public Service. It was just like the site that they were working with was too constrained, so they had a lower building, but it was basically getting too close to the south and the west and east and north property lines. It was just like too much building for the site that they were proposing, and they weren't able to provide greater setbacks. So, yeah, that was kind of the story there. This proposal, one key difference is that there's additional land as part of the development site. Those earlier proposals were just for the Charleswood United Church property. This includes that, as well as 2 single-family properties on Roblin, immediately to the east of the church. So the building has, and the parking has a little bit more room in which to work. It is taller, you know, that's certainly a concern that we've heard, that the height is taller, but this does allow it to go up rather than out. And so it does give a little bit more setback distance from adjacent residential properties. Also, since 2015, policy direction, the city's policy direction for land use and planning generally supports medium-scaled residential development on arterial streets like Roblin, when it is considered compatible and accessible by transit, et cetera. And the policy language that we had in 2015 and 2013 was a little less specific. Our current Complete Communities also has intensification targets where 50% of residential growth is to occur in existing neighborhoods and 50% in new greenfield sites. So that's kind of a bit of a background, what's changed, and yeah.
You spoke about setbacks. What are the recommended setbacks? We'll start with from Buckingham, the existing properties on Buckingham.
Yeah. Let me just get that slide out here. So yeah, like for properties on Buckingham to the east, the distance from the building to the nearest structure on Buckingham, so like a residential structure on Buckingham, is 230 feet, is what was measured. The distance from the proposed building to the property line of those properties on Buckingham, the rear property line, is 88 and a half feet. The applicant has also provided, and they may show as well in their presentation, but they've provided those setback distances in section drawings and showing a 45-degree angular plane. So the building is not within that 45.
So then how about the Dieppe residents that would be impacted? What's the setback there?
Yeah, for the Dieppe properties that are to the west, they are 168 feet from the buildings, and then 130 feet to their property line.
Okay. And then moving north to the Polaris, to the south Polaris?
Yeah, so properties that are on Polaris have,
I guess there's actually 2 properties that abut it to the south that are technically on Dieppe, but
yeah.
in the south direction.
Yeah, so those rear yards that are on Dieppe, they're longer lots, so
Yeah.
they are 230 feet
And then
away.
how far to the houses on Polaris?
421,
421 feet?
yeah.
And is that from the property line or from the structure?
From the structure, from the back of the proposed structure.
Okay, and then the north, which would be the residents across Roblin?
Yeah. So that is a distance from the front of the building to the front of the buildings on Roblin, the houses on Roblin. It's 275 feet.
Okay,
To the property line on the north side of Roblin, it's 175, or excuse me, 170 feet.
Okay. Is there any public property that's in question here?
No, there's adjacent to this on the east is city-owned land. It's a strip of land. This is not part of the application.
Looking at ACG, turning to you, Kevin, is there any particulars that are requirements here, should this be approved, that the developer would be responsible for?
I think the biggest one to highlight would be the expansion of the regional land drainage trunk in Roblin. The developer would have the obligation to extend it so that we can continue the full range of municipal services, in which would include the piped land drainage.
What about the land drainage itself? I've heard lots of complaints about the land drainage being poor back there. I went back there and walked it myself. Is that a requirement?
So
Should this be approved?
ultimately, the two things tie into each other. It's a significant cost the developer's going to have to put forward to improve the regional land drainage, as well as pay for the future land drainage in Flackage Street. However, the pipeline drainage will allow this development to do more of an urban design with catch basins, pipes, and allow it to flow into the system. So it should relieve both because, again, they would be subject, all development permits will be subject to the lot grade bylaw, in which requires that they accommodate their drainage internally as well as accommodate existing flow.
So I'll ask the applicant, but are we talking about then essentially a fix to the land drainage issues between the proposed lot, or we'll call it the Charles United existing lot, and the Buckingham lots? Because that's where the issues are. Is that what the,
So again, because it's major redevelopment, it would be subject to the lot grade bylaw, and they would need to improve the on-site drainage to an acceptable to today's standard.
okay. And then back to, do you mind if I continue here, Councillor Lukes, or would you like to pipe in? Okay, let's talk about the height of the building. No proposal had come forward that had exceeded, we'll call it 4 stories. I'm not sure what the exact footage on that was. Why now 6 stories and the better of 70 feet?
Yeah, I mean, I would leave it to the applicant to say why 6 stories rather than 4.
But when we look at it,
Yeah,
I mean, I know there's comparables, but I don't know that there's a comparable in this particular vicinity. Did we, like, what did we look at to make the decision?
yeah, looking at the height, I mean, we did do a little, we did some comparables within a kilometer, so other developments that are elsewhere on Roblin, to the east and to the west. That's within a kilometer. I don't think, I think that certainly in the near vicinity, this is a new height, with the exception of 347 Oakdale, which is, we talked about a property next to it earlier today. That ranges, the buildings there range from 5 to 7 stories, so that would be slightly taller. Again, like this is, the earlier proposals from 10, 12 years ago were for a smaller site. There was less room in which to work. Our zoning bylaw has changed recently, so that in the RMFM zoning district, the maximum height is 70 feet. Previously it was 60. That was increased just to accommodate this form generally. So they are within that height that is allowed in the proposed zoning. Yeah, that would be, I think, and then I think in general, I think just the economics of multifamily development have changed since the 70s, 80s, when nearby examples that are like 2 to 3 stories were constructed. And our policies do support, this kind of mid-rise development on arterial streets like Roblin. However, that's where it's compatible, so it's not like just a rubber stamp of anything, but, so that's why we look into the context.
Yeah, and the pushback I'm going to give you and that the community has given me is that it's not compatible because of the surrounding streets being Buckingham, Polaris, and Dieppe. So how did the public service come to the position of supporting this development, given that there's only single-family homes surrounding it, with the exception of the place of worship?
Right. Well, that's what the setbacks that they are showing ensure that it's not too close to existing dwellings. So, that's part of how we look at it.
Okay, well, perhaps the applicant will be able to elaborate on why they chose this height as opposed to maybe what might fit better in context with the surrounding properties. Questions? Councillor Lukes, did you have something there?
Mine was just about capacity. So if this goes ahead and the developer puts in whatever sewer water upgrades they have to put in, does this open up a broader area for development?
The extension will enable future development because it will now have a full range of municipal services. There will be additional infrastructure to extend it further that is still required. So yes, but it's only the land drainage sewer that they're extending here. The sewer is not shown to be a problem.
Right, okay. So land drainage, okay. Okay, thanks.
Okay. Any other questions for the public service at this time? We will have an opportunity to ask more questions as we gather more information here. We can move on.
Okay, so first is the applicant, Jackie Wilkie, speaking in support of the application. I think Jackie's ready to go. She's joining us in person today.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Excuse me. There's going to be 3 of us doing the presentation.
We'll just wait and get your mic here. I apologize.
Oh,
Yep. I'll tell you when it's on.
is it on?
Nope, last one.
Okay, try now.
Are you able to hear me? Nope. You can stand, it's okay.
It's okay, we can get it on here. It's the,
There's going to be 3 of us presenting in succession on our presentation. I will be running the slideshow from that side over there. If we can get the mic working, it would be helpful. It'll be myself, then Susan Russell, then Jazz Kalar.
okay, and is everybody speaking as the applicant?
As the applicant, yes.
It's on.
Okay, so as we heard earlier, you'll share the 5 minutes and then request.
Oh, share?
Well,
Oh,
just ask for time.
okay, so then,
And then you would all be entitled to rebut anything that you've heard
Okay.
after, if that's what you want, or if
because
not,
our presentation is not going to be 5, it's
I hear you.
15 minutes worth of
so
time.
then you're going to ask for extensions?
Okay,
Yep,
all right, thank you.
yep, please, go ahead. Can we get this? There we go, we got the mic now.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Sorry, I need to make sure I'm sharing on Zoom for everyone. So, good afternoon. Thank you, everyone, for your time today and everyone who's come out to express their opinions today. We'd especially like to thank the administration on their work on this file. The site is located, oh, for goodness sake. Apologies. The site is located on the southeast corner of Dieppe and Roblin Boulevard at the east end of a stretch of mixed-use development along Roblin Boulevard. This includes commercial sites, restaurants, medical areas, medical offices, as well as civic offices and the fire department. Along Roblin Boulevard, there is both a connector route and a commuter or community bus route that run with bus stops at Dieppe. There is also a low-stress bike route on Eldridge, which is very close to the site for a connection to it. The first part we'd like to talk about is the need for this type of housing in the area. There's a great need for 55-plus apartments in Charleswood. The current market has a number of, or a great need for people aging in place. An example is the Oakdale 55-plus residence, which has reached 98% lease in under 2 years, demonstrating the tremendous need for seniors housing. The largest projected growth by age group over the next 10 years in the city are those that are going to be aged 55-plus. The question is why this location? This is ideally suited for 55-plus residents because of the large site where we are able to do generous setbacks to the adjacent residential community or residential houses. It's along Roblin Boulevard, and the access will be directly off of Roblin Boulevard with a new left turn lane and median cut. The existing servicing capacity supports development for this area with both the water and wastewater, and land drainage improvements will be done on-site and in the regional land drainage. There's also proximity to shopping, and there's the perimeter of the existing trees that is a key factor in this site. We'd also like to note that we are 100% in agreement with the administrative report and all the requirements that are within it. As part of the process for this development, we've done public engagement that included 2 public open houses. The first open house had an initial concept with a taller building and parking that connected through from Roblin to Dieppe. Which we then heard from the community that they were not in favor of those key points, and a revised plan was provided for the second open house. From the first open house, the concerns were building height, density, and traffic, which we believe we've worked to accommodate within the site. In the second open house, we had 114 participants with 69 surveys filled out. And the questions were asked if we had responded to the concerns on no additional traffic on Dieppe, which was accommodated with having only the church access Dieppe, ensuring that having land drainage controls on the site, having the building height reduced from the 10 stories down to a 6-story building, pedestrian safety increasing, having a walkway added along the church property to connect from Dieppe to Roblin as well. Following the open house, we also had communications on the website and email responses to those who sent in questions to the development team. So a summary of the site and the design modifications that were done from those open houses. Building height reduced to 6 stories and placed so that it is close to Roblin as possible. Building length has been reduced to increase the setback to the south. Density, we've reduced from 180 units down to 132 on the site. For parking, there's 2 additional vehicles from what is required at the 1.5 stalls per unit. Setbacks, we are exceeding setbacks on the east side. Required would be 20 feet, and we're providing 56. On the south side, a requirement would be 25 feet, and we're providing 260 feet to the property lines. For traffic, as mentioned, we're access will only be from Roblin Boulevard with a new left turn and median cut that's been supported by City of Winnipeg Public Works Department. This ensures that Dieppe Road and the Dieppe intersection are not as adversely impacted. As mentioned by the administration, the plan is supported through the planning context of our Winnipeg 2045 and Complete Communities, looking at the maximum building height in a recent community being mid-height of approximately 75 feet, and we're within that on this site. So in review of the design vision, we have, if I can have another
Move for extension?
extension?
For extension?
Thank you.
Moved by Counselor Dobson of
I mean, that's
5 minutes.
5 minutes?
Okay.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Please continue.
So on the site, we have 132 suites, including adaptable and universally accessible suites, parking in excess of the requirement by 2, building and parking setbacks that are in excess of the requirements, landscaping in excess of the requirements, access only from Roblin, retention of the existing perimeter trees, which we think is a key portion to this, and a building design that creates a visual interest and aesthetics to the neighborhood. I'm going to turn it over to Susan for the next portion of the site.
Thanks, Jackie. My portion of the presentation will speak to more of the details of the site design, specifically with regards to parking, building and parking setbacks, and landscaping. So the next slide demonstrates that we have parking in excess of the city requirements, both vehicular and bike, 2 extra parking stalls for cars, and we have 60 bike parking spaces, including 40 secure interior spaces, and we have 20 exterior spaces, so a total of 60, and only 27 are required. In addition, the developers are committed to improving the public pedestrian environment, as Jackie had demonstrated or had spoken to, with 3 features: that new sidewalk between the existing trees on the west side of the church property to provide a green connection uninterrupted by commercial driveways to the Roblin sidewalk. A push-button activated pedestrian crosswalk at the 4820 driveway is proposed, and speed bumps on the driveway to reduce speed of exiting traffic at the crosswalk. The developers are also committed to not increasing traffic on Dieppe through landscape buffers that do not permit through traffic to Dieppe through the church lot, and all access to and from 482 Roblin is via Roblin with that new left turn lane that Jackie was talking about. With regards to setbacks in excess of the city requirements, the building setback, shown in red on the slide, and the parking setback, shown in blue, exceed city requirements. For example, you've got 260 feet when only 25 feet is required on the south side. You've got a minimum of 56 feet when only 20 feet is required on the east side. And parking, similarly, you've got 40 feet on the south side when only 8 feet is required. These increased setbacks permit 3 critical context-sensitive site design features. The first is the retention of the mature perimeter trees on the north, east, and west, and the wooded area or forested area on the south. The second is situating the building so that it is so far away as possible from adjacent residential properties and dwellings. And thirdly, this provides a more gradual transition from the property line in terms of building massing and potential effect on adjacent properties. All building setbacks are well within the 45-degree angular plane that is used by planning to test context-sensitive building heights. The site sections on the next 3 slides illustrate these extraordinarily large building setbacks and the very large distances between the proposed building and adjacent homes. Section A at Roblin illustrates that you have proposed building setbacks of over 65 feet to the east property line. That is more than 3 times what is required. The distance between the proposed building and the existing garage, the existing home on the south side of Roblin, is more than 94 feet, including over 40 feet of landscape buffer. And then the proposed building was set back from Roblin so that it would not be directly across from the existing home. Section B, from the north side of Roblin, illustrates the building setback to the Roblin property line varies from minimum 60 feet to 80 feet, and you have 170 feet to the property line, and you have 275 feet, more than 275 feet to the building. Section C, slide 11, from Cole Dieppe, Distance between the building and the existing home on the east side of Dieppe is over 168 feet and 130 feet to the property line. Distance between the building and existing garage of the existing home on the west side of Buckingham is over 180 feet. Slide 12, Section D, distance between the proposed building and the existing home on the west side of Dieppe is over 230 feet. Section E, from Polaris, the distance between the proposed building and existing home on Polaris is 421 feet and includes over 200 feet depth of wooded area. Your property line is also, your building setback line is 32 times what is required.
Sorry,
All
what was
sections
that?
also illustrate,
I didn't hear you. How many times?
32 times.
32.
All sections also illustrate that the building is well within the 45-degree angular plane that planning uses to test context-sensitive building height. We had an arborist report done. We have a total of 383 trees that we are retaining on site that are going to be preserved and protected. That includes the 24-meter and 12-meter deep section of forested area that will be untouched by construction. We are also doing, the next slide, Jackie, additional planting of 54 trees, 36 coniferous and 18 deciduous on the residential site, and 19 trees, 15 coniferous and 4 deciduous on the church site for a total of 73 new trees. One sentence.
Motion for another 2 minutes? Or-
Well, we need 5 minutes for
Okay,
Jazz
5
too.
minutes. Motion for 5
Yeah.
minutes.
Yeah, because I'll be 2 seconds. And so with
Need
the,
a suspension of the
Suspend
rules.
the rules.
All in
Sorry.
favor?
Aye.
Aye.
so
Opposed, carried, extension of time of 5 minutes. All
Sorry.
in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, carried, please continue.
so the tree preservation credit is more than 1,530 trees. You add to that the trees that we're putting in, that's the equivalent of 1,600 trees on this site. So we are being very sensitive to the environment. Thank you. Go ahead, Jazz. Oh, sorry, Jazz will now speak about the variances and conditional use required to maintain the church and its parking, the building design, and the critical site servicing opportunities.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jazz Kalar. I'm with Exemplar Developments. Thank you for the opportunity to allow me to speak in support of this application today. The area within 1 kilometer of the Charleswood United Church and the proposed residence features a combination of single-family R1, commercial C2, and some RMF zoned districts. We are proposing to subdivide the subject site into 2 lots, Lot 1 being the multifamily site, and having it zoned to RMF-M to allow the 55-plus residences. No variances are required for that lot. Lot 2, the church site, 2 variances will be required, one for the east side yard, reducing 4 feet to 1.5 feet, and then the overall parking requirement of 116 parking stalls be reduced to what currently exists, 102. Conditional use is required to maintain the church. The next slide here shows some conceptual building elevations. Similar to the Oakdale Residence project, which myself, Exemplar Developments, and Keith Merkel, who can join us today from EdgeCorp, developed at 365 Oakdale Drive. We're proposing a 6-story concrete and steel structure with underground parking, and the building height would be 66.5 feet. And the building colors and materials are to be confirmed at plan approval if approved. Sorry. Amenities, what you see here on the screen are renderings of the Oakdale project. These were done before construction commenced, and you can see that they look very similar to what we've built. You have a rendering of the multi-use space and the gym. This building will also include a multi-purpose room, a gym, underground parking, 66 spots, accessible and universally designed suites. Site services. Both water and wastewater services have adequate capacity, and the proposed development optimizes the existing infrastructure. When it comes to land drainage, we will upgrade the regional land drainage system along Roblin to accommodate the proposed development, and this benefits the surrounding community. In addition, we will improve the land drainage on-site with catch basins within the treat area, parking lots, which will also improve land drainage for the surrounding area and also improve the health of the existing trees. In conclusion, the need. There's a great need for 55-plus apartment units in Charleswood, the target market, to allow residents to age in place with adaptable, accessible, and universally designed suites. Very few options exist right now. The largest projected growth by age group over the next 10 years in the city of Winnipeg are those aged 55 and over, so the need will only increase, and this is from a city document. The Oakdale residences reached 98% lease rate in less than 2 years. We had a total of 270 units. The last building completed construction this past July. Out of the 270, we only have 5 units that are not rented. Why this site? It's a large site that allows generous setbacks from existing single-family residents. The existing servicing capacity for water, wastewater, land drainage, once they're upgraded, support the development. Access directly onto Roblin, and the existing traffic capacity supports this development. Fronting Roblin allows for daily transit services. This site is in close proximity to active transportation, shopping, restaurants, medical, dental, gym. The Charleswood 55 active living center is 900 meters away. We have a perimeter of mature trees, an existing place of worship next door. The collaborative process with the City of Winnipeg and Charleswood community has helped shape this development plan. As such, extension, couple of minutes?
Motion for another 4 minutes.
4?
4, sure.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
To help shape this development plan as such, we reduced the building height to 6 stories, so the majority of the building is within the existing tree canopy. We've reduced the length of the building by 35 feet, thus impacting the residents less. We've reduced the density from 180 to 132 units. We exceed the city's parking standards by 2 spots. We have 200 instead of 198, including 66 underground parking stalls. Setbacks for building and parking either meet or exceed the city requirement. The required for the building setback to Roblin is 60 feet. We match that in order to have the building as close as possible to Roblin and increasing the setback to the south. The east side yard setback to building is 56, where the required is 20. South yard setback is 260 to the property line, and required is 25, and it's greater to the building structures. Traffic access only from Roblin with new left and medium cut. This is supported by the City of Winnipeg Public Works Department. Ensures that Dieppe and the Dieppe intersection are not affected. One last thing, why 6 stories? There's a land drainage issue in this area. In order to offset that cost, you need a certain number of units. In order to have the setbacks that the residents require and not have 4-story going 20 or 25 feet to the property line, you have to go higher. And those are the reasons for why it's 6-story. That's the end of my presentation.
Any questions for us?
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate the initial response about the 6 stories. So when the presentation to the community initially came forward, I believe it was at 10 stories?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so that was quickly whittled down. Why did it land on 6 stories?
Again, through our conversations with the Public Works, figuring out the cost, the height of the existing tree canopy, and looking at the metrics of what we built in the past at Oakdale and the setbacks that were required as a combination of that 45-degree planners guideline.
Was there any feedback provided that encouraged you folks to go to a 4-story height?
There was, and if we had done 4 stories, we would have to spread it out a little more. So we're not getting the setbacks that residents were looking for.
And we would have more we would be taking down more trees because we would need to make sure that we were having the parking standards as well met. By taking up more room with the building, we would have less room for parking. So it's finding the balance between the two.
Okay. So some concessions that you had made to meet the community's demands. I obviously followed this closely. Can you walk through some of the concessions that were made that you can qualify as amenities or just, additional things that were not originally in your proposal?
Yeah, by reducing the length of the building and reconfiguring the design of the units, we were able to save more trees. By solving the land drainage issue, some of those trees there's a health concern because of the drainage. We're adding catch basins in the parking lot and in the treed areas to ensure they're healthier.
Yeah, and just to that point, so when we are very cognizant of the fact that we have to maintain all of our drainage on our site, but by us doing that, our parking lot, we will not be raising the grade around the base of the trees, otherwise we will lose them. So those trees are going to be lower. We will have catch basins in those areas that will pick up drainage as well from the adjacent areas. And our arborist report was very clear about the fact that there was about 30% of the trees that are on the site are dead or dying because of standing water. So we will assist in alleviating that. Not only that, we're alleviating the immediate area drainage problems and improving the health of all the surrounding trees. I didn't get a chance to get into that because time was tight. So we're doing that, which is great for the environment, as well as the regional land drainage sewer, which provides the opportunity for broader neighborhood land drainage improvements.
And if we're doing 4-story buildings, it's going to be wood. We want to do something of higher quality, much like Oakdale. So this is concrete and steel. And then we were talking about areas once they're subdivided. The church lot upon subdivision will be 1.99 acres, and the proposed Lot 1 multifamily would be 2.59. Just wanted to clarify that.
Sorry, if I could just get some more detail on the question I asked. So I know that the adjacent school currently uses that. Obviously, there's several issues with that liability comes with. Is that going to be affected, like their ability? I know that obviously, again, there's liability, but let's just be frank about it. Is that opportunity for them to use a space that exists there going to be removed?
That we can't speak for the church, but it seems to be that the students are walking across the street using a portion of the forested area in the church property. That will remain. It'd just be further south a little bit, but most of that remains.
24-meter depth.
24-meter depth. The other concern residents brought up was the traffic and on Dieppe and the intersection. That's been alleviated. Initial design showed the 2 parking lots for the church and proposed site were connected. That's been taken away. It's closed off. There's no through traffic.
How are we going to prevent people from cutting across?
Fenced off.
And existing trees and new trees planted. So there's a big landscape buffer between the two, including a fence.
So you will not be able to
You will not be
travel
able to go
across?
across.
Nope.
Okay, and then I noted there in your presentation that you built some sort of, I would assume it's a private sidewalk and not a public sidewalk on the
We're
church property?
So
Yes.
there was a concern brought up by the school that some of the students walk from Dieppe School down to another school down Roblin, and it was too close to that intersection. So the church, along with us, decided to build a safer pathway through the church property and then coming onto Roblin. But as they cross our medium, our approach will have flashing lights. So it's safe for these kids to cross.
Push button activated.
Push button activated.
Okay. I have other questions about the setbacks, but I'll let Councillor Lutz ask. a question
Sure,
here.
so I just wanted to ask, you said you were going to put some drainage into the forest then? Catch basins in the
We
forest?
will have catch basins in the forest on our property.
Right, okay. Okay, we did that in Bridgewater. It actually worked really well.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know how they got them in there, but you'll be in the middle
can
of the
do it.
forest and there'll be a catch basin, right? So, okay, I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay. Okay, so let's get to the heart of the matter here. We have residents that are surrounding this property that never in their wildest dreams would have expected a 6-story building to be proposed. So what do we say to those people, especially, I would say the most impacted, the one neighbor right on Roblin and the neighbors on Buckingham, who literally will have this in their backyards? How are we going to do our best to make this so it's not a walled appearance at the back of their property?
And just, what's the distance again between the building and their houses on Buckingham?
On Buckingham?
Is it Buckingham you're
It's
wanting?
over, let me just grab it.
From the building to the house that's actually facing onto Roblin is 94 feet. Those on Buckingham are at, one moment, please, 232 feet.
Back of house to front of building?
Front of building, yeah.
Distance between the two, yeah.
So that's what we did. You know, we increased the setbacks and that 45-degree plan guidance. No property is affected by that. And we're well within the mature existing tree canopy.
Yes, we are. And we're adding coniferous trees all the way along that east property line.
And that east property line is also the property line with the City of Winnipeg strip land, which was to remain. So there's a strip of land that has fully treed along the back of the houses on Buckingham that will remain.
And then, obviously, I've had complaints about light pollution now, where there was none. I mean, if this is approved, what is that going to look like? Is their entire property going to be lit up like an airport now? Like, how are those types of things mitigated?
No, city requirements are light cutoff at property lines. So the parking lot lights are not allowed to extend beyond property line. You will see windows lit up in people's homes. That's not going to change. But the parking lot lights have to be fully contained within the property.
The light spread.
Okay, and that can be done through certain types of
Cutoffs,
lights?
yeah.
Like, I mean,
Both with cutoffs as well as LED lights that have directional modules within each of the light heads. They can be directed to the required
similar to the
location.
outdoor rinks and ball.
Outdoor rinks, as well as the new lights that we've seen from Manitoba Hydro along our streets, where they are not
Not the purple one.
Not the purple ones, but the other ones. But the purple ones are funky.
Don't require the same lumen levels either.
No,
for-
it's not as high. The lighting is at a lower level, so it will not have as far of a spread.
Okay, and then how about to contain the property? Is there a perimeter fence around the parking lot and drive aisle? Existing fences, are those going to be replaced if it, or is it just going to be on your property? Walk me through how that's going to look.
We didn't contemplate that to that detail, but what we normally do and will do is put a perimeter fence on our side of the property so we can maintain it.
And we're talking 6'6", like the max height?
Max height, 6'6". But as we approach Roblin, we might have to drop it just for
Front yard.
front yard, and then, so it's safe for individuals to turn.
Right.
In the front 60 feet, it has to be 4 feet high.
Okay. And just for confirmation, in the parking portion, sorry, I've left the presentation here. In the parking portion of your proposal here, are there any cars that are going to face
Homes on Buckingham, no.
Yeah, Buckingham?
No, we did have that originally, but we switched it around.
Okay. However, there will be a fence that will run
Yes.
the length of
Yeah.
the property. And that fence will go at the back of the parking lot as well? That, technically backs onto Dieppe properties, but we're talking in the direction of Polaris?
Yeah, yes. And we also included speed bumps all the way, not just at the crosswalk, but all the way along that driveway to reduce the speed of cars. Slow-moving cars do not carry as much noise.
Okay.
So we were mindful of that as well.
Okay, so then the land drainage piece between the proposal and Buckingham is a nightmare. I went in there, like you said, killing off lots of trees.
Lots of trees.
Typically, when you build up land mass, it will kill more trees. So you've talked about catch basins, I would assume that you would have to create a swale of some sort to carry the water out to Roblin or to a catch basin?
It would be
And goes?
catch basins within the parking lot. So the parking lot will be designed with catch basins to retain and transmit to Roblin all of the surface drainage from the impervious surfaces. The pervious surfaces, the grade at the base of the existing trees, we cannot change. So we will be putting a catch basin, definitely one at the back, and then probably two along that east side to pick up the drainage that is currently collecting the water, the stormwater that's collecting in that area and killing the trees.
But there's also that control strip that the city has that runs
Yep.
the length.
Yep,
all
so
the way
it'll
out
pick,
to
it'll pick
Polaris.
up the drainage from there as well. Like an initial review of that property shows that it collects in there.
Okay, so just run me through, how will that work? Like, you're not proposing to improve the control strip that the city owns there? So
No,
how
but
will
to-
it be improved?
But to provide catch basins that will pick up, they will
It'll
de
be
facto
graded, yeah. Yeah.
It'll pick up the drainage from there.
Yeah.
The land that is on the city strip is not going to be lower than the catch basins that we are putting in.
That site right now is high. It needs to be brought down. So fill will be removed, and then it'll be graded in a manner engineered so it all drains to the catch basins and then to the street.
Okay, well, let's, any questions? I'm going to continue if not, sorry. Okay, looking at Roblin Boulevard now, the proposal of the median cut there. How are we going to prevent people from turning left out of the proposal here, heading westbound?
Signage, and it's left turn only into the site and right out.
And is this something that the developer will take on to reconstruct that median?
Yes.
So will there actually, can that median be constructed so that it prevents left-hand turns?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
So you have a loading lane that when I first came into office, all I heard about was how busy it was, how dangerous it was turning southbound onto Dieppe. We installed a turn signal which seems to have mitigated the issues. Will this median cut interfere with that loading lane?
No. we
No.
have
No, it extends that loading
engineer-
lane?
written engineering-
Extends the
written
loading
engineering.
lane?
It extends it. If we're looking
Ours
at
is separate.
sheet 5, we have a diagram of the proposed median cut where we are extending the stacking lane to our point where we're doing our cut through and beyond so that we have the ability to turn into the site.
This has been reviewed by the city and approved in principle. Yeah.
Designed by Stephen Chapman from Moore.
Yeah.
Okay, so then to the east, there's another loading lane to head northbound on Roblin. I mean, this is more of a public service question, but do you foresee issues stemming now at Buckingham where everybody's U-balling it around to head west? And how would we mitigate that?
No, I don't.
Around.
Because you're going to come out, and if you want to go towards the perimeter in any fashion, you can't turn around at Roblin and Grant. You have to go
They have to continue on and,
at
yeah,
Buckingham,
they have to go and find an appropriate place to turn.
which the first option is Buckingham. Okay. What was the feedback that you received from École Dieppe on this development?
Sorry, from who?
The school, Dieppe School.
School was concerned with the crossing, children's safety, added traffic on Dieppe. So we've alleviated that, and we're adding a private sidewalk through the church and our property. Those were the two concerns.
To assist with this.
Yeah.
And adding in, they were also concerned about the kids crossing the driveway, and that's why we added in the push-button activated crossing on the driveway.
All right, we have lots of folks to hear from. Is there any other questions at this point in time? No, obviously you'll have an opportunity to come back. but-
Absolutely.
And at what time, which
Thank
time we
you.
could ask more questions. Appreciate your
Thank you.
presentation.
Okay, next to speak is Bruce McDonald in support of the application, and after Bruce will be John Oldham and Janet Goddard and Keith Merkel. So if you'd like to make a move now.
Yeah, if you heard your name, you can come down. There's a bench here behind the podium that you can sit at and wait if you're not first on the list. Okay. So up first is Bruce McDonald.
Is Bruce here with us today? No?
Do we have a Bruce McDonald? No? Okay, next on our list.
Where is he? Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Welcome, Mr. McDonald. You're up first, and then up after that, just we'll have John,
Oldham.
Janet, and Keith.
Yep.
You'll have 5 minutes, please, when you're ready.
Chairman Duncan, committee members, my name is Bruce McDonald. My wife and I moved to Winnipeg in 2012. We came here because of family. Like many people in southwestern Manitoba, we thought Winnipeg, excuse me, was a place of heavy traffic, high crime, and unfriendly neighborhoods. These preconceived stereotypes meant our search for a house was a search for a home in a friendly, welcoming, secure neighborhood. When we found a house we liked, we went for a walk to measure the sense of community. After finding us several houses we liked, only for us to tell them the neighborhood didn't measure up, our realtor recommended Charleswood. He showed us 99 Waterhouse Bay. We loved the house, and as was our custom, we went for a walk of discovery. The area exceeded our expectations. One conversation with a young family stands out. The mother had grown up in Charleswood, and she wanted to move back so her children could grow up in the same wonderful community. Pat and I knew that we had found our Norman Rockwell village. We're both somewhat small C conservative by nature. When we love something, like a home in an area with a small town feel, we want to preserve it the way it is. High-rise apartment blocks were alien to our Norman Rockwell painting. They belong in the downtown core area. Little did we know the paradigm shift in our thinking that was in store for us. Bill Palmer was our backyard neighbor. He was chair of the Masons Lifelease project behind 4816 Roblin. He was passionate about the project. Part of his passion was personal. His lungs and his knees were failing him. He wanted to downsize and, most importantly, remain in Charleswood. The Masons' proposal was only 2 stories, and it was a fit for our Norman Rockwell village. We wanted Bill to have his dream. It was denied. Our opposition to high-rise apartments was weakening. When we were driving to the open house about 4816, our thoughts were with Bill. He'd passed away before he found a new place in Charleswood. Since Bill's proposal for a 2-story life lease was declined, we were confident that EdgeCorp's 6-story proposal would meet a similar fate, and our Norman Rockwell village would not change. Then we saw EdgeCorp's proposal. We saw how it accommodated people with disabilities, and we were on board. At the open house, I noticed a lady I affectionately dubbed Walker Lady, standing in front of a display, leaning on her walker and looking distraught. Later, as I was filling out my survey form, Walker Lady joined me at my table. She was still distraught. I want to share her story with you and do so with care and caution. I do not know Walker Lady's name, and even if I did, I would not share it. I will only share part of her story. To explain this reluctance, I need to go back to the Bill Palmer story. Bill often talked about his disappointment over the failure of the Masons' life lease. Their proposal's only access was from Dieppe. A lady was willing to sell her home so that the Masons would have access. Bill was haunted by how this lady was shunned and harassed by some of the people opposed to the Masons project. I do not want Walker's Lady to face this same fate. Here's a Reader's Digest version. She and her husband had moved to Charleswood many decades ago. She developed mobility issues, and he was her caregiver. Sadly, he'd passed away, and she was alone. She wanted to downsize. 4816 met her mobility needs. She'd overheard some negative comments about the project ruining Charleswood. I think she was taking the comments personally. her need for accessible housing was being rejected. Suddenly, I desperately wanted our Norman Walpole painting to change. I wanted it to include a space for people like Bill Palmer, for Walker Lady, and for Charleswood residents who are considering downsize and need accessible housing. Many of those opposing this development will wish, as they get older, that they had supported it. The need is great. Oakdale filled up with lightning speed, and 4816 will fill in a nanosecond. I encourage you to approve this project.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Yes, Councilor Lukes. Mr. McDonald, we just have a question from Councilor Lukes, if you don't mind. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Like, it just brings tears to my eyes because what you're saying resonates with me, with my family, my older parents. Where do you live in relation to this development?
I live at 4314 Grant, just a few blocks away.
Right,
Actually, halfway between it and Oakdale.
right. Okay. No, I really appreciate your comments and the Norman Rockwell painting changes, right? It
Yeah,
changes.
exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, next is John Wesley Oldham, to be heard in support of the application.
Greetings. Can I do a sound check? Can people hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, because sometimes up there,
I know.
for us,
I know.
for us people with hearing aids, it's
Hey,
very challenging,
I'm
isn't it?
there with you here. I got my earpiece on.
I'm not trying to speak to the audience either, but thank you for giving me the opportunity as a member of Charleswood United Church to present today. I have two confessions. One is that as a former United Church minister for 30 years, I'm tempted to turn this podium into a pulpit, so you can understand that.
You got 4 minutes.
Yeah. The other confession is that my wife and I have voted for you, Janice, many times, living in White Ridge.
Oh, there you go.
The last time I was here was 33 years ago, and maybe some of you were. And I had the honor and the privilege of introducing and offering the prayer of installation or the prayer of invocation for the only woman mayor of the city.
Wow.
Susan Thompson. So it's good to be back. I'm speaking from my experience as a pastor with many people in my congregations over the years who were facing financial limitations in their retirement and housing challenges. My core message is this. People who have lived in Charleswood all these years should have the opportunity to stay in Charleswood in their older years. That's the core message I present, and you've heard it in different ways. And also people who are no longer able, for whatever reason, financial or physical, to live in a nice suburban home, a bungalow or a two-story home. I'll give you an example of a woman in her 70s. Here, I shouldn't confess her age. She's given me permission to use her name. Her name is Sharon. She's sitting up here in the far corner, second row up. She's been here since 10 o'clock this morning, and she's committed to this cause. So she's my example, who I'm speaking for in many ways. She's a devoted member of our congregation, former choir member, long time, for many decades, member of the Charleswood Legion. And as recently as November the 11th, she organized many of us from our church to come and sing at the high school for the remembrance service at Oak Park. Now, my wife and I sit across from Sharon. I was sitting beside her today, but sitting across from her in the pews at the church, across the aisle. And we've noticed that she has some health issues. She has some mobility issues, and she relies on a walker and a security guard that helped her get in here. So that's the background. After worship on Sunday passed, I told her I'd be speaking today. And she eagerly, feistily responded with these words, "Tell them I want to be the first on the list to move in." So she's keen. Until recently, she lived in Charleswood for years and years and years, and now resides in, get this, Transcona. Can you imagine the logistics of getting up at 7 in the morning to get the 10 a.m. worship and get the buses and the transfers, and you get the picture. And I'm sure she's not the only one who has lived most of their lives here, as many in this gathering who are opposed to this building, who would like to find affordable housing in the area when they need to downsize. My question to those who are opposed to the development is, would you like to live in the area when you can no longer live in your suburban home? And I'd like to add a paragraph from Bruce's presentation. In 2022, he and his wife, Pat, moved to the community called Fairmount Woods. That's at 4314 Grant, not far away from the complex. And on their walks up on Oakdale, and you had a presentation this morning at which we heard about Oakdale's developments, they met neighboring homeowners of the development there. Initially, they expressed concerns to Pat and to Bruce about the project and how it would adversely affect the area. However, as the project developed, some of their apprehensions were relieved. They liked the improved drainage, the sidewalk going all the way to Grant, the landscaping, and arranging by the owners to have staff park not on Oakdale. They also had conversations. Is my time up?
That's your time. Are you almost done?
Yes.
Okay.
I have 3 more lines.
Okay, please, wrap up there and we'll.
Thank you.
We won't need.
They also talked to current tenants in the new complex. One was from rural Manitoba. He said he had to choose between Headingley or Charleswood. He chose our community of Charleswood because he otherwise would be in the Southern Health region, living in Headingley, and he'd have to go by ambulance all the way to Winkler rather than the Grace Hospital. Thank you for listening to me. And I salute you for your patience. You thanked us for our patience. We salute you for your patience since 10 o'clock this morning, and look forward to your ongoing deliberations and wish you well in your decision-making.
Thank you very much. Any questions at all? Thank you for your time and your presentation. Much appreciated. Maybe we can queue up a few other people?
Yep. Sorry, the next is Janet Goddard to speak in support of the application. After Janet will be Keith Merkel, and then Sherry Mooney, Eric Jensen, and Sandy Kluka. So if you'd like to make your way down, if you heard your name.
And Janet, before you start, I just wanted to ask folks, I know that 5 minutes is it's not a lot of time, but if we could do our very best to stick to it. We do have many people here, and clearly we're going to go into the evening. Janet, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And thank you for this opportunity to speak in favor of the development at 4820 Roblin Boulevard. My name is Janet Goddard. I'm a 40-year-plus resident of Charleswood, a member of Charleswood United Church, and one person of the 3-person team from Charleswood United that worked closely and is still working closely with Fred Douglass Society to facilitate the sale of our properties. I'm in favor of the development as proposed for 2 reasons. One, the financial impact that it could have on Charleswood United Church, and because it provides an opportunity for a place to remain in Charleswood. But first, about Charleswood United Church. More than 400 people participate in weekly worship services, and almost 1,300 homes are under pastoral care through Charleswood United Church, almost every one of those homes in Charleswood. Our 2025 budget was just under $500,000. That includes salary, maintenance, taxes, utilities. The repayment of a loan in 2024, we replaced the roof at the cost of $400,000. It also includes outreach initiatives. For example, we recently paid student fees for 57 students in Charleswood whose families were unable to afford them. That's the greatest ask we've ever had. And we also support inner-city ministries like One Just City, Pimachikamak. We're currently putting together 57 Christmas cheerboard hampers for the Charleswood and surrounding areas. And CUC supports United Church of Canada's mission and social action as well in Canada and across the globe. That 2025 budget did not include $110,000 to replace the boiler, which gave up after 65 years and had to be replaced this summer, nor did it include $10,000 for repairs to the parking lot when a sinkhole appeared. These are the realities of an aging facility, and there are also some realities related to an aging congregation. And like so many places of worship, Charleswood United Church's congregation is aging and our numbers are shrinking. And as we look to the future of continuing our work in Charleswood, the sale of the land and the endowment it will provide allows the church to continue its ministry, continues to serve, and to look forward to expanding our reach. My second point is about this development creating a place to remain in Charleswood. More confession coming at you. I was not aware of the shortage of rental spaces in Charleswood until I learned about it through the development of Oakdale Drive. And I was initially, understatement, very opposed to the senior residences of Oakdale. My transition from opposition to acceptance is the foundation of my support for 4820 Roblin Boulevard. We live on Marlton Crescent. Our backyard backs onto the house on Oakdale, immediately across from the entrance to the seniors' residence, so I can see all 3 apartment blocks. I called the apartment development absurd and cried it would steal my sunrise. My opposition gave way when I started to hear so many people very excited about the prospect of moving into the Oakdale apartments. A former neighbor lives there. Another neighbor's 2 sisters are considering a move there. And then I took my own sister-in-law to see the display suite when it became immediately obvious that she needed to move closer to us immediately. People I know from Charleswood United Church put their names on the wait list, and they were so happy to be able to downsize and yet still remain in Charleswood. That testimony of people I respect and care for has forced me to reconsider my position and think beyond myself. That move to acceptance was happening concurrent as we considered selling the property at Charleswood United Church for development. And another confession, I was really reluctant to work with Edge Corp and Exemplar because they were the Oakdale developers. But through many meetings with Keith and Jazz, I've had to change my stance there too. They have met with the congregation and answered questions patiently and forthrightly. I watched them at the community open houses, which were very challenging. They managed it all very professionally. And I have noted that they have incorporated so many of the requests into the project based on input from the church, neighbors, school, and daycare. It's my observation of their actions that has changed my opinion, and I'm grateful that they're the ones we're working with. So in conclusion, I support the development because of the endowment it will create for Charleswood United Church, and because it may create a place for me and my husband to remain when it comes time for us to sell our house. And oh, I wanted to add, the development on Oakdale did not actually steal my sunrise. Thank you.
Any questions at all? Seeing none, thank you very much, Janet. We'll queue up a few more.
Yeah.
So who is in the queue and who would you like to have in the queue?
So Keith Merkel is next to speak. So if Sherry Mooney, Eric Jensen, Sandy Kluka could come down, please.
And
so that you'll
Keith
be
is
ready
not with us today,
okay.
I think is what Jas had
Keith's
said
not
there.
here? Okay, so next we'll hear from Sherry Mooney, and then if Eric, Sandy, and Steiny Hibbert could also come down. Is Sherry Mooney here? Okay,
Yes, she is.
great.
All right.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I am Sherry Mooney. I'm the past president of the Charleswood Active Living Center and a resident of 357 Oakdale Drive. As past president of an older adult member organization, I have been aware for the last 10-plus years of the shortage of housing options for older adults in Charleswood. We would annually see members having to leave our community and our center to find suitable housing when it came time for them to move on from their long-term Charleswood home. These members presented as heartbroken at the idea of having to leave their beloved community, but also unable to manage well in their housing situation. A very untenable dilemma. Many would state intentions of keeping up their social connections, but many found the distance back to the center and the community, the public transit options, as well as their seasonal driving abilities, made this goal both short-lived and sporadic. Unfortunately, we also saw these individuals fail after losing a significant component of their social and emotional supports. Several became isolated, lonely, and feeling hopeless. Prior to the development of the residences of Oakdale, there was only one 55-plus life lease in Charleswood that had a 10-year waiting list. In 2022, when we looked at both national and local housing stocks, we found recommendations that Charleswood needed over 900 units by 2028. The 270 in Oakdale is a mere drop in the bucket. Charleswood is, as been mentioned previously, the fastest growing aging population in our city. We spent last week at Safeway marketing and selling Grey Cup tickets, and I can attest to that because most of the people that came in were over 55. Charleswood is, the statistics were not surprising to the center members and staff who saw firsthand how many people could not find suitable housing in our community. These 270 units have helped, but they're nowhere near what we need. I believe it is commonly understood in 2025 and well documented that the more social supports an individual has, the healthier and more independent they remain throughout their lifespan. This is especially true for older adults. Healthy, independent older adults use less healthcare resources, which is a benefit for all community members. Chronic diseases are better managed with supportive exercise programs, support groups, and peer support in the individual's home community. In Charleswood, we have these supports to assist older adults to remain active, engaged, and productive into their later years. Research on healthy aging is very clear that these factors are so important and most important when people do it in their home communities. Now I will speak as a resident of the Oakdale complex. When it came time for my husband and I to sell our home on McDowell, there was no options for us to remain in Charleswood, the community that had been our home since 1991. We left the community planning to return in 2025, but those 3 years still represented significant losses for us. We lost fitness levels, daily connections, and the opportunity to both provide and receive support from friends and neighbors. The trips to the library, grocery store, bank, and businesses were no longer a social outing for us. We felt displaced, like we were out of our element, isolated and disconnected. When we moved back into our new home last April, these feelings fell away. We were home. The complex is well-built, safe, secure, accessible, adaptable, and like the new one at 4820 Roblin will be. We are now only 4 blocks away from where we used to live in a beautifully treed, well-maintained complex with easy access to all needed amenities. The Hart Trail, the Parkway, Assiniboine Forest being some of our favorite fitness options to walk and cycle. A wonderful byproduct of coming home to a new housing development is the strong sense of community that developed and is now in full force in our new community. Could I have 1 minute?
Sure. Do we have an extension here?
Yeah, motion for 1 minute.
Okay. All in favor?
The sense of community evolves spontaneously and naturally. We are all older, mature adults making a very similar transition together. Many of us support each other in these challenges, share strategies, teach each other how to use our new appliances, share happy hours, game nights, sports events, rides, and we're planning our upcoming holiday parties. This sense of community will be replicated in 4820 Roblin as a new group of older adults finds their safe, accessible, communal home. The camaraderie and respect and support has been recognized by many of our residents. One who moved in this spring after going on to his winter home and losing his spouse. He came back to his home, his large 4-bedroom family home, and he couldn't face the memories and the pain. He tells me every time I see him how lucky he feels to have moved into Oakdale, where he is making new friends, new memories, and finds hope that his life too is not over. This sense of community will be replicated and is so important for all older adults. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Not so much a question for you, Sherry, but just full disclosure. I truly appreciate all the work that you did do as president of the Active Living Center in Charleswood. It's a key piece of the puzzle that keeps Charleswood what it is and makes it so desirable and for years to come. So thank you very much for your service there, and I hope you enjoy your new residence there.
You're most welcome.
Councillor Lukes.
And I just want to thank you for figuring out how to get the Charleswood seniors into that development. That was great, too. Good on you.
I have one more request. My friend Sandy had to leave because the parking app is not working.
Oh.
And she couldn't extend her time. I have her notes. I don't know if I'm allowed to.
You could submit them.
Sure, we'll submit them onto the record.
The parking app's not working. Oh, my God.
It might have been because you can't park, you can't extend after a certain hour. All right, we'll move on to our, okay, yeah, I will have a look at these and pass them. We'll move on to our next presenter and call whoever else is in the queue.
Sure, so next is Eric Jensen, speaking in support of the application. Sandy Kluka, I assume, is not speaking. These were her notes, correct? Okay, so after Sandy will be Steiny Hibbert and then Gail Hibbert. So Steiny, Gail, and Wayne Lucas, if you'd like to make your way down, please. Those folks are in opposition. Yeah, Sandy was, I apologize. After Eric will call out for anyone else in support of the
Okay, thank you very much, yep.
So if I may, I'm a little bit confused. When I went and signed in for this, I was told to bring a presentation to email it. I attached it to the Winnipeg site. Then I was then informed that I had to bring it on a fob.
Yeah, if you have a presentation to display.
okay.
Yes.
Yes, then you put it into the laptop there.
Oh, I see, okay. Does this count against my 5 minutes?
Nope. As the clerk noted, this will be our, potentially our last person speaking in support at this point in time, and then we'll move into those in opposition. It looks like, quick math here, about 20 more folks, and then obviously the floor will be open for anyone else to potentially speak who hasn't registered that would like to speak, and then we will go back, as I said, to the applicant, the public service, and then discussion. Just to give you an idea of kind of where we're at, if you can get out your calculators, probably still realistically an hour, 2 hours, I would say more like it, until we have a ruling here today. So with that, I would also like to note that there probably will be a break at some point in time here to allow people to rehydrate and grab something to eat, which will extend our time into the evening. So just so anybody is not expecting to be out of here relatively soon.
Hey, it works.
All right, I entertained the crowd while you were getting ready there, Eric. It's now your time to shine. You'll have 5 minutes here when you're ready. Please
So
state your name.
who flips the chart, me?
That would be you, yeah, multitasking here.
Bring your secretary? Page down. How do I do that?
Just press the left arrow and it should advance.
It's not doing that. There we go, something. It's not. Okay.
Oh, it's a PDF.
You know, go ahead, you can present from there, please.
Okay, I can sit here and
Yes, you may.
pretend I'm in control.
Please.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Eric Jensen. I am on the board of the Fred Douglass Society. So for those of you who don't know who that is, that's an affiliate of the United Church of Canada. The United Church has various entities that work for it across the country, and Fred Douglass is one of them. In Winnipeg, we are a nursing home and real estate operation. We have a set of communities. We have about 600 doors in the city. About 130 of them are in a personal care home. The rest of them are in real estate-related operations. So you may notice downtown, you'll see 2 life leases on Vaughan, one called Fred Douglass Chateau and one called Fred Douglass Place, pardon me, forgive me on that. And then we have also another place called St. Andrew's Place on Elgin in the north end of Winnipeg. We have a mixture in our real estate operations of people that are in good shape, that can look after themselves. They run their place, and the real estate operation runs it itself. We also have a high mixture of destitute individuals who need our help desperately. Fred Douglass started by building a mission for the United Church off Main Street, looking after destitute and alcoholic men. He started that, and he started building hostels out on Burroughs Avenue, and that's where that was all grown to where we have today, the Fred Douglass Lodge, nursing home, and other low-rent apartments. On the low rental side, our rents are as low as $200 a month. It's tough work because you can see the demographic there. So we do good work in our city. Now, because we're a real estate operation, if I can just flip this over, I'll tell you a little bit about myself and how we got to where we are today with this particular proposal. I'm a resident of Charleswood, and I'm currently on the board of the society. And of course, we operate the 10 properties I've talked about. And we acquired the 2 buildings beside Charleswood United starting in 2009. So we're into this process for 17 years now, almost. We knew that Charles United at that time was thinking about development, but they were having problems getting a project launched. So you heard in earlier sessions that there were some difficulties there. We thought by adding the 2 Roblin fronting properties, we would actually make this property come alive, make it accessible, make it economic. Adding our acreage made it more economic, and of course, over a period of time, with everything around COVID and so on that this organization was facing, Fred Douglass Society, we had to find a developer to undertake the project. We could not take it on our own. And as a result, we ended up with Edge Corp and Exemplar, who we were very happy with. So here we are, 17 years later, we're trying to see some fruition for our work. 5 key points. We see this as a project for unlocking opportunities by combining parcels of land to make something valuable for 132 families. So the location, in our view, is a pristine location, but an underdeveloped property. And that's what this proposal is all about. We're co-locating beside one of Canada's most vibrant United Churches. So if you're watching the news over time, all churches are having some difficulty surviving. The United Church is not far from that, but there are a number of congregations across this country that continue to thrive. In Winnipeg particularly, Charleswood United is a very thriving central for the United Church members, and it's a wonderful facility there. Our thinking was that if we put the 2 properties together, our 2 properties and theirs, make it a larger piece, that there was an opportunity here to build some seniors housing and so on in Charleswood. It also gives locals considering a move to a nearby location and allow new families to help regenerate the community. So we see lots of people interested in moving to something in Charleswood, but they can't get there because there's not a lot of real estate up for sale. There's a very locked-in crowd there. We also feel good about Exemplar and Edge Corp, who have a proven track record in residential development in Winnipeg. We think we've got the right partners in this. And this will provide Fred Douglass Society, and particularly our new real estate arm, which we're going to be naming, we believe, Fred Douglass Communities in the new year, a nonprofit faith-based organization, the funds to pursue other affordable housing projects in the city, and particularly in the North End. Here's what our properties look like now. Not very good. We need to replace that with something that's more amenable. Even if you go in the back quarter of the property in the United Church side, there's evidence of all kinds of fun times, burnt up, rusted out fire pits and things like that. It's just a property that needs some development. 1 minute, please.
Mover?
So moved.
Moved by Counselor Dobson. All in favor? Aye. 1 minute extension.
Actually, I'm going to be less than a minute. I'm going to ask two things from you, and that is, can you provide authority to proceed with this project as soon as possible? We think it's going to be a major additive piece to Charleswood and into the city, and that all of you show up for a ribbon-cutting ceremony when the place is finally built. That's what we would like from you. I appreciate your time. If you have any questions, I'd be free to take them on.
Thank you very much for your presentation. You mentioned you live in Charleswood.
Yep.
I do know where you live. You don't have to disclose where you live. It was nice to see you at the Great Cup Festival as well.
Yep.
Oddly enough, we run into each other. How close to this development? Because some people say, oh, it's great. People from Charleswood show up and talk about how they want development. How close are you?
To the development? I am on Assiniboine Woods. I can walk there in a few minutes. So I walk to the library, which is only an extra few minutes to the proposed development.
Okay. I had my measuring tape out here, and it's 500 meters. So,
Yeah.
So that's important to know that there are members of the community that are in the area, obviously not as impacted as right adjacent, but I appreciate you coming out and speaking to it. If for the Fred Douglas piece, if not as a resident, I do appreciate that.
The real thing is now is that if you allow us to build this particular facility and you're going to have the very vibrant community inside the Charleston United Church, you're going to have a really neat culture there, a really neat part of the community that I think would be very additive for the community. Thanks so much.
Thank you. We'll move on to our next delegate.
Okay, so just confirming that we have no one else registered in support of this application, confirming that no one else in the gallery is looking to speak in support of this application that hasn't yet registered? No? Okay, so we will move on to opposition. So first to speak is Steiny Hibbert, and then Gail Hibbert and Wayne Lucas will be heard.
Help loading a file here?
Oh.
Do you have PowerPoint on this machine?
Yes.
Yeah, you'll just need to load your jump drive onto the laptop.
And I also have transcripts of my remarks for the council.
So you'll yeah. There you go. And then you'll load up the jump drive. It should open for you. I'll just do this with this. Select your presentation.
You're set.
My apologies, I brought the wrong drive. I only had a couple of slides. The first one you might be familiar with, Evan. It was a picture of a sunset.
Yes. Thank you, signing up.
Yeah. So I get the honor of being the first person to speak against this proposal, and I'd like to make it clear up front that we're not against a development there. We're just against something that's 6 stories tall. So my opening line is progress. Now there's a word we can conjure with. It can mean vastly different things to different people and organizations. To some, progress is entirely by profit. Maximum profits equal to maximum progress. To others, it's quite the opposite. For instance, progress can mean realizing the value intrinsic in an item, let's say a piece of virgin forest, and taking steps to preserve it for future generations. But for the rest of us, progress is a middle ground where more is gained than is lost. Progress does not have to be a zero-sum game. And there's always the potential to come to a consensus that finds all of us better off than we were before. I'm hoping we can get there today. It's not the easiest route, but it is the best one. Ideally, progress is measured against a plan that at least contains visions, values, and goals. And since 2022, the city has had such a plan. It's called the Complete Communities Direction Strategy 2.0. It is, in fact, current bylaws that govern development in Winnipeg. It is the grand plan and vision for the future. Now, the stated corporate vision for the City of Winnipeg is to be a vibrant and healthy city which places its highest priority in the quality of life for all its citizens. Let me say that again. To be the vibrant and healthy city which places the highest priorities in quality of life for all its citizens. That means this plan's highest priority is my quality of life. This plan's highest priority is all of your qualities of life. So when it comes out of whatever comes out of these proceedings, let us please make sure that the vision is realized. This development should somehow maintain or improve the quality of life for all of us in the neighborhood. And that can only be accomplished if the character and scale of what already exists is respected. Right now, everything is zoned R1. The properties in question are surrounded by single, split-level, or two-story detached houses. This area is as R1 as you can get. The developers want to get the property rezoned as RMFM, and this permits the property to have a maximum building height of 70 feet. The rezoning should be limited to RMFS. This designation limits it to 35 feet. Erecting a 70-foot tall by some 400-foot long building blows away all the pretense of appropriate scale and character. To me, it is an overwhelming affront on my senses, and it's a blight on the neighborhood. It is not a benefit. Gail and I bought our piece of Charleswood in early '87. We searched for 6 months and must have looked at 50 different properties across the city. The moment we saw 520 Buckingham Road, we knew we found our forever home. We even had our wedding in the backyard. It has been the most wonderful experience living in this semi-rural setting. As the first person to speak said, a Norman Rockwell painting. My God, you shouldn't ruin Norman Rockwell paintings. And we're surrounded by very similar other properties. And a big part of our purchase decision was based on the fact that the area was already fully developed and completely zoned R1. We worked hard all our lives and fully expected to enjoy our retirement years, we're now in our late 60s, in the tranquil privacy of our magnificent backyard. Now that may end, and we feel gutted. Had we known that a large apartment complex would be planted at the foot of our yard, we may well have kept shopping for the right home somewhere else. The quality of our lives will be greatly diminished should this proposal get approved, and by our measure, that is not progress. There's a second slide to come up here, and it's about the sign by the park. To those of you who drive up Roblin Boulevard by Assiniboine Park, you will notice that the old Welcome to Charleswood sign, the suburb beautiful, has been replaced with a new welcome sign. That sign has a graphic that shows evergreen trees and a deer.
Extension?
I'm going to need an extension, please.
Extension of
2 minutes?
2 minutes?
2 minutes should do it.
Okay, great. 2 minutes, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Carried.
You do not see any high-rise buildings in that image. You only see serene Mother Nature. This image is a perfect representation of what it's like to live in Charleswood. It makes you proud, gives you peace, lowers your blood pressure, and it brings a smile to your face. Charleswood is the most precious jewel in the city's crown. People absolutely love living here. People want to move here. People want to stay here. We're not in disagreement about any of that. There is no better place in Canada to live than Winnipeg. And there's no better place in Winnipeg to live than Charleswood. So, While we need to grow our local population, please let us not lose the very things that made living here so special. As you must build something in this space, let it be something we can all be proud of. Let it be something that meets the city's stated vision of our quality of life being its highest priority. Let it be something that complements the character and scale of our local area. Let it be a measure of progress we all benefit from. Let it be a win-win for all parties. Approving zoning to RMFS and a 3-story high building would go a long way towards this. Reasonable, rational progress. Thank you so much for the privilege of speaking today. Next up, as I understand it, will be my wife.
Okay.
Would it be possible for me just to sit?
Yes, please, yeah, of course. Thank you, Steiny, and
Thank you.
I appreciate all your correspondence over the last several months.
Thank you for taking
That
that as
invited
well.
me down there as well, so.
Okay, next to speak is Gail Hibbert, speaking in opposition to the application.
I have my presentation here for each of you.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry.
You got one?
Yes, I do. Good afternoon. My name is Gail Hibbert, and I live at 520 Buckingham Road, right behind this proposed and way out of character 70-foot tall glass and concrete edifice. That's what it is. And I'm here today to let you know that changing the property in question from R1 to RMFM is a little bit of a jump. Scope, scale, criteria, and respect for your constituents should be what guides the choices made today. If you don't live around here, you really need neighborhood input to understand what changes make sense for this community. The development at 3001 Roblin is an excellent example of community cooperation within the guidelines of the infill projects. Keep it low, respectful, diverse, and welcoming. And with all the changes happening in and around the city and Charleswood, I find it very hard to accept that this is the best place for this project. Let's look at some definitions. Infill. I read it means keeping in character and scope with the existing neighborhood. This proposal does not fit into the definition. It seeks to redefine the neighborhood instead. Blending in means to become inconspicuous or unnoticeable, to assimilate, conform, integrate, merge, and fit in. This building in no way blends into the existing neighborhood. Unnoticeable? Inconspicuous? Fit in? I don't think so. This will stick out like a sore thumb, and it will dominate the skyline. So just how does this plan meet the expectations laid down with regards to infill and blending in? I don't see it does, and I don't think you should either. The building needs to be limited to 35 feet, which is more in scale with the church and the trees. Show some respect for the neighborhoods and its people. Now, I also have a bit of a concern about the additional traffic. To my mind, there are obvious risks to pedestrians and traffic flow as cars attempt to enter and exit the property and cross 2 lanes of traffic. An additional 200 vehicles coming and going adds risk to what is already a dangerous stretch of this curved road. This corner has seen death, accidents, rollovers, and damage to adjacent properties. The church has had to rebuild its sign a time or 3 over the years, and the most recent was just within the last year or 2. The large boulders in the neighboring house, the 2-story, those big boulders are defensive measures. The danger is real. This development can only add to it. Will cars be able to go east and west? Will there be another cut in the boulevard? But either answer compounds the safety issues regarding traffic and pedestrians. How much more traffic will flow down Dieppe and Buckingham when they can only turn the one direction? What measures are being taken to improve pedestrian safety? If you've ever walked down Roblin, you might understand where I'm coming from. Charleswood has some of the most rustic areas in the neighborhood of Winnipeg. It is also one of the most diverse. There's a wide variety of character and styles in the community, which has evolved over many decades. And there are several areas where this proposed development would fit right in, way better than this. But the problem with that is that this property is no place for a 6-story building, period. Now, we can forgive the developers for trying to maximize their return on an investment, but the city has a duty to its citizens to ensure that responsible and sensitive development decisions are made in accordance with the city's bylaws and development plans. That means kind of restricting zoning changes in this area to an RMFS, and the buildings should keep the same scale as their surroundings, which should be 35 feet. In conclusion, this proposal is better suited to a different location. The new development in Ridgewood West or South, there's a good example with wide open spaces with acres just waiting to be built on. I just need an extension of about a minute.
Okay. Movers?
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Dobson. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Carried.
Okay, sorry, where was I? Shoot. Okay, sorry. We were talking about the land in Ridgewood West. There's open spaces in Charleswood, places that you can use other than in my backyard. What this property needs is some deeper thought about its possibilities. The church forest should be somehow converted to and preserved as city property. École Dieppe and the Sunnyside Daycare could make extensive use of this land. Every kid, really, should have exposure to the wonders of Mother Nature. The 2 houses on Roblin, they should be the sites that develop some quadplex housing as per the new infill guidelines. And it's just plain cruel and sinful for fundamentally to destroy the nature of the surrounding properties. The church should be a steward to the neighborhood, not a villain. The city should work to preserve the essence of our neighborhood, and the developers should concede that there are more appropriate places to construct these apartments. Finally, and I'm sure everyone has heard this axiom, just because you can doesn't mean you should. Thank you for your time and attention. Please vote against this proposal. Better outcomes are possible if we work together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gail. And Steiny, appreciate it. Any questions? Seeing none at this time, we can move on.
Okay, next is Wayne Lucas speaking in opposition. After Wayne will be Christopher Strank, Thomas Evans, Laura Murray, and Clay Ridd. So Christopher, Lauren, and Clay, if you could please make your way down if you're here.
Oh, boy. Okay, I gotta stand up.
So you just open your presentation? Yep. It's a trackpad. You can just double click it. Yep. You click forward in the presentation. So first you'll need to share your screen in Zoom, so just go toggle back to Zoom there. The blue? Yeah.
No.
I think you're moving your image there. I do have to sit down, sir, so.
Oh, but it's all shows. All right. I gotta move to slideshow. It's not
me at your computer.
Are we ready?
I believe we are.
Okay. My name is Wayne Lucas. I live on Polaris Avenue. I'm against this. Whatever. 6 city councilors voted against this 3-story, 65-unit condo on this property. And this is, I think, is precedent-setting. It's kind of surprising that it wasn't in the planner's report, and so as far as I'm concerned, you're first hearing this from me. Also, it wasn't in the planner's report that it's a 55 plus. They didn't mention that at all. That's what's being built. Councillor Duncan, you were informed that the increase in size created by the addition of 2 extra lots changed planning branch's thinking. They are working on false information. The difference in lot size is 0.5 of an acre. The previous development included an extra lot on Dieppe and also the additional land at the back of the church. 2.1 acres versus 2.6 acres. That's not a great amount of property difference. My traffic report. I didn't notice the traffic report in the planner's report, so I'm giving you my traffic report. 27,000 vehicles pass daily in this property. A 60-unit condo will create 224 new vehicle trips per day. 132 units will create 492 trips per day out of this parking. Public Works report on the previous project. Dieppe Road functions as a collector street. Due to the land use and because of the traffic signal at Roblin, Public Works does not expect traffic operating or safety concerns to result from the proposal. Summarize, it was deemed safe to enter Roblin from Dieppe because of the traffic lights. And another fact is that the Public Works would not allow vehicles to enter and exit Roblin from lot 48814, and this sets a precedent. My request to planning to supply me with the documentation regarding this decision did not materialize. So, there's something up here. I've got something stopping me. So today's uncontrolled intersection. The driveway is approximately 25 feet from the denied access lot. Car traveling at 60 an hour, that's 0.457 of a second difference. A 60 kilometer, you travel at 55 feet per second, and so the reaction time is 1.5 seconds, which is 110 feet. So that shows you by how can a 0.457 of a second difference, and Public Works says it's okay. I don't think you've got that report saying it's okay. Traffic lights at Dieppe and Roblin did not always have turning signals. Public Works installed them for a reason. Today's planner's report has not addressed this new uncontrolled intersection, nor is there input from Public Works. I think this is a glaring hole into the validity of this report. Someone has to supply information on this and back it up with data. Someone has to be responsible. The traffic study alluded to in this report was bought and paid for by the developers, and it focuses only on the cut in the boulevard, and the name of the professional and company is not mentioned. I'm mentioning my name on my traffic report. No one has taken responsibility. What is lost? Pristine forest. I'm missing something here. Natural habitat for wildlife, carbon-absorbing trees, natural stormwater retention, and what will replace it? A mountain of brick, steel, glass, and concrete, massive asphalt parking lot, light pollution, noise pollution. The City of Winnipeg climate study states that 25% of residents think the city is making a positive climate impact. That means 75% don't. Today's report has proved that a 132-unit complex meets RMF M zoning. That's it. But that's not the issue. RMFS rezoning has been denied twice. This, again, is precedent-setting. The 2015 planners reports and the 2015 planners report and reports previous recommending rejection have not been acknowledged. And today's report must identify the issues for denial in 2515 and previous reports and provide substantial evidence supporting a building more than twice the size. I need an extension of about 4 minutes.
I don't think I'll be able to grant a 4-minute extension.
3 minutes.
I'll give you 1 minute if somebody's willing to extend your time.
1 minute.
We just have to we do have to be mindful that there are several
Okay, I'll talk
people
very, very fast.
that have been waiting, going on 8 hours. 1 minute extension?
I don't know how come
'Kay.
I'm denied and others aren't, but fundamental questions remain. What has changed? The property acreage is virtually identical. 2 previous council meetings rejected the RMFS for this site, and today's report must demonstrate how a modest 23% increase is a 132% increase in scale massive deployment. Councillor Dobbs, you were one of the people that voted against the previous proposal. As what you heard today, do you think that was a mistake? And Councillor Evans, when you were running for councillor in a previous election, you stated that a 3-story, 65-unit condo does not fit the character of Charleswood. Have you changed that opinion and now a 6-story, 132-unit more fits the surrounding community? Thank you.
Thank you. I do have one question, and I appreciate all the dialogue back and forth, Wayne. You've provided considerable amount of information that's been very helpful in this process, not only with me, but with the public service, so I do appreciate that. I haven't ever asked you, and I hope this isn't me appearing to be combative here, but did you oppose all of the past developments that have come forward for this?
The past 2, yes.
Okay. And do you regret that decision, seeing now density being a priority in Winnipeg?
It's, do I regret the decision that the...
Yeah,
60
now, like,
units?
looking back, this started back in the late 90s with an offshoot off of Polaris for single-family housing, filling back there.
That kind of comes across to me as like, you wish you voted for a 3-story, because look at, we're zapping you with a 6-story.
I'm just, no,
But
Wayne.
yeah, no, I don't regret it. What I do, so, no, a 3-story, and if you're asking me why, okay. The previous developers were developing a 3-story, 65-unit condominium. And the trouble with that is that they were also building a massive hall for the Masons. And so what that did is that created the mass problem of the additional Masonic Hall. Take away, and when Paula Havasbuck asked if they would take away the hall, so she was trying to find some compromise, the Masons said no. If they took away that hall, the mass of the building would not be as big, and people would not have been affected that greatly by it. So that was one of the big reasons that people were against it too.
Okay. And I think a lot of the opposition, just speaking to past development applications, not that they're really applicable at this point in time, but really the community rallied because of the impact of anything flowing out onto Dieppe, which would be in direct conflict with Dieppe School there.
They had that, yes. However, Public Works approved it because it's a collector street also. And so they would approve anything onto Dieppe.
Okay.
And Public Works approved it. I don't see Public Works approving this entranceway onto Roblin. It's not been supplied, has it? Do we have one?
Sorry.
So I'm asking, has Public Works approved the entranceway onto Roblin from this lot and have they back it up with any data. Do I see anything here?
Yeah, the
Not in the planning
application that's being considered is supported by the public service, and that includes the entrance that comes out of the former, I'm just trying to look at the 40.
Service, but that's not public works.
Yeah, I can follow up with the public service on this to ask, because what you're asking me is the access point at 4724 approved by the public service, and I can follow up with the department on that.
Because again, the only thing I saw is that the traffic study alluded to was done by the developers, not Public Works.
Okay. Any other questions at this point in time? No. Thank you again. Appreciate your input on this.
Okay, next is Christopher Strank in opposition to the application. After Christopher will be Thomas Evans, who's joining via Zoom, and then Lauren Murray and Clay Ridd. So Lauren and Clay, if you could please make your way down.
Do I have to do something to share this, or? Got that?
And then you'll toggle back to Zoom.
Zoom indeed.
Yeah, perfect. And then you just hover over here and you'll see, yeah, share.
Perfect. Okay, and that's going to get me
And
when
then
I,
just select which is yours.
oh my goodness.
There's
That
a
one,
few
that's
there.
my name. Perfect.
All right, and then click share.
Share. And is that
Awesome,
going
you're all ready to go.
to work for me in presentation mode? Okay. There we go. Okay, perfect, great. And you guys can see the presentation? Fantastic. In that case, I will go very fast because obviously we have a 5-minute time limit.
Please, and thank you.
I don't think this respects the scale and character of Charleswood. I think there's a significant risk of traffic accident. I'm worried that the parking lot does not meet city bylaws, and then there's the whole aesthetic of the building. So on we go. Charleswood is single-family residences, lots of green spaces, and the non-residential buildings, 1- and 2-story buildings. I wanted to paint a picture of that for you, so I drove from Grant down to Roblin around this building. And on this, you can see that I tried to highlight single-story non-residential buildings in light green, 2-story in darker green, and then after that, it goes up in the different colors. And as you look down this road, you can see there's an awful lot of green, meaning 1- to 2-story buildings. In fact, I wanted to turn it around into a graph so that you can see from this, there are about 14 single-story buildings. There are 17 two-story buildings. And I think that that is about 80% of what we've got here. That really captures the character and scale of the buildings in Charleswood. I'm not going to the history of the cut, because we've talked about that a bunch. But what I would like to say is I think that I cannot see how this could be approved. I have tried to superimpose. You can see there is a green car that is trying to make this corner and has stopped. Because there is no turning lane to the east of that car, the red car is stopped with the back of the red car sitting in the left lane of Roblin's traffic. So there are vehicles traveling at 60 kilometers an hour that could hit the back of that second vehicle. Normally, you have a turning lane so that multiple cars can stack up without impacting the left lane of Roblin. So I think that that is a critical problem right there. And I think it is also made worse. It's made much worse because multiple periods during the year, the direction of the setting sun goes straight down that line of the road. So you're going to get people driving at sunset with the light in their eyes, not expecting a car to be stopped in the left lane, or they will see somebody with a left turn signal on, and their natural assumption is not that they're going to stop to turn into this building. They're going to expect that car to slow down and go into the Roblin intersection. So that's why I think one car is going to smack right in the back of the other, possibly even pushing another car into oncoming eastbound traffic. Being a resident, I'm a resident of 4815 Roblin, so I have to do this U-turn on a regular basis. And every single time I apply the brakes, or I turn into the turn lane, apply the brakes, maintain my turn signal, and I watch the vehicle behind me to see if they are slowing down, because they see my turn signal and they assume that I'm going through to the Roblin Grant left turn. So you have to physically watch those vehicles behind. You need to have enough of a turn lane there to judge what's going on behind you. The proposed traffic cut cannot do that. Okay, in terms of parking, I believe for a dead-end road or driveway, you're meant to have, I'm not sure if it's 12 or 15 meters turning radius for emergency vehicles. And when I look at this plan, I just see 6.1 meters everywhere. So I don't think that you'd be able to turn a fire truck in there. Next is a water caution. I live directly across from this building, proposed building, and that area, anytime there is a medium to large rain, that lane fills with water. Vehicles go through it at 60 kilometers an hour, cascades of water across both the sidewalk and the other vehicles. I suppose that's not their problem. People will probably not walk there. But I was concerned that in the January open house, there was talk that there would be active pumping for the drainage. They would actually pump into the storm sewer in Roblin to discharge some of that water, rather than just be relying on catch basins, which probably wouldn't save your sub-ground parking. They have active pumping, or they describe having active pumping into this that is already flooding during heavy rains. Here we go. The view from Roblin. This is rather an optimistic view. It's only showing half of the building, and I think most of the people that live in Charleswood, they're going to see the view that is from Roblin and Dieppe. The church is 40 feet high. The proposed building is either 66 or 69 feet high, so that is half again the height. Can I get 2 minutes? Thank you so much. You're wonderful. Oh, wait.
For 2 minutes.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. So this building is going to tower above the church, and it is going to go from the left side of the church all the way to the back side. That is what your average Roblin commuter is going to see every single day, not in the character and scale of Charleswood. This is the chart. That's my house right there. And they talked about having mature growth trees that will shield it. Obviously, I can't do a great job here, but that square is about 1.5 times the church, maybe a little less. That's what I would be looking at, but I'd be far more concerned about my neighbors. They do not have any trees between them and this building. So from Don and Deanna's kitchen window, they would see the full front and the entire depth of this structure, building. I'm being kind. Okay. And that's it. I think it is not in scale or character of Charleswood. I very much think that that traffic cut is dangerous. Parking lot, I'm not sure, but sorry, I know they're not going for RML. I think that they should be, this property would fine for RMF-S, 35-foot high building. I'm okay with that, but not what is proposed here. Yes.
Sorry, is that the end of your presentation?
I'm done.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Lukes.
So if the building were to drop lower, in order to make it actually feasible, and drop it down to like 3 or 4 stories, are you okay with more trees being removed?
If it fits within RMF-S 35, which is what the other
Right. So to do that, they have to remove trees and get a lot closer to all these other houses. You're okay with that?
Yeah, I'm not getting a whole lot of benefit from those trees. Oh, those are my property, of course. And when you're looking at that distance, like you talk about offsets, I want to actually see a view. A little tree at that distance isn't going to hide me like this makes it feel like it
Sure, okay, so I totally get all that. So
Yeah.
you're okay with like
A lower
lowering the
building?
level, pushing it all closer to people's houses and making it, lower and just putting it within a lot closer distance to people's homes?
Your statement assumes that you get the same number of units in.
Yeah.
And that, I guess, is the fundamental
Well,
difference.
that makes it viable, right? Like they can't drop it 3 stories.
Well, so yes, you're absolutely right. That is the challenge of viability, whether this is viable this type of construction is viable for the site. Yeah.
Okay.
So I want to clarify that question. So if this were to be reduced in size, height, same amount of units, you would be supportive of essentially the minimum distance, I think, was 20 feet from the property line. So 20 feet from Buckingham, 20 feet from Polaris, and 20 feet from Dieppe.
Well,
And
being
the removal
one
of trees.
resident
And the
that is on the
removal of-
north side of Roblin,
I'm just asking you what your.
oh, me?
Yeah.
If it fits into RMFS 35, I think that is all I can ask for.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, next to speak is Tom Evans, who's joining us via Zoom today. Tom is in opposition to the application. Tom, we've just asked you to start your video and unmute yourself. You have up to 5 minutes for your presentation. He's in the Zoom meeting, yeah.
Oh, he's in Zoom.
Tom, I'm not sure if you're still at your computer, but it is your turn to speak, so if you'd like to go ahead and unmute your microphone and start your video, or if not, we could just move on to the next person.
We'll give Tom a couple seconds here, and then we'll move on to the next and come back to him. Okay, we'll move on.
Okay, so next to speak is Lauren Murray in opposition to the application. After Lauren will be Clay Ridd, and then Ian Lucas is registered but not speaking, and then Norma Lucas.
Okay. Lauren?
Is it okay if we consolidate our...
Sure. Are you looking to, are you both registered to speak?
Yes.
And
Well, 5 minutes.
are you looking, each, yeah, okay, so are you looking to consolidate to speak within 5 minutes?
Within 5 minutes, correct.
Okay, sure, if that's your wish, please go ahead.
Good evening, Chair, members of the committee, and fellow Charleswood residents. My name is Clay Ridd.
And my name is Lauren Murray.
Thank you.
We are here today to speak as concerned Charleswood residents. We believe that numerous negative impacts, including but not limited to child safety, traffic congestion, environmental impacts, and loss of community character, have not been adequately addressed. Our points for consideration are as follows. 1, Charleswood's unique, nature-oriented character is worth protecting. Charleswood is widely known for its semi-rural, treed landscape. In fact, it is welcomed by signage calling it the beautiful suburb. This identity reflects real qualities that are more than ever important to preserve. Intensification in this area, if any, should be context-sensitive and preserve the community's green, wildlife-centric character. The City of Winnipeg has strongly emphasized greenhouse gas emissions reductions, climate change mitigation, healthy built environments, and green solutions through policies such as Our Winnipeg 2045 and Complete Communities 2.0. We strongly believe that construction on this particular site is fundamentally incongruent with those policies. The green spaces in Charleswood should not be demolished, but instead held as a standard for future community development. 2, the current proposal is out of scale with its surroundings. The proposal is for a 6-story building over 66 feet tall, with 132 units and 200 parking stalls. That massing and intensity are not an appropriate transition for the adjacent single-family homes and church, which are located all around this already busy corner. Compromises include loss of privacy and wildlife habitats with increased noise pollution, light pollution, and waste. 3, Roblin Boulevard already carries substantial traffic and already has active safety concerns. City traffic flow mapping shows Roblin carries approximately 12,600 to 24,900 vehicles per day. This very area has been the subject of multiple traffic and pedestrian safety reviews. This development with its massive parkade system is not trivial. It almost certainly will become a congested space. Any development in this area warrants a thorough transportation analysis with specific attention to school hour operations, sightlines, and safe crossings. 4, school zone safety. École Dieppe is steps away. It sits immediately west of the proposed site. Adding 132 multifamily units within such close proximity undeniably increases collision risk for children. This further congestion is an area that is already experiencing upwards of 24.9 thousand vehicles per day, as I mentioned. Particularly, this is concerning when we consider peak school pickup and drop-off times. And I'll just add that through my own occupation, I've experienced firsthand how horrific a scene involving a child in a motor vehicle can be. 5, environmental and wildlife concerns. The site plan itself notes reliance on credits for existing trees, boulevard widening areas along Roblin, and landscaping variances. Heavy excavation, additional hardscape, and intensified on-site parking risk canopy loss and runoff unless the project is significantly scaled back and bound by enforceable environmental conditions. The City of Winnipeg's urban forest objectives emphasize protecting mature trees and replacing numerous ones that are numerous already lost canopied areas. This development would only further exacerbate those issues. It defies the very objectives we strive to achieve. Inevitably, there will be habitat destruction, displaced wildlife, and irreversible changes to the current ecosystem. Furthermore, the addition of large glass facades adjacent to existing canopied areas will result in loss of our bird population due to numerous bird strikes and deaths. Our requested decision denied the subdivision rezoning variances and subdivision as proposed due to its incompatibility with Charleswood's established nature-centric character that should be prized, not destroyed, as well as its proximity to an already highly congested K-4 school zone. If council proceeds despite significant neighborhood concerns, we request major amendments and conditions, including lower height, a maximum of 3 stories, in effort to transition more naturally to surrounding single-family homes in the church, a full traffic impact study centered on the Roblin-Dieppe intersection during school hours, with queuing analysis and safe crossing upgrades to maintain safe pedestrian routes for children at all times, a full traffic, a binding tree preservation and canopy replacement plan with emphasis on mature trees as per the city's own policies, and bird-safe glazing and lighting controls consistent with standard CSA 846019. Bird-friendly building design as a condition of approval. In summary, Charleswood's intrinsic value to Winnipeg stems from it being a green, livable, and beautiful suburb. Development can and should occur, but it must be context-sensitive. We must strive to prevent the destruction of an already fragile wildlife habitats. We must strive to avoid increasing any risk to children attending an elementary school located along a corridor that is already experiencing heavy traffic conditions. We respectfully urge you to reject this application as currently designed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your presentation. Councillor Lukes has a question for you.
I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked the previous presenter. So if we drop this and ask them to drop it to 3 stories, what that means is it has to be spread out more. So are you okay with like a 20-foot buffer around from other properties?
If it does drop down, I guess it's a cost. It's related to cost, right? Whether or not they're getting what they're investing. Is that why we're increasing it?
Yeah, so if it drops down, then they want to keep the same number of units, and I think we hear a demand for housing and the need of housing. What that will do is it'll wipe out a lot of the trees. It will be lower, but it'll wipe out a lot of the trees, and it'll bring it a lot closer in proximity to other properties, to the properties.
And then in my belief, it's fundamentally incongruent with that location then, if it has to be spread out. And neither the height nor spreading out is feasible, then I don't think it's an ideal location.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Okay, so next to speak is Norma Lucas. Is Norma here?
Okay, no normal next. Oh,
It's up to you as a committee. Technically, like, that would have been his presentation time that would eat into. But if you wish to, everyone gets 5 minutes. So how they choose to go about that is up to you, but the committee is understood. Or if they wanted to.
okay, sure. I don't have any opposition to Wayne join us back down here again, please. We don't have anybody sitting here, so let's queue up a few more if we may.
So next to speak is Barb Cannons, Jim Cannons, and Darlene Botcher. Sorry if I've mispronounced that, but please make your way down.
Yeah, and following those most recently listed presenters, we will break for a dinner break.
I won't try to load this map we have, but previously the City of Winnipeg branch advised the church against selling this one remaining lot on Dieppe so that there would be access. And their map, it's a shadow map, is a beautiful map that shows basically 25 single-unit houses in this area. The church did not heed this advice, and so now it's resulting in the remaining interior land not having any economic value, and obviously we don't think what's trying to be put in here is compatible. The interior land is a significant, valuable ecosystem. It's not worth money, but it's a valuable ecosystem. For example, this forest is home to the pileated woodpecker and their nests. And their nests are protected for a period of 3 years after being empty. So they have to register that there's a nest in there, and they have to wait 3 years to prove that that nest is not being used. I don't know if you knew that, but it's federal law. So I suggest what happens here is this land is not 60 unit doesn't fit in, 132 unit doesn't fit in. This property is too small for any really big projects. So I recommend, we recommend expropriating this land and designating it as a protected natural habitat. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions at this time? Nope, we'll move on.
Next is Barb Cannons to speak in opposition.
I have copies for the councillors here, and I will ask right now for some indulgence that I'm pretty confident that I will exceed the 5 minutes because there's a lot of data in there. And Evan knows that I'm very chatty.
I'd have to say Barb Cannons is probably the most friendly emailer there is.
We can read between the lines on that one. Anyways, good afternoon. My name's Barb Cannons, and I live at 558 Buckingham Road. I've been a Charleswood resident since 1970, and specifically in this home since 1976. I'm speaking in opposition to the proposal being presented today. I'd like to preface my statements with a quote from Joni Mitchell's Big Yellow Taxi. They read, "They paved paradise and put up a parking lot." I do so as that mirrors my feelings as I read City Planner's report that authorized the destruction of a valued forested area and in essence mars a semi-rural type of neighborhood that's attracted young and old to it for many, many years. I'm dismayed and angry that the City Planners did not include the arborist's report, whom I personally spoke to when he was on site making his assessment. He'd made comment on the very high numbers of trees that would be destroyed with this plan. And that wooded area is just one of the unique features of the neighborhood, endearingly referred to as Old Charleswood, ditches and all. The main focus of my presentation, however, was to research previous zoning decisions made by the Assiniboia Community Committee over the past several years and draw comparisons and consistencies that confirm that this proposal is inappropriate for this neighborhood. I will begin in the Charleswood ward as these scenarios are most relevant to my opposition. I did find 2 applications that were denied by this committee. They were Apex Street between Elmhurst and Cathcart. This proposal was dated November 2022 and was to develop 7 detached condominiums with private driveways. 38 Robin Boulevard, and just to clarify, this site is in the village right beside the Anglican Church. This proposal was rejected in January 2022. The layout of the plan was similar in some respects to the one today, but it was a 4-story proposal with a height of 49 feet and just 24 units. Beginning from the eastern edge of the ward, these applications were considered by the community. 490 Shaftesbury Boulevard was approved in April of this year. 2 of these buildings are slated to be 4 stories and 1 is 5. The total number of units is 58. The construction site is completely different, however, with Tuxedo Golf Course to the north, Assiniboine Forest to the west, CMU buildings to the south, and any single-family residences are across the street. 4506 Grant Avenue, also approved August 14th of this year. The site's very similar in terms of single-family residential neighborhood. The developer chose a design that featured 14 one-story condo units with a maximum height of 18 feet. 736 Haney Street, application to divide a 1.87-acre property into 4 single-family lots was approved October 3rd. This proposal was viewed as an increase in density without having any adverse effect on the adjacent surrounding properties. The site considered today is 2.59 acres, barely 3/4 of an acre in difference. 3707 Robin Boulevard was approved in December 2024. The proposal included a 6-story complex with easing transition into the current single-family homes on Allcrest with construction of 20 units of 1-story townhomes. This site is referred is in what is referred to as a village, and it's bordered on most fronts by commercial buildings and Robin Boulevard itself. 4024 Robin Boulevard, which to many is known as the old IOOF site. This project was approved in February 2024 and includes a 4-story building on the eastern edge of the property alongside the Clement Parkway, with 18 townhomes of a height of 45 max along McQuaker Boulevard, with single-family homes in Robin Boulevard itself. 5610 Robin Boulevard, this proposal was approved in February 2022 with a planner's report that stipulated a 4-story building. It's located adjacent to a commercial strip mall, a multifamily complex, and across the street from several multifamily structures. It's interesting that the building is now 5 stories in completion. I could not find an application for the change. 375 Oakdale, that's proposals being considered today. It's consequential that the developer opted for a height of 35 feet after a personal chat with a resident to gain his perspective from across the street. 35, 351, 357, and 369 Oakdale, known as the Residences on Oakdale, which is also an EDGECORE plan. This proposal was approved in 2024 amidst considerable opposition. Many would suggest that this approval automatically means that the one today should be granted as well. There are a number of striking differences. Heading west along Grant Avenue, the buildings are included in a wide-open vista along the green space of the parkway. To the south is a vast multifamily extension, please.
Extension time requested.
Extension, what, a minute?
Couple,
2 minutes?
whatever.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Thank you. Okay, a vast multifamily two.
Favor?
After 56 years in Charleswood, I'm hoping for a couple of extra minutes. There's a vast multifamily 2-story complex. The site was also along The site had also been cleared that had served as a home for a place of worship. There were plans on the north side transitioning up against single-family homes in the form of freestanding condo units at 341 Oakdale. Aside from this, there was considerable urgency for the city to find a location for the Charleswood Active Living Center as the city's lease on its home in the old municipal building was expiring. Working in tandem with EDGECORE solved this problem. No such similar situation is the case with this application. So then, in the interest of time, I would scarcely mention your 2 other wards on the committee because they weren't really relevant to this scenario. The one exception I did find, though, was the proposal for the old Allard School in Westwood. It's something akin to it, as it's a 5-acre site surrounded by single-family homes. This site was well cleared, and the proposal was accepted by the committee in October of 2024. Interestingly enough, though, the developer chose to construct 57 1-story bungalows and 13 2-story townhomes on the site, as this design was compatible with the neighborhood, he said, and perfect for seniors wishing to downsize and stay in the area. Checking on applications in your Waverly West ward, Janice, I couldn't find any rezoning efforts that would have the kind of size or description of the older sections of the ward, like Waverly Heights, Richmond West, or Bairdmore, that compares to this. Most of the approvals there have been for new builds. There was mention about easing transition from multi-story buildings down to single-family homes along McGillivray Boulevard. So, after months and even years, as everyone well knows, of tracking rezoning decisions made by the city, by this committee, this is my conclusion. I believe that none rival the invasive and totally out of character nature of the one being proposed here today. Some were of similar height and density, but the circumstances and surroundings were quite distinctly different. And certainly none involved the clear-cutting and total destruction. And I might say, anybody who's thinking these trees are saved in this development, there's bush behind us, parking lot will be behind us. Nothing in this forest will be saved. So if you think that this is going to be the way it is, it's not. The church committee chose a development plan for this site knowing fully well that the project would decimate hundreds of trees and would very much be out of character in terms of size and scope within the semi-rural infrastructure and lifestyle of this immediate neighborhood. We recognize that there might be a need for development of this type of structure in Charleswood, but this is definitely not the site for it. The committee's previous rulings support this claim. So, and if I might go off script, I'm feeling like this development feels like the stepsisters, or Cinderella's mean stepsisters, trying to put their huge, humongous feet into the lovely glass slipper. But the point that perplexes me most is that City Hall, even after all that LeMay controversy, still hasn't formulated a bylaw around protection of trees on private property. For those who believe that the disastrous effects of climate change this summer were a one-of, I fear you're sadly mistaken. How ironic and simply discouraging would it be in several years' time after this project destroys the cherished and beneficial tree canopy, a bylaw is finally put in place. Such short-sightedness in city planning over everything else is most disheartening to me. And I'll close with final lines from Big Yellow Taxi, because they complete my thoughts. They took all the trees, put them in a museum. They charged the people $1.50 just to see them. Don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you've got till it's gone? They paved Paradise and put up a parking lot. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Barb. Appreciate your time today and all your communications throughout this process.
Many.
Questions? Seeing none?
Next is Jim Cannon, speaking in opposition to the application.
Just before Jim goes, I do appreciate everyone's presentations here. As I have the clerk reminding me that we are bound to the 5 minutes without any extension, and then there is extensions. If we could just have people potentially, if you've heard something already, just strike it from your presentation here today so that we can do our best to stay within the 5 minutes allotted. With that, the floor is yours.
Good. It's still afternoon, and thank you, councillors, for hearing us. My name is Jim Cannons, and I live in Buckingham. I guess you know that. I was stunned by how the planner's report focused on how RMFM numerically requirements so nicely meet what the developers want to develop. It also tries to suggest that the proposal also respects city guidelines regarding fitting the neighborhood. I wanted to discuss those in a little detail because they do not. City guidelines state that the development should respect and complement the existing character of surrounding properties. They should consider residential density, and they should be compatible with the area. I don't think the planners proved that. This part of Charles is an established area. It's nothing but R1L, single-family homes, and the church. The fact that nothing is, I'll skip that. Another guideline states that the parking location, building placement, and landscape treatment should ensure context sensitivity. There are just 2 units per floor that face Robin Boulevard. Most of the structure extends back well beyond the back of the church. This building placement, surrounded by single-family homes in the same block, is terrible. The project adds 156, I believe it is, surface parking stalls. Along with the 102 church stalls, this creates a 258 parking stall, gigantic parkade in the middle of single-family homes. Where else in Winnipeg would you ever find that? The planners described 5 multifamily developments within 1 kilometer of the subject site. Presumably, they are supposed to suggest that the current proposal is appropriate to this site. The first 4 of them have a maximum of 60 units. The last one is the location of the day, Oakdale Estates, I guess it is. Look at what surrounds Oakdale Estates. The William Collent Parkway on the east, On the south, it backs onto existing two-story family townhouses on Grant, and the third side, new single-family condo units transition to single-family homes on the other side of the street. The only single-family homes are 5 to 7 across the street on Oakdale. And across the street are a few more, and they certainly should be considered on Roblin Boulevard. None of this in any way suggests that the current proposal should be approved. There's other reasons that city objectives are not being met. Climate change. The city requires that a minimum of 10% of the lot be made available for park purposes or the payment of cash in lieu. The report makes no mention that the land being sold by the church is a forested area, or that the building plus the parking lot take up almost the entire lot being developed. Therefore, the planner's report recommends the destruction of the forest and payment by the developer of cash in meeting this 10% requirement. Doesn't sound very neighborly to me. As well as in August of this year, the city updated tree removal guidelines. Volume tree destruction, I guess they did get an arborist report. There's also no mention in the plan of the city's right to charge $1,000 for each tree that's destroyed. Is this being waived? The report also points out that the developer has bus stops nearby and thus meets city objectives of being near frequent transit. It fails to make it clear that it takes at least one transfer to get downtown. Most people moving in will only, I'd request, I'm two-thirds of the way down my second page.
Okay. Extension of time being requested.
2 minutes.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Carried. Please continue.
Thank you. I'll jump to the last major factor requiring RMF zoning. The building is such a large structure. The zoning and the building are the large structure of the building are the purchasing rather of the lots and the high cost of the land and the infrastructure costs are enormous. The forested area being purchased acts as a natural retention pond for the runoff. I think we know all about that. And it would be unconscionable, in my opinion, to approve RMFM zoning and adding all of these parking stalls in the middle of basically nothing but single-family homes. I noted and a couple of things that came up during previous people in favor. We have nothing against 55-plus developments, but this is the wrong location. Find a different location. Councillor Lucas has asked, what if it were 3-story and spread across the back? No better. It won't fit. It simply would not fit. The church and Fred Douglas are anxious to sell this property. They should consider donating it or building something on Roblin Boulevard rather than destroying that forest and ruining the environment for the neighbors. Thank you. This is what I had intended to say. I had to remove most of it.
Okay.
But I would like to give you a copy.
Yes, we'll accept that. Thank you very much. No questions at this time? Just wait for the clerk to collect that from Mr. Cannons there, and we'll move on to our next presenter.
Okay, next to speak in opposition is Darlene Boecher.
And before Darlene, hello, and nice to see you. Is there anybody else waiting in the queue at this point? No?
There are
Waiting
more-
behind Darlene?
No.
No, okay. So after Darlene, we will take a break, and once we know what time we're done here, I'll give you a resumption time, okay? 5 minutes is yours, Darlene.
Okay. Okay, my name is Darlene Bocher. I'm the daughter of a developer, and I was an active member of the Citizens for Charleswood Habitat Preservation, and I have some serious concerns about the proposed development. It does not affect me. I live further south on Buckingham. Some of them are questions. Is this a 55-plus apartment? Is it a 55-plus?
We'll let you do your
Okay,
your
well,
presentation.
that is unclear, because the way that people representing the church were talking, this is a 55-plus, and I don't read that anywhere. Drainage, I know that is a big issue in this area. It is not as big an issue, it seems, as it was a few years ago. I've got one report that says the drainage goes on Roblin. I said another report that says it goes down Dieppe. Is that the same thing? Shadow studies. 375 Oakdale chose to do shadow studies for a building that was 37 feet, and no shadow studies have been done for a building that is 69 feet. Missing from the development of their application were their tree preservation studies and their plans for landscaping. I think that should have been included as part of the application. And something nobody has mentioned is parking for the library. When the city built the library at the corner of Dieppe and Roblin, they made an agreement with the church that overflow parking could use the church property. And because there is not enough parking at the library, very definitely. So that's just something to consider. Barb made a lot of the things I wanted to talk about developments that have gone on that were respectful of the neighbors. Chapman School development, the bungalows between Coventry and Fairmont, the senior center, the Oakdale Senior Center, and the development there are excellent. They infringe very little on the neighbors, and the developers actually bought up property and houses so that they could have a buffer zone on each side. Ridgewood Precinct, there's so many opportunities there for multifamily housing, but the drainage issues have not been addressed, and even in Ridgewood West, there's not enough water pressure for an apartment block to fight a fire if they have a fire. I mean, why were these things not addressed? And I guess basically what I feel is that there are many other opportunities that have been missed. Why 375 Oakdale, why did you say, oh, well, but you could have built a 6-story apartment block there, and we could have increased the density in Charleswood? Anyways, I feel that the church does really good work, but they have gotten themselves into a situation by selling off property, building 2 major additions, and in a time when church attendance is going down, even though they're very, very good. And the way they were talking about it being a sort of a really cozy United Church community, it didn't sit well with me. And I know it isn't, and they're very welcoming people, but sometimes as a developer's daughter, I know you end up with property that's not quite worth quite what you hoped it would be. And I think that this is a case, this property is not worth what they hoped it would be. They cannot make the money off it. They're going to have to lower the price so that a development that is possible for the neighborhood can go in. And I think the city also needs to really plan carefully on the drainage issues. And that's all I wanted to say. Oh, and even if they lowered the height of the building and increased the width, I think it's still too big a development for that place. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Darlene. Seeing no questions at this time, we can break now to have a bit of a dinner break. How long is the committee looking? Okay, let's reconvene here just before 6, and hopefully I can strike the gavel at 6 o'clock to get us through the rest of our delegations here today. Thank you very much, and we'll see you back here just before 6 o'clock. Welcome back to the Assiniboia Community Committee for this November 20th regular meeting. We are in our public hearings on combined items 5, 6, 7 in regards to 4820 Roblin Boulevard. We will continue with our delegations. I'll turn it over to the clerk to introduce our next.
Sure, next is Thomas Fred in opposition to the application.
Yes, yeah, my name's Tom Fred. I live at 541 Buckingham Road. Just for a bit of history, I worked for the City of Winnipeg as the Parks and Recreation planner, landscape architect, urban designer, urban planner rather, many other positions, and the last one is the project management coordinator for the whole city. So just to let you know that. I have extensive history and knowledge on this particular site. Just adding a bit more history, back in 1978, I put together, no, I wasn't with the city yet, I was working with, I guess, the federal government. At any rate, I put together a proposal for the church. I was a member of Westminster United Church at the time, and I put a proposal together for Charleswood for the subdivision of the landlocked property south of the building. At the time, the house lots, there was only one corner house lot, the rest of the lots were not there, and I came up with a design of a cul-de-sac for them. They chose not to proceed with the project because it was going to cost them money to hire a developer and all that stuff, because I was just doing it for free. Anyway, after that, rather than going with any other type of development, they chose to sell off the lots along Dieppe, which landlocked their property. Okay, and they sold them off individually because they'd already been pre-zoned for residential, single-family residential use back then. Okay, in 2008, James Veach came with a proposal on behalf of the church to committee. It was May 2028 in the building here. And it was outright rejected. His proposal was included expropriating land on Buckingham Road. And the three councils at the time disapproved it. So I just wanted to add those two into the mix, okay, as far as history. This has been going on for years and years and years, okay. Now, enough of that. Talk about that. Sorry, I had it. Okay, length of the building. One of the things that particularly concerns me is the length of the building. The building is 420, I believe, feet in length. The football field, the Princess Auto football field, is 430 feet, okay? You have to understand, they're putting a building as long as the Bombers football field, that includes end zones, into that little site, and they call it a little site. That's a huge footprint when you think of the size of the football field. Just brought that in. Okay. Now, I want to make sure you're all aware of the fact of the existing planting, that's the native planting around the site. It's at its end life. The trees are all dying. And I know that as a landscape architect, as being living in that area for many years, they're at end life. No matter how hard we try, those trees are all dying. Right now, there's about 30, maybe 40% that are dead there. Probably another 20% are going to be dead next year, and so on, to the point there won't be any more trees left there. This is what happened in my backyard. And everybody around me, same thing. Same thing will happen to the south side. So you have to understand those trees will be gone. That shows as a buffer that the architects, landscape architects have said, they'll be dead within 5 years. The other trees that they proposed landscape plan, on their landscape plan, the trees in the parking lot will be dead within maybe 3 years, the new ones planted, because snowplows would take them out. And with snowplows moving in there, moving around, being right in the middle of that parking lot, I've seen this hundreds and hundreds of times in the planning I did with the city. That they just pull apart. We planted tons of trees there, none of them are there. They're all died. The trees that they proposed in the spruce trees along the east property line, that's the worst possible place you can put spruce trees. They're facing east or west. They're going to be hit by the northern wind in the wintertime. The fence will bounce that wind off them and it'll dry them out throughout the wintertime. The lack of moisture then in the wintertime, because it's up against that fence, now, so of course, start, but as the season moves along, all the needles will dry out and they will be dead again within 4 or 5 years. They won't be replaced. So the landscape plan shows all these fancy trees all the way around. None of them will survive. I can guarantee it. So I just, okay, sorry. Okay, I just want to point that out.
Did you need an extension, Tom?
Pardon me?
Did you want an extension of time?
If you, my wife is too sick to come today. She was going to come and speak on the other half.
Oh, okay.
And she's just way too sick. So,
For 2 minutes?
yeah, I'm not going to talk about the rest. Everybody else has talked about everything.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just going to talk
All in
about
favor?
one.
Aye, opposed, carried. Please go ahead. Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just going to talk about the construction. If construction happens here, if you approve whatever version of it, I want some form of guarantee that the developer will not use hammering piles into the ground. If they do that, because they always like hammering piles. When they did the one on Oakdale, they did the work there, all the buildings around were vibrating. They had to put sensors in all the buildings. But with the Charles Unite Church being only 50 feet away, I'm sure there'll be problems if they do that. I would recommend or suggest anyway that they do drill piles, not hammered piles. Okay. Also, because there's a school there and a shopping center there, that will have a dramatic effect. The banging and banging of those piles will have a dramatic effect on the children in the shopping center. Just the sound factors. Okay. Another thing I'd like to suggest that there's going to be an issue with storage, as we saw in Oakdale. I'm sorry I had a stroke, so my mind is all over the place. As we saw in Oakdale, there was all the traffic problems. What's going to happen when summertime, when they put the, when I guess they were doing the tests on the sewer line in the middle of the road and they closed down Rawlin Boulevard, that backed up traffic forever. It was a nightmare trying to get out of Buckingham Road and with that turn there. Also, the staging area is a big problem there because there's not enough land for them to build all those great big trailers and trucks and all that when they're bringing in the pile or the concrete and the steel into the site. They were always lining up on Rawlin Boulevard. They won't be able to do it on Rawlin here. I don't know where they're going to be able to line those all up. That'll create a massive traffic jam for months there. And what I don't want to see happen is Buckingham and the adjacent streets being used as a staging area for construction. So I'll just leave it at that, okay? Thank you. Thank you.
That's a good point, Tom. That's a good point that you bring up in regards to the staging for construction as well.
It was a big issue with the last proposal because they literally they were going to have to close down the church for a number of months because they wouldn't have any parking. Where else are they going to park? And so somebody mentioned, well, we'll park in Buckingham. Well,
Yeah, no.
You know, that was a nightmare when they were doing that before. They actually did that.
Also, we'll have I'm sure the developer applicant will have an opportunity
Yes.
to rebut, so we'll hear what they have to say about the piles and, yeah.
The one other thing is balconies. Eliminate the balconies on the east side. You don't need balconies in those buildings because, you know, if there's going to be a building there, eliminate those east side balconies because that allows people then to stand outside and look at all the neighbors' backyards, you know, on Buckingham. So balconies are not used very much, especially with seniors. I know that. So anyway, sorry.
Thank you, Tom.
Okay, so I understand Betty Ann Freed is not speaking. Okay, so next will be Alex Hollyoak speaking in opposition to the application. And after Alex will be Matthew Andrushak, who's with us via Zoom, but after Matthew is Colin Nichols and Lubov Zarina. So if you could make your way down, Colin and Lubov, thank you.
Anybody else? I only see one other person in the gallery.
And Stefan Packen, and Shauna Link and Allison Summerfield is joining. Shauna Link and Allison Summerfield are via Zoom. So
Okay. So if you've heard your name, please come down.
yeah.
And we'll get you queued up here. But up next is Alex Hollyoak.
Thank you. I just want to mention that I appreciate us powering through here, not adjourning the hearing for another day. I know it's been a long day for everyone. So I'm going to keep it brief. All the great people that have spoke before me, I'm not going to have any new points. So we'll keep it brief. Hello, everyone. My name is Alex Hollyoak. I've been a resident of Charleswood for my whole life and have recently purchased a home near this proposed development with my wife and young son. Charleswood has been and will always be our home. There is no place for this 6-story building stuffed into the heart of single-family homes in Charleswood. Even with the minor reduction in height, it doesn't change the reality. This is not an appropriate location for housing above 2 stories. The scale is completely out of place for the neighborhood around it. I want to bring your attention to another project, 4506 Grant, only a minute's walk down the road in between Coventry and Fairmont. This project is being led by Landmark Planning and Design, and they have shown what it actually looks like when a developer respects the families, the history, and the character of an existing community. Using Winnipeg's own development plan, our Winnipeg 2045, and its designation of Charleswood as a recent community, they started in 2024 with a proposal of 3-story townhouses. After community feedback and research, they updated their plans to a mix of 1-story duplexes and triplexes. As they noted in their presentation, these changes were made for a variety of reasons, all stemming from community concerns. And this is exactly what our Winnipeg 2045 expects. The plan states for recent communities that infill development should positively contribute to neighborhood character and should support complete communities without harming the existing context. What Landmark is doing with this project is a real example of that. Adjusting the design so it actually fits into the surrounding homes rather than overwhelming them. Projects like this are what I would consider a great use of open residential space in Charleswood. They help with housing needs while still respecting the people who already live here. I encourage everyone here to look at the proposal for 4506 Grant on the Landmark Planning and Design website to see how development can be done in Charleswood in a responsible way. I have no affiliation with Landmark Planning. I'm just a lifelong Charleswood resident who cares about his community and its future. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Alex. Any questions at this point in time? Seeing none, appreciate your time today.
Okay, next to speak, joining us via Zoom is Matthew Andrushak. Matthew, we've just asked you to start your video and unmute yourself, and you can proceed. You have up to 5 minutes for your presentation.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Hey there, good evening. Thank you for providing the opportunity to voice my objection to the proposed rezoning and development at 4820 Robin Boulevard. My name is Matthew Andrushak. I live on Dieppe Road, directly across the street from Dieppe. I'm submitting this objection based on my professional experience as a journeyman carpenter, journeyman glazier, and a project manager for over 10 years of experience, as well as my deep commitment to the welfare of the community. On my way home this afternoon, the moment I crossed Portage and Moray, I could see the last 3 floors of the Oakdale development. Think about that. Think about the scale of that. And how far away I was to see the last 3 floors of that development. While generally I support thoughtful urban development when it's correctly characterized, sized, and prioritized for community safety, I believe this specific proposal undermines the core ethos of Charleswood. My family chose to reside here specifically for its unique character, which includes large lot sizes, established green spaces, and relative distance from city center, allowing the magnitude of this density to proceed by rezoning the property jeopardizes these fundamental qualities. I have serious and specific concerns regarding the capacity of the current infrastructure that would support this, to support this increased density. Traffic and pedestrian safety. The residential streets adjacent to 480-16 Roblin Boulevard lack sidewalks. These streets are already hazardous for pedestrians, and introducing the increased vehicle traffic generated by over 300 new residents will specifically amplify the existing risks. With vehicles traveling westbound, traffic would potentially be backed up from Dieppe Road and past Grant and Roblin Boulevard, and it's likely to go down to 1-lane vehicles attempting to cross on oncoming traffic into the approaching parking lot. How is that Dieppe Road is being overlooked as not being affected? When traveling back from Kenaston shopping areas or south of Winnipeg, I almost always come down Wilkes to make my way home to Dieppe because there's less traffic, it's safer, and it's faster. That being said, do you not think that tenants won't do the same thing? Now, what does that look like for the school safety? Equal Dieppe's lack of a designated bus loop and safety drop-off zone is critical and pre-existing safety hazard. With school buses frequently stopping in the middle of the street, I have personally witnessed multiple near-miss incidents involving children and traffic due to unsafe situations. Adding an estimated 200 more cars and increased daily service vehicles, this intersection will make the area exponentially more hazardous for our children. There are multiple daycares in the area that walk groups of children from ages 4 to 10 to Equal Dieppe School. These children are walking on streets without sidewalks to the school. We are aware of an incident that occurred last year where a child was grazed by a car walking back to school, and this could be confirmed with Roblin Park Children's Program. If this development is not a 55 plus, schools overcrowding and safety is a concern. Equal Dieppe School, located directly across from the street, is already at capacity and reportedly struggles with teacher recruitment. Introducing infrastructure and safety issues and drastically reducing proposed size, introducing potential, I lost myself here. We are aware, potentially hundreds of new residents will place manageable burden on the school, which has neither the physical space or personnel to accommodate additional students. I strongly urge to reconsider the approval of the rezoning. If the development is truly deemed necessary for this location, the city must first correct and identify the infrastructure and safety issues and drastically reduce the proposed size and density of the development to the one that will be appropriate for the area. The statement was made, a lower density development was not feasible. What does that mean actually? Is it not feasible? Is it because of overspending? Are profits not in line with expectations? Or is it because infrastructure does not support this commercial building? My suggestion is to work with the city, design a 3-story, 55 plus building that is half the occupants, enhance the protected green space that the residents can enjoy and care for. To me, that is what Charleswood and the community should support. That's all.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Matthew.
Appreciate your presentation. Any questions at this time? Seeing none. Thank you, Matthew.
Thank you.
Okay, next to speak in opposition is Colin Nichols, who's joining us in the gallery today.
Oh.
That's good. We could do that. Sure.
Okay, so now you'll your USB drive here, and then you'll select your presentation.
Yes or no?
No. I was told not to.
And then just toggle back to Zoom, the blue there, just to share the screen.
First one I've had to share.
And then hover over the bottom of that. Yeah, share, green button. Green button, bottom. Yeah, no problem. No, that's okay. And then just pick, I think it's this one, right? You're sharing?
Correct.
And then hit share.
All right.
And then you're ready.
Thank you. All right. Colin, it's your...
Good evening.
Your 5
Good
minutes
evening,
when you're ready.
Council.
When you're ready.
Thank you very much for speaking today. I agree with everyone that's in opposition to this, but basically I'm going to give you the Coles notes on how we're going to do about for traffic because I travel this area so vastly. In my very first slide, we just sort of look at where that proposed turn lane is going to be, that cut point. Once you get into that cut point to turn in, you're going to have a curve. And if you have the people that are in Roblin that are actually turning into there, they're going to block the view of that turn straight up because you will not be able to see a double turn. And if you get blocked by any buses or anything along that line, you're going to end up having a little bit more of a rushed scenario to get into there. To start off with the next slide, we're going to look at what's the average daily that goes down Roblin in the Dieppe area to begin with. Currently, it's at 29,600 as the last city review that I had. I think it might have went down a little bit because of the last review was one done in the summer. So as we continue on, we're going to take a look at on this how this is going to be adversely affecting the area for traffic. Once this cut is put in, and then when people are leaving this new residence, there's going to be only certain ways that you can go. Once you come out, if you're going to have to go, sorry, if you're going westbound, you're going to have to cross 2 lanes, either do a U-turn right at Buckingham through that cut to go the other way, or your second solution is going to be taking Buckingham, going around Buckingham to Eldridge, Eldridge to Dieppe, Dieppe right in front of the school zone again, and you're going to go Copawa, you're going to be right in the school zone. So all those people are going to have to do that adversely to be able to get through. Once they do that, you're creating traffic volumes not only on Buckingham, but you're also creating it on the Dieppe school side. As we continue on for another path to get down to, say, so I'm not going to follow, because we got the time, I'm going to have to go quickly through my report. As you continue to go, if you want to go southbound, anywhere from this development, you basically are going to do one of 2 things. You're either going to go straight out, go down Buckingham, Buckingham to Ridgewood, Ridgewood to Fairmont, Fairmont onto Wilkes, Wilkes, you're out, gone southbound, you can go anywhere where you want to go like there. The only problem is that Fairmont's currently a gravel road. It doesn't have, it's consistently closed during the spring and winter for regrading. The other thing that could be brought up at this point is also the Ridgewood development. If the Ridgewood development continues on, Dieppe is going to be also punched through. The development's going to go northbound, which is going to create even more traffic coming across the face of this development. Now, if you want to continue on with not only the stuff that's going on with Buckingham and the traffic, there's the traffic that's coming from the school buses. The school buses on Buckingham, plus the traffic that could potentially come from this development. You're adding exponential amount of vehicle traffic for everything that's going on in that area. And the next thing is, when you have condensed living, it increases not only on the traffic, it'll create traffic jams on Dieppe, Polaris, Buckingham, Cambrian, Eldridge, and Roblin, all together. They're all going to be impacted because people just not only with the school, but everything of that is massively effective that the traffic is going to increase. As for not just only with that turn lane, when you take a look at it, there's going to be service vehicles. There's going to be deliveries, there's going to be transportation, maintenance vehicles. All these people are, there's not just the 200 vehicles. This is massive amounts of additional traffic that's going to be added. It's not just the residents. It's everything else that's involved also. And then when you take a look at the potential for I actually added one last picture to show you, give you the cut. If you take a look at the cut, where it's going to go, this is an actual photo of where it would be, right where that, sorry.
Okay, motion for 2 more minutes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried? Please go ahead.
Thank you. I took a picture of this earlier today, and right where that tree is basically right where that cut is. So what's going to happen is exactly, you have one cut going the other way, one cut going the other way, and now you're going to have a cut in the middle. To me, it just doesn't seem feasible for the traffic to not have major backup problems and potential accidents. I know it's not on your sheets, I apologize. It's actually the only one that's actually on there. I really apologize. And the one that was before actually was, the one photo before was the most current accident that was at Dieppe that has happened, whatever. I apologize. I tried to keep within the 5 minutes.
No, thank you.
Tried to do
Appreciate
Cole's
that.
notes, sorry.
No, you did a good job. Appreciate it. Is it your first time presenting? Here at
Pressure.
council?
Pressure, yeah.
Here at council, is it your first time?
It's my second time.
Second? Okay. No, you did a great job. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Yeah. It's helpful when there's images to go along with the data that you're providing, and I know
Yes, it's just,
trying to speak to your experiences there.
it's just because I have a business in the area. I know how hard it is to cross Buckingham to do a left or a right. And especially if I have my trailer with me, it is, I might as well just park at the end of the street and just sit there and wait to go left. And if any of these projects, well, if this project goes through, not only where's the overflow for all, like I know there's 20 spots that are available, but where's the overflow for Buckingham? Because there's no place for anybody to walk because there's no sidewalks. And if there's parking's just going to continue to go up Buckingham and Dieppe. And it's just going to fill those up. I just know it's going to because it's a little bit of a walk, but, you know, Buckingham's just going to be just around the corner. Now the parking's going to just keep on exceeding down that area. And then now, when people are coming to turn down Buckingham, and if you have parked vehicles right there, and then there's another oncoming car, I'm sorry, but when I have my truck and my trailer, I hate to say it, I feel like I take precedence sometimes. You know, not to be that way, but it's just, you know, it's just that there's so much involved. And I just see that there's so many different avenues that are going to be, people are a creature of habits. If they find different ways, they're going to do it. And I just know it. And I just feel that unfortunately with Buckingham itself, because I drive on it so much, with the it was redone recently, wasn't quite, we should have just sort of left it the way it was and patched it. But as I say, the additional traffic, I just don't think any one of those areas could support that.
Yeah, I know I was speaking with our planner about some of the concerns that I have with the eastbound traffic. And essentially, as I mentioned earlier, if you do want to go westbound, there's only one option to do a U-turn unless you're going to, I suppose, head up to Fairmont or Coventry. Coventry's a bit, I don't know if you can do a U-turn.
Yeah, on Coventry, yeah.
But that leaves you with Fairmont, which presents several concerns there.
There's the other thing that I have with the concern of that is just that the people that can't get into that residence from that cut point, they're just going to go to the next, they're just going to go to Dieppe, and now they're going to do a U-turn at Dieppe, right? That's my next concern.
I don't know what your thoughts would be on potentially upgrading this signal at Grant and Roblin to allow U-turns at Grant and Roblin, only on a signalized permission.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, the Grant and Roblin scenario. But the way that curves and everything, I know that it'll just create greater delays in that one area. I almost guarantee it.
Fair. Okay. Any other questions at this point in time? Seeing none, thank you very much for your presentation.
very much.
Appreciate your time.
Okay, next registered to speak in opposition is Lubov Zarina. Is Lubov here today? No? Okay, so we'll move on to Stefan Passen.
Hello, I'm Stefan Patchin. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I agree with what's been said so far with the opposition to this project. I'm not going to review everything else. I wanted to focus on traffic specifically. And actually, the last two presenters have touched on things I wanted to point out. I don't think the developer realizes the reality of how people drive around there. This cut that was just mentioned recently, if you cut the median like they wish to do there on Robin to turn left, it'll create a definite traffic hazard. Just try turning left on the cut to Buckingham, and you'll realize how it is in the rush hour with people right on your tail end, people rushing towards you. You kind of wedge the car in slightly to the left, and there's not enough room in the median to make an actual turning lane. I'm not quite sure what the developer was suggesting there. So people will likely, if they're coming down Roblin to go home, turn left on Coventry where there is a little turning indentation. It actually, just before the lights, was very handy. They'll go to Eldridge, turn right, up Eldridge and up Dieppe, and make a little turn at the Dieppe lights to back on Grant, Roblin, and go again to their home. But that is adding traffic to Coventry and Eldridge and Dieppe. And I agree fully that Dieppe is a very busy place. Twice a day, it's chaos with the school buses, the number of cars and parents and kids walking, adding more cars, and this is basically 200 cars a day plus service vehicles. There are 145 houses roughly on Dieppe and Buckingham in total. This is 132 more units being added. So you're stuffing this population of people with their cars on top of this, an existing 145 with no extra actual vehicular space. There's no other streets. You're adding us 2 streets on top of 2 streets with all the traffic. And realistically, then it's going to take the load. So if people are coming in home, as I described the loop they'll do, or if they're coming from the south end, they'll go up Wilkes, and the fastest way then to get home would be go up Elmhurst, down Ridgewood, or as they often do, they go to Fairmont, and they often take Buckingham because it's the last street before you hit Forest. So go up Buckingham, they'll turn on Eldridge and go up Dieppe. People do that even now, even without in the new complexes. I've noticed over the 5 years I've been living on Buckingham at 664 Buckingham that there's more and more traffic because it's just an easy thing for people to do, going from one end of the city to the other, going in that direction or vice versa. So people coming home to this complex would likely do this loop around on Dieppe. Coming home from the south end, they go up Buckingham and Dieppe. Leaving the place, no one's going to turn left, and they shouldn't, onto Roblin. They'll turn right. No one's going to do a U-turn there almost at all, because it's very difficult, typically. So they'll turn right on the first street, which is Buckingham once again. And if they want to go west, of course they'll turn Buckingham, down Eldridge, up Dieppe, and turn left at the lights. It's an extra 90 seconds. Why wouldn't they do it? It's way easier than trying to do any of the other options. So unless they're going simply downtown or northwest in the city, they're going to use Buckingham Dieppe to leave, and they'll almost always use it to come home. So that's doubling the traffic in an area which has kids riding their bicycles on the street. I walk my son to school. There are no sidewalks, remember, on these streets, except for a short strip along Dieppe, true, but not on Buckingham, nor on Eldridge. So we're ducking traffic, especially when there's lots of activity around the rush hour times. And this is going to double that. And it's difficult. Imagine in winter, there's snow piles. It gets very difficult to actually be able to walk on these streets. And all of the citizens there, we like to walk on there. People walk their dogs. As I said, people ride their bikes. They'll go on walks. In general, kids play. It's already becoming bad. There's a thoroughfare, which is not meant to be. It is simply a residential street, but with no sidewalks. And there's no reality of ever putting sidewalks in there, as you know. It's just not made for that. It would just become worse, not livable. Not livable in the sense that it's meant to be. And of course, all the other points I agree with, the ecological ones and noise, and I don't live right by it, but I don't think that Charleswood was meant to be a high-density place. I realize the good intentions for making more living spaces for people, it's needed, but this area of Charleswood in particular, with the way the streets are made, and this location in it is simply not suitable for that purpose. So I wish you reject this project.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation. I just do want to correct you on one thing, that it is possible to put sidewalks in on some of the residential streets on Charleswood. And this is are you aware that in the late 80s, there was actually a plebiscite of sorts, informal, held by then Councillor Bill Clement to see if they wanted to, the residents, local area residents, wanted to fill in ditches to put in sidewalks, and at the time, the appetite was no. I'm sure you could ask some of the folks in the gallery if they want to fill in ditches, and it would still be no. However, I do understand where you're coming from. I also have young children, and my plan is to continue a sidewalk network to address several of the concerns that you have. However, these things take time, and I'm only one councillor. I have 15 other colleagues, including the mayor, that I have to convince to make these significant investments into infrastructure in Charleswood, because clearly the rural cross-section is not a cheap fix, but there is a fix to it.
Let me just say quickly to that,
For sure.
I realize, of course, you could technically put in a sidewalk, but as you said, to fill in the ditches, there's no sewer, there's no runoff drainage, so you'd have to address that part. That's what the ditches are for. And then because of the maturity of the trees in the vicinity of the ditches, you'd probably kill half of them by doing some kind of, if you're gonna move the road and put in a sidewalk and make a little hole for that, you'd probably damage that. You have to move the hydro pole. So it'd be a big deal. I'm sure it wouldn't be worth City of Winnipeg's time and money.
There's engineers that will figure that out. If you want to go for a drive, go into the lovely neighborhood of Waverly West, and you can see all the hated curbside sidewalks that Public Works does not like. I think that that could potentially be a start for Charleswood. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next registered to speak is Shauna Link. Shauna was supposed to join via Zoom, and she was here earlier, but I don't see her in the Zoom room. So we'll move on to Allison Summerfield, who's joining us via Zoom. Allison, I've asked you to start your video and unmute your microphone, and you can proceed with your presentation.
Do we have the
Allison,
gentleman who we missed earlier as well?
We do. Tom Evans
Okay.
is in the Zoom
Let's
room
give
still.
Allison a
Oh,
moment here, and
okay.
if she...
Right now.
We can hear you.
Hi, yes,
Allison.
I'm Allison Summerfield.
Hi, welcome to Assiniboia Community Committee. You'll have 5 minutes for your presentation whenever you're ready. You can state your name.
I understand. I'm Allison Summerfield. I live at 541 Dieppe Road.
Please go ahead.
I have so many concerns over this, and I understand we do need development in Charleswood for seniors. I'm all for that. What I don't understand is we also have to deal with the children that are coming into Charleswood and the families that want to grow in the suburban area that we love. My concern is I'm seeing a lot of talk over this as the day proceeds. Buckingham, we're now talking more Dieppe. I live right on Dieppe. My house will side on that whole fence that goes down. And I'm now wondering, the development one says they're going to put in a fence. What kind of fence? A cement fence? A wood fence? The lights at Charleswood were never really directed. They've always been bright. And I'm 8 houses down, or 7. That was never directed. Now they're saying they're going to do this. I have a big concern because Dieppe Road is such, the word I'm going to say is gong show at the end of the day. I have 2 daughters that are in wheelchairs. We have ditches. We can't even get across the street when the buses come down. Once they do get down, they want to cross over. And then now they want to go to Charleswood Center, and now they have another intersection. The buses on Dieppe now it's awful at the day. I wish somebody would come and record what happens on Dieppe Road on a daily basis. How parents can still park. The buses are in front of our homes. And you want to add this to our community. I understand we need this. I get it. But the stories they want to build is just too high for this community. It needs to be decreased. And it really, I don't have a lot
to go on from what the developers told me today as what my side of my house of 360 feet is going to look like. They never really came out and said, what is that fence going to look like? I really have a very many concerns, and I'm scared for my daughters, like I said, 2 in wheelchairs that are having problems already. They have disability issues. They have handy transit drivers that don't come down the street to pick them up because the buses are there. They've lost their ride. This is just small, maybe to you people, but it's very big to the community. And you're asking for seniors that will need that disability ride. And it's not going to happen. And as for Roblin, that is an absolute awful corner. Dieppe Road is known for the worst accidents. People just slow down at 50. Do they? Never. Ice starts and you want to now put in something else and turn it? Right there. We just got a left turn light at Dieppe 2 years ago. Just two, maybe 3 years ago, if that. And now you're asking for more to turn? We don't have the traffic volume. We're not Portage Avenue. We will never Portage Avenue. We're suburbia Charleswood. I'm just asking for you guys to respect the people and understand we all need. And I understand the seniors. I get it. I've been a resident of Charleswood for 37 years, lived on Dieppe for 32. I get it. I love it. We just got to downsize and be realistic. And the safety of all is my biggest concern right now. And it scares me to think that this can be allowed. Never mind that the church and Dieppe School has used that community and that parkland that's there for many, many years for environment and the growth of Charleswood for these children to learn in their future. We want to take that away for a 6-story building? I don't think so. There's nothing here that makes sense. And I agree with the people that are voting for it. And I agree for the people that are disvoting for it. As I'm turning 60, I will be a senior. I want to live in Charleswood too. But as we get older, as I've realized with my parents, they moved to Fairmont, they got older. Guess what happened? They went to nursing homes that anywhere.
Allison, that's your 5 minutes. Do you have anything else that you want to wrap up with, or? Just wanted to see if you had anything else. That was your 5 minutes. Did you need more time, or are you able to wrap with that?
I guess I am. I just want you to realize there's a lot more to think about.
I hear you. I just wanted to also
We have
provide.
disability children, and we have children at the school that are unsafe every day at Dieppe, crossing, and the buses.
I hear you.
And now we're going to add more.
I have also close connections to Dieppe School, and I don't disagree with anybody who voices their concerns about what's going on there with traffic, especially at drop-off.
I thank you for that.
Can I add something just for you, Allison? So what is indicated here on this submitted plan that this committee is considering, and I'm pretty sure I know which lot is yours. Your lot is the first one that runs all the way to Buckingham. So if I'm correct with that, you would have 85.8 feet approximately of maintained treed area on the proposed lot 2, which is the existing Charleston United site. The fence, to my understanding, would be at the back of the parking area there. So you'd have whatever fence you have up on your property, 85 feet of bush, and then a fence. And then on the proposed lot 1, I believe it is, I apologize if I've got them mixed up, there would be the parking lot for the proposed multifamily, a fence, and then 40 feet of treed area remaining, and then your fence again. if that gives you any more idea. I heard you did ask those.
It gives me a bit more clarification. I thank you for that.
Yeah, you're very welcome. I just wanted to clarify that for you so that you knew kind of what, there will be, my understanding, we'll get the applicant in their rebuttal, hopefully, to address this. My understanding is they're not building a fence in the bush that they're planning to maintain. I could be wrong, but
So where do we stop the lights? Where do we stop the parked cars?
yeah, and with regards to lights on the property, we did hear in the presentation that they would be using newer directional lights similar to what are used. You know, the example was given, I think by myself, I offered it, at the rinks that are literally next door to residential homes where they don't exceed the surface of the rink. So we can get further clarification on that too.
I would appreciate that, but the church was told us years ago they were going to change those lights.
Well, maybe this is the opportunity to do that, if this is approved. So I hear your concerns on that. Are there any other questions for Allison at this point in time? No? Okay. Well, we'll continue on here, Allison. If you stick with us, we'll have people come back and give further comment. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, and Thomas Evans, I believe, is available in the Zoom meeting now. So Thomas, we'll just ask you to start your video, and you can proceed with your up to 5-minute presentation.
Hello, and thank you for allowing me to present today.
Absolutely.
My name is Tom Evans. I live on Buckingham Road, lived there for many years. I absolutely oppose this apartment complex there, and there are a few reasons. One of them is, of course, my nice skyline at night, which, okay, it's very unappealing to the neighborhood. My biggest concern is exactly what everybody else's concern is the traffic flow onto and off of our street and on and off of Roblin. It's super congested in the area. I sometimes don't leave for work till a bit later in the morning, and to get across Roblin is just about a nightmare already. I am very concerned about the only one entrance to that complex, and crossing Roblin when you're heading westbound to get into that complex. Again, the U-turn at Dieppe, or the U-turn in that new cutaway, if that's what they're doing, I definitely have a big concern about that. The other concern I have is as soon as you get just past that, Roblin does a nice sharp turn, and often there's a bus sitting just past the turn, and it's like you're coming up on it, and it's not good. It's almost too late, you know, like when you do see the bus there, and it's stopped. Again, the safety of the children. I've gone down up Dieppe myself when the traffic is there, and it's just horrible. I feel bad for the people that live on Dieppe. And again, the accidents there, and that picture that he did show, I was at that accident just after it happened. And there's been many other accidents there that I can remember over the 30 some odd years I've been in that neighborhood. So I am asking you, along with the residents of our neighborhood, to please oppose the project and not let it go through. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Tom. I completely hear and understand your concerns. I do need some more clarification on how this proposed cut is going to work and how our Public Works team has justified allowing it, and how they see that playing out on more so Buckingham than anything else. And hopefully we can get a few answers on that when we discuss it with the public service again. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, that's it for our registered speakers. So just calling out to the gallery to see if there's anyone else that wishes to speak in opposition that didn't register to speak to this matter. Okay, so we'll need you to fill out a public representation form. Is there anyone else?
Yeah, the committee here has received all of the opposition. It's distributed to the committee to review. So we would have looked at any of the submissions made. You're welcome to speak if you do like to. You just have to go through the process. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I didn't hear. Sorry, I didn't quite hear, but yes, the answer is yes. Yeah. Okay, if you could just say your name, and you'll have 5 minutes to present.
Okay, we'll try to get this done in 3.
You got 5.
Although I can ramble sometimes.
Okay.
My name is Michael Flynn.
Hi, Mike.
I'm a recently retired architect, and I live right across the street from the church. I have no issues with infill. I have no issues with additional housing. I think we need it. I agree we need it. I am skeptical of developers. I agree with the majority of what was said by those in opposition, with the exception of the balconies. I wouldn't rent a place without a balcony. I would not rent if it didn't have a balcony.
Thank you. Yeah, just want to make sure.
I actually just want to focus on one thing because I think, my neighbors have really touched on pretty much everything. And the really critical ones like traffic have been mentioned over and over again. I actually want to address and maybe provide some clarity to a question that Councillor Lukes asked of a couple of residents, which had to do with if we allowed the multifamily to be reduced to a S as opposed to medium, would it be okay they just spread it all out? Well, in fact, if you go to S, it isn't a question of spreading it out. You affect the floor area ratio. So in this case, instead of requiring 800 square feet of site area per unit, you need 1,250. And by definition, you end up with, by my very crude Google map calculation of 120,000 square feet, you could probably get, actually it's less than that, somewhere in the neighborhood of 85 units. And therefore 125 parking stalls, ballpark. So it's not a question of spreading out 132 units over a whole site. You can't do that.
Well, you could if you had a variance and made them smaller, the units.
Let's not eat into
Anyways.
his
No,
Please, Mike.
it has nothing to do with the size of the units. The 1,250 square feet is the floor area, sorry, the lot size you need per unit.
Yep.
And that's is the floor area ratio. So if you go to 3 designated as, multifamily as, you cannot build as much on it. And then to go a step further, would a developer still be able to make that affordable? There's absolutely a developer who can find a way to make that work, unless that site is contaminated or has major, major issues, or the city decides that they want a big intersection there and they've got to pay for it, but there's always a way. So, anyway, that's my bit.
Okay, thank you. I believe Councilor Lukes was just saying you could technically reduce the 1,200 square foot footprint by way of variance. So you could come forward and say, I need a variance of, I can't remember exactly what the public service would support up to. I can't, maybe Mr. Galston can.
Well, the bylaw basically stipulates that if you're going to a large site, you need 400. If you go to medium, you need 800 and 1,250 for small.
We heard this morning, I think our second one, the Waverly West one, they did require the variance to go under the 400 as well. So she's just making a point that, yes, it is 1,200 for the multifamily small. However, by way of variance, you could reduce that 1,200 number, technically.
Yes, and then increase it. Yeah. But once again, if you're looking for zoning variance or a change of zoning, those are the rules.
Right. Yeah.
A little like if the documentations provided that I saw had this listed as multifamily large.
That was a printing area.
Okay, but if that was allowed, even if it was a mistake or whatever, if that was allowed, they could have taken this building back up to 10 stories.
If not more, yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
So.
Yep.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for your time. I see no other questions. Appreciate you coming and waiting all day.
Whoever's next.
Okay. For those following online, we're just having a few additional people who have patiently waited all day, however, did not register, now just signing the documentation to speak to committee here today, to get their words on the public record. And with that, we have our next speaker. If I could just get you to state your name, and you'll have 5 minutes.
Okay, my name's Robin Musgrove. I live at 542 Buckingham Road, and sorry, I don't want to be emotional. I'm a new mom, and we're the fourth generation living on this property, and I just feel like very desperate because I feel like we're kind of up against a wall with this development, and ultimately, like my daughter's bedroom, she won't have privacy. Like right now, we look out, and yes, in the winter we can see the bank and those kinds of things and lights at night. But the reality is her view is going to be this monstrosity of a building, and who knows who's looking in her bedroom, who knows who's looking in her yard. And you know, I think it's important to have a plan as the community ages, but we're also not listening to the people that are currently living in the community. We have new neighbors who just moved in, and they're almost, the sale, the first buyers of that house, that sale went through, didn't go through because of this proposed building. So, you know, we kept tight lips about this proposed development, and now they're, you know, questioning their decision of living there. And so, you know, and if we want, I don't care what you say about property values, but if this monstrosity of a building does get built and then we do want to sell because it's not where we lived and where we envisioned having our family and all those kinds of things, our property value is going to be way down, and we're not going to have the money to put toward a property that we would want to live in. So all the neighbors that have already opposed and had all those good points, I just feel like privacy is a huge thing, and also Buckingham Road isn't rated for like load restriction or whatever the thing is, so I don't know how that's going to factor into the construction plan, but I just feel very desperate and a very concerned citizen, and yeah, I just wanted you to consider us.
Thank you very much. I hear all your concerns, and they're very valid. Like, I don't need you to repeat your address, but I didn't catch
542.
542. Okay.
So we're
Oh,
being
yeah, I know.
very affected.
Yeah, I can see your lot here. And obviously a very large lot that you probably sought out and found.
Well, no, we inherited it. It's been in the family for 4 generations,
Wow.
and we've invested all of our hard-earned dollars into that house.
Okay. Thank you. I don't see any other questions. Appreciate your time.
Okay, and last is Barb Swan, speaking in opposition to the application.
Thank you very much for including me. My family has been a resident on Buckingham since 1960. There's been ongoing issues with that street for decades that have never been addressed. So my confidence in the city and the builders doing what's right for the community is very low. The traffic has changed substantially just in the last 2 years. I now rarely drive down my street to attempt a left turn at Buckingham. It's unsafe. It's absolutely unsafe. I do go that way if I'm making a right turn, but if I'm actually in a hurry, I go over to Dieppe. And like everyone has spoken, Dieppe is an absolute disaster if it's anywhere near pickup and drop-off time. The loops that people are making on Cambrian, the traffic increase is insane, and Buckingham, and I'm sure Dieppe, is not slated for construction vehicles' weight. I believe it's 65% of what the traffic is, the traffic weight. So I oppose this from everything from the height to the water to the traffic, and I will do everything I can to support the community residents who have been paying their taxes, and now you're going to disrupt their lives. That's all I have to say.
I can definitely hear what you're saying regarding Buckingham. It wouldn't be appropriate to have any type of heavy equipment that's ongoing construction on it. We saw what happened to Oakdale. It was completely destroyed when the multifamily was built there. I'm sure that note was taken on that. The applicants today, as you heard, are the same developers. I'm confident that if this were to go through, that there would be restrictions on using that road. And ultimately, if it was, you know, obviously contractors will be contractors and do sometimes what they want, but ultimately they would be held accountable to replace the road if it was destroyed. So when I look at this proposal, the roadway infrastructure with Buckingham is not a consideration because my expectation would be that it's not used. So to your point about Dieppe, I mean, I'm not trying to pass the buck or anything, but at the end of the day, I don't control that 400 and something French immersion students go to Dieppe from all sides of Charleswood up until the cutoff where they would go to École Tuxedo Park. I think it's an error on Pembina Trail's behalf to focus so many students in a school that clearly can't accommodate it with surrounding infrastructure. I mean, I've had residents reach out to me and ask if I would spend my land dedication reserve to create this bus loop lane on Pembina Trail school property. It's extremely inappropriate if I were to do that. That's, you know, developer money that has come as a part of these approvals throughout the city of Winnipeg. I would be fully on board with advocating to Pembina Trail School Division to once and for all clearly address the ongoing traffic issues on Dieppe with regards to their school, because it is 100% their responsibility.
Yeah, and it's a disaster.
It's a
Somebody's
complete
going to get
disaster.
hurt.
100%. And that's what, unfortunately, that is what will force change.
Yes.
Yeah.
Someone's life gets damaged for the production of homes that the developers are using to make money. If this was a nonprofit situation, my opinion might change slightly.
Well, there is a nonprofit partner in this.
Okay,
right?
I said my opinion would
Yes.
change slightly.
Yeah.
But to put a 6-story home into a residential neighborhood that has been established for more than 60 years is a crime against the residents who lives in that area. And the traffic, that has to be solved long before there's any approval to this process. I have seen accidents at Buckingham, I've seen accidents at Dieppe, and the cut-in is just going to create a huge disaster because there's not enough room from Dieppe, where the cutoff would be, to Buckingham to have a proper cutoff there, because when people stop to turn left into the new development, if they're taking up a lane, I mean, 2 cars, there's going to be traffic coming in behind. It's just a disaster zone. That's all I can say. I'm afraid for what is potentially coming for this neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay, appreciate your comments today. I don't see any questions at this point in time. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we have no one registered for information with respect to the application, so just checking in the gallery to confirm no one's looking to speak for information with respect to this application. It's neither in support or in opposition, but no. Okay. And sorry, that one individual wanted to speak.
I'm not sure. Was there anybody else at all at this point in time?
For opposition?
No, you're welcome to speak, but yeah, okay. Okay, appreciate that.
Okay, so then that would be it. So if there are questions for the public service?
Colleagues, any questions at all for the public service at this point in time?
I think you've covered most of them when they were here.
Yeah, I mean, I apologize. Rob Galston is our area planner here. He's not our public works specialist, but is there any further explanation that you can give for that median cut and like why are we going the route of cutting the median to begin with? You know, I saw drawings of what looks reasonable, that you'd be obstructing a lane heading westbound. I don't know if that's fact or not, but Rob, if you have any comments on that, again, you're the property and development guy, not the public works guy.
For sure, yeah, so, I mean, you know, I'm not an engineer, I don't review these traffic components with the expertise that an engineer would have, but, so what I have is what was submitted in the traffic report, and confirmation from Public Works that a median cut at this location would not have any concerns. Yeah, and then I just, you know, they have a design proposal that they're showing in their traffic study, which is looks to be designed so that you can come out of this site, take a right, or turn left if you're going westbound on Roblin, and that there is a queuing lane there so that, yeah, so, you know, barring everyone coming home at once, it's unlikely to get in the way of Roblin traffic, like regular traffic moving westbound. That's kind of what I have, you know, just kind of relaying that Public Works does review access and traffic studies that are provided, and, you know, haven't flagged any significant issues.
So, again, if you can answer this question, I'm thinking of this loading lane similar to what they have at leading up to Dale Boulevard further down Roblin. Why would they not just make the loading lane run from where they have it depicted to take out the entire median and make a loading lane that runs, you know, for the better part almost to Buckingham to Dieppe? Why would that not have been? Is it to
Why not just take out the, like,
well,
basically all?
make a third lane, like a loading lane like they have that leads to Dale Boulevard further down Roblin?
Right. Yeah, I don't.
Like, is this written in stone of this is exactly how it's going to look, or is there further deliberation on this?
This is not, what's shown in the traffic study is not set in stone. You know, the final design will have to come to Public Works for approval. I'm just, it's appended to the traffic study, but it's just, you know, kind of a written flag from the Public Works staff who reviews this that, you know, tree removal in medians needs to be approved by the city forester. So I don't know if that's part of the reason why it's, you know, designed in the dimensions that it does have. I don't think there's really, I think there might be one tree in that kind of median area. So I'm not sure what the reason is or what flexibility they have.
Okay. We don't actually take questions from the gallery. Thank you, though. No, at this point in time, the comments are closed to the public. So there is.
Allow public representation.
Yeah. Okay. So there, excuse me. I don't want to have to ask anyone to leave or have you removed from the gallery. Please respect the rules here. I would just kindly ask you to stop. Thank you. Okay, so then the actual crossing of Roblin Boulevard, so there was never an option considered by the Public Service of allowing for the traffic to come out of this proposal and head westbound?
To turn left out of this. I don't know. I don't recall that being proposed.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm not sure what the history is on that.
Okay. All right, I'd like to hear if there's any rebuttal to any comments at this point in time. That would be our next step, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Okay,
There are no more questions for the public service?
not at this point in time.
No.
Okay, so the applicant is entitled to speak in rebuttal to comments made, but no new information is permitted. So Jackie, Susan, and Jess, you have 5 minutes for your rebuttal.
Thank you. We'll each sort of take key points that were part of what we were talking about previously. I'm going to start with the left turn lane because it's the last discussion that was coming up. If you look at our drawings, you will see that there is an expansion of that left turn lane to the absolute limit that we're able to do before we impact the turn the other direction at Buckingham, or that goes up to Grant, excuse me, up to Grant. We have taken it as far as we possibly can with that extension all the way through. It is very similar to what's happening at Dale, where it comes in and it has the turn before you get to the corner. The reason that there is no left turn out is that it was felt by our traffic engineer and by the City of Winnipeg that it would be too dangerous coming out and crossing that left turn lane because it's the extended left turn lane, that there would be too much of a collision possibility. So that is being looked at by the engineers. There will be formal drawings done that show the extent to meet the requirements of the City of Winnipeg. The tree is coming out and we are expanding that way.
How many vehicles sit in the stacking lane?
We have at least 2 vehicles and it's big enough for a garbage truck as well, so that it's
All sight lines.
yeah, and the engineer on this was by Moore Engineering, Stephen Chapman, and they've checked all sight lines as well as the ensuring that there's the required lanes for through on each direction. So that's the issues with the turn lane, I believe.
I will say Mr. Chapman did work for the city for many years.
Yes.
So, I mean, I am familiar with his work, and he knows city rules very well.
Yes. And they've also, as part of that traffic study, they also look at how people move from to and from the site. So it will take into account the number of people who will be doing the U-turn, doing the going down Roblin, and how many people will want to go west versus east, and the predominant was to go east. So they felt that it was more important that we had good flow out of that site for an exiting. Do we have any other traffic ones you want to talk about?
No, that was it
Okay.
for traffic, other than everything that Rob Galston already said. The other big question, which all 3 of us can input on, is why 6 stories and not 4 stories? The 4 stories, parking cannot be underground. You need all surface parking. Seniors need underground parking. There's only, you'd only have a 14-foot side yard setback and only 8 foot in the back, so we would lose all the trees. You would not achieve the 132 units and meet the parking requirements. There's just no way. And without 132 units, we cannot afford to do the regional land drainage, which benefits the entire community. And as landscape architects cannot stress that it also is absolutely necessary to save the existing trees. People talk about those trees as being the natural drainage area, natural drainage pond. It is not. It is not the natural drainage area. It is de facto the natural drainage area because all the development that's happened around it. But it is what is killing the trees.
As Tom Fred had said, there are, from our arborist report, approximately 30%.
If we do not fix that, they will all die.
Yeah.
But with this development, we're fixing it so they won't die. The why 6 stories, again, to maximize the setbacks, maximize the number of trees saved. We get underground parking, and it pushes the building as close as possible to Roblin so that we can save as much as possible. And then just so that everyone is aware, we were aware of all the examples that were identified, and we appreciate that very much. We tried many concepts, including one that had a 6-story pushed right up to Roblin, very similar to the 3077 Roblin one that was with some townhomes in the back. We had to cut down all the trees, and we couldn't even achieve the number of units that were required to make it work with having to fix drainage problems in the area. So we have investigated. Do you have to add, do you want to add anything to that?
Piling?
Piling?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
at Oakdale, we had seismic testing for the neighboring properties, and that's what we do. We hammer 20 feet below grade, and we use a hydraulic hammer. It's less vibrations, less noise. And for those properties that are in the affected zone, we do seismic testing to ensure that the foundation is not affected. And we did the same thing at Oakdale.
We're already into questions here, so we continue. Why not screw piles then, like he's?
For building, you want to build quality concrete steel, you got to go heavy-duty piles and hammered.
So the option that the delegate had asked for
You
is
can't-
not an
You
option?
can't pour piles in place and the drilled piles with what we have envisioned similar to Oakdale. It won't work.
I may have missed this, it's been a long day. Accessibility in the units,
Yes.
Absolutely.
Adaptable and accessible,
Yeah.
both.
all of them or some of them?
No.
No. So if this were to be approved, we would do a market analysis to see, and based on Oakdale, how many of
Right.
each were used and break down that ratio.
For clarification for the, I think we heard from a couple residents on Dieppe, but where is the placement of the 6-foot fence going to be at the south side of the property?
At the south side, we did not want to go right on the property line because it would.
You'd be
make
in
it-
the bush.
Yeah, be in the bush.
Yeah.
So, and so not, and the bush, you wouldn't even see it. So we were going to put it right about maybe
Close, yeah.
4 feet, 5 feet back from, so we don't impact the trees, but from the edge of the parking area.
Yep.
So it would be, and have best impact there as well.
And you sorry, go ahead, Councilor Woods.
Okay, so talk to us about staging and the road and construction, equipment and all of that.
So Oakdale, it was brought up a few times, we had 3 separate buildings. So while construction may have been happening or taking place on Building 2, residents were living in Building 1. And then it carried to Building 3. So we had to find alternative parking for the construction or the trades. In this case, it's one building, and it will be all contained within the site. Buckingham Dieppe will not be used.
So will the equipment and such, will Dieppe handle or?
They won't be on Dieppe or Buckingham, they'll come in
Yeah.
off of Roblin.
On and off of
Off
And the intent would be that you would start your parking lot clearing area.
Right.
And have that parking lot area as your staging area.
Got it, okay.
So the parking lot of the Charlestown United Church will be reconstructed?
Yes.
Yes, it's too high.
So that will come out, a parking lot will be constructed, and that will be the staging area?
Well, it's not just the parking lot for the church that will be cleared, it'll also be the parking lot for the apartment building. That large area at the back that will, in the end, be paved, will become the staging area. So there's more than just the parking lot of the church.
The gravel.
It will be
Yeah,
gravel-based up until the heavy trucks are done,
And then
and then paved for the residents.
So for 100% certainty for the neighbors, if this is approved, we're not going to have trucks on
No.
granular roads, because
No.
you
No.
know, Jas, what
Yes,
happened.
yeah,
It's
Oakdale.
a disaster.
Yeah, yeah.
And then we're going to have a discussion about who's paying to redo Buckingham.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you have to redo the church parking lot?
Yes, the United Church parking lot, as it stands, over the course of time, there was a flooding issue in this area,
Right.
as some residents have spoken to. So the parking lot was just built higher and higher and higher to avoid drain.
So you have to change the grade on it
Absolutely.
because of your proposal?
For proper drainage
Got
of
it.
not
Overall.
just
It
our
could
overall.
stay as
Don't
it is
have
right
to,
now,
but
but
it's the
it's
right
not the
thing to
good,
do.
yeah.
Yeah. So we'll take it down, proper grades, catch basins
Wow.
for the treat areas, parking lots,
You asphalted over?
asphalt, yeah.
So when I looked at this plan, I guess incorrectly thought that the control strip along Buckingham, that's the city property, would have been a part of this, either landscaping or land drainage.
No.
So how do you avoid, I guess, working on that at all and having it not a part?
It would be, you have your construction fencing along that edge on your property line. We have to have it all surveyed. You have a land surveyor come out, mark your pins, make sure that you know exactly where your property is, and that's where your construction fence goes up along that property. And then we would be working within the construction area.
I think what, if I may, Councillor Duncan is referring to post-construction. You have a residence fence, and then you have our fencing, you have this narrow strip.
Yeah, well, I don't know if it's that narrow, I think.
It's not very narrow.
It's
no.
20 feet wide.
20 feet.
20 feet wide.
But there is also landscape area beside that 20-foot wide.
We have 10 feet.
We have 10 feet in which we're able to do grading, coniferous trees, catch basins.
Into the control strip?
No, on our property.
Yeah.
Ours,
So
sorry, yours.
we have to maintain the property line grade. In order to retain those trees in that control strip, we have to maintain the grade along that property line. So that grade along that property line is probably going to be too low. So we're going to end up having to put catch basins in along there.
There will be some very delicate grading that needs to be done. So it'll be a
Don't
very,
disturb the
very,
trees.
a lot of grade points will be looked at to make sure that.
Was there
everything
ever a
works.
consideration to regrade the city easement?
No, because we'll lose the trees. Didn't want to lose the trees. Want to provide the drainage that's
I think they're all
required to
dead in
retain
that
them.
city easement.
I don't,
No,
I'm
no,
not.
no. There's a good portion, according to the Arbus report, that are still alive. There's more dead in the middle area where we're putting the building and the parking, because I think that was the lower area, perhaps. Maybe that's why. I'm not sure.
I don't know if that's accurate. I've received photos from residents that show.
We can also review that again once we
Yeah,
get into the,
absolutely.
once we get into the project and start taking a more detailed look at every tree that's on the site, and see whether or not there are areas that we can talk to the city
There's
about doing
definitely
grading.
trees to be retained
Yeah.
within there.
In the event that there aren't, we can perhaps incorporate
And you
that.
can still, but you can still incorporate drainage swales to our new catch basins
Yeah.
within that area. We've done quite a few in public parks within the city of Winnipeg, where you've got existing mature trees, and we cut very, very shallow swales, limited percent slopes, but it works very well to new catch basins to help drain those areas. And it'll help drain the yards on Buckingham as well.
Not an easy question or answer, but do you have anything to rebut for the young mom that came and said that she feels her children's privacy is going to be invaded by a 6-story building in their backyard?
Yeah, I also have kids, and privacy is important, of course. We've done our best job here to maximize the setbacks and taking into account, the public open houses and the setbacks that were desired as far as possible, and to achieve the units that were required to offset the costs to improve this site or the land drainage. We've done the best we could as far as setbacks, and I think if you look at them, they far exceed, especially to the south, it's 10 times the city requirement. And then to the east, 20 required, we're 56, and then the house is further. If you had a 4-story building, you'd be closer, less units, so it doesn't work. We had the architect, the gentleman, do a quick calculation, 94 units, and then you have to have surface parking. Underground parking wouldn't work at that point, and then we don't achieve the quality we're looking for or save the trees, and then you don't have the setbacks that we want here.
Which is what has happened at 4506 Roblin as well. The example that was brought up, the proposed plan is now to have all of the trees taken down and they have reduced yards.
Yeah, and the other consideration, we've gone through this on other ones, where you're out on your balcony, the trees are the buffer. Even if you're looking on the 6th story and you're looking through trees. In the wintertime, you're not on your balcony. The width of the balcony, standing from inside, looking, you can't see over the balcony down into just view angles. So we've done those kinds of studies in the past, and you could put up a railing that is opaque. If if you wanted to, but
Okay, I just have noted here that, just so that people were talking about the look of the building, like, there's no commitment on how the building looks here,
No.
correct?
No.
We have to
work
come
with
back to,
people,
for plan
yes.
approval.
Yeah.
Throughout our presentation, we used existing renderings, which were from Oakdale. We had a disclaimer at the bottom of the renderings that colors and materials have not been selected.
I am concerned about that. Like, I get it, there's 100 and how many ever, 30-something units there. We're not going to see a constant, steady flow of traffic coming in or out. However, crossing Roblin at Buckingham is already not great. So why was it decided by the developer to do that median cut and not either just leave it as is and make people navigate their way back however they may, or to make it a fully left or right-hand turn out of the development?
So based on the number of units and the traffic volumes, Moore Consulting, they do the analysis, and we rely on these experts, and they proposed what you see before you. There was other modifications which were not accepted by the city Public Works Department, but what you have now with the stacking and this being a seniors complex, and we see with Oakdale, a lot of those parking stalls are not used. We don't see the traffic that we thought we would see. This is a 55-plus building, but as far as the design for that left in, that is all on the experts.
And no left out.
And no left out, yeah.
Yeah.
So that we aren't increasing the chance of crossing traffic and increasing the possibility of a collision where someone's coming into the left turn on Roblin itself and you're coming out. Which again is similar to Dale where they have the restrictions.
Okay. What was the decision behind the underground parking being set at, just want to get my facts straight here, 64, set at that
We
number?
managed to increase that to 66.
Yeah.
66.
Yeah, 66.
Why not more?
It's only one level.
Within the footprint.
Yeah, within the footprint of the building. You'd have to extend the building, more units, but.
You don't go further down?
We don't go further down. It's not feasible. Much like Oakdale, one level of underground, 66 spots, and then surface parking.
Okay. Any other questions at this point in time? I mean, this is the point in time for questions.
No, I don't have any more questions.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, appreciate your presentation, your rebuttal today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I need a moment or two here to contemplate,
little
and
break?
we're going to take a break, if that's okay with the committee. Yes? All right. We will break, and I will let you know when we're going to reconvene. Thank you. Welcome back to the Assiniboia Community Committee for this Thursday, November the 20th of 2025. We have been dealing with several matters today, but the one before us that we are ending our program on here in our agenda, as I shuffle through my pages here to find, is our 4820 Roblin Boulevard. Could one of my council colleagues take the chair so that
Do you
I
wanna do it this
could
time?
move a motion?
Okay.
And Madam Clerk, we'll deal with these 5, 6, and 7 one at a time. Is that's how we work? Okay. All right. Before I do that, I just want to thank everybody for coming today. Any development in a community is obviously a change for, a potential change for the surrounding community, and I know how impactful every development is in Charleswood. I know that one of our delegations mentioned that, on Haney, we most recently allowed a lot split to create 3 new lots, and that too impacts people. So I respect that, and obviously today we're met with a larger scale proposal here. So taking that all into consideration, I'll move that the report of the Winnipeg Public Service be taken as read.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried.
I'll move that the receipt of public representations be concluded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I'll move that
Carried.
the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service be concurred in and forward to the Standard Policy Committee on Property and Development with the following supporting reasons. First off, thank you to my colleagues for sitting here today and also asking some relevant questions and being a part of this decision. As City Councilor for Charleswood and someone who has lived here my entire life in this community, I want to speak to this proposal for the Charleswood United site at 4820 Robin Boulevard. Charleswood is a neighborhood with a strong identity. People stay here for decades because they value its character, its sense of space, and its close-knit feeling when it comes from generations of families living side by side. When we consider the new developments in areas like this, context matter, fit matters, and residents expect that change will be carefully evaluated against the long-standing character of our neighborhoods. There are reasons someone might not support this application. It's not a single-family housing development. It's not low-density form of multifamily housing. In a mature, predominantly low-density area, those concerns are legitimate. People worry about precedent, about changing the established pattern of development, and about the impact on nearby homes and the overall rhythm of our streets. As a lifelong resident myself, I understand those feelings. They come from a deep connection to the place where I and my family call home. At the same time, we're also facing a very real and pressing challenge in Charleswood, a lack of appropriate housing for older adults. Time and time again, I hear from longtime residents who frankly either want to stay in the community or come back to the community that they built, that their family and friends and their church, their routines are all in, but they simply can't find the right type of housing. And this is where the Charleswood United Church proposal becomes meaningful. The church has been a stabilizing, community-focused institution for generations. Their intention with this project is consistent with the mission, service, inclusion, and supporting people through every stage of life. The design aims to provide housing that meets a growing community need while being as respectful as possible to the surrounding context. I understand the concerns and I don't dismiss them. Fit matters, scale matters, and we must consider how these decisions shape long-term character of our neighborhoods. But I also believe in preserving, I also believe in preserving what makes Charleswood special and providing opportunities for the people who built our community. After listening to the residents, reviewing the application, and reflecting on the housing needs of our area, particularly the older adults, I believe that this proposal finds the responsibility as a community-minded balance. It addresses real need while respecting as much as possible the character and value of Charleswood as defined. For those reasons, I'll be supporting the application at 4820 Robin Boulevard. Please call the question.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion opposed. Motion is
I'll
carried.
move that the public hearing with respect to this application are concluded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Please note,
Opposed? Carried.
please note that the committee has made a recommendation on this matter that will now proceed to council. No further representations are permitted on the subdivision and rezoning, and all persons registered for the public hearing will receive notice when the matter is to be considered by council.
Councillor Dobson, I'd like to call that the report of public service be taken and read on the conditional use of 4820 Robin Boulevard.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'll move that receipts of public representations be concluded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried.
I'll move that in accordance with subsection 254 and sections 2473 of the City of Winnipeg Charter, that the conditional use is consistent with Plan Winnipeg and any applicable secondary plan, does not create a substantial adverse effect on amenities, safety, use, convenience, and adjoining properties in the adjacent area, including an area separated from the property by street or waterway, and is compatible with the area in which the property is to be affected situated. Please state my supporting reasons from item number 5.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion is carried.
I'll move that the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service be concurred in and the conditional use be approved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I'll move that the public hearing
Motion
with
carried.
respect to this application be concluded on item 6.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
Please note that the committee's decision with respect to this application may be appealed. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included in the order issued, which will be mailed to all persons registered.
Item number 7, Councillor Dobson, I'd like to move that the report of Winnipeg Public Service be taken as read.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'll move
Opposed?
that the
Carried.
receipt of public representations be concluded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'll move that in accordance with
Carried.
subsection 2473 of the City of Winnipeg Charter, the variance is consistent with Plan Winnipeg and any applicable secondary plan, does not create a substantial adverse effect on amenities, use, safety, convenience, and adjoining properties in the adjacent area, including the area separated from the property by street or waterway, is the minimum modification of the zoning bylaw required to relieve any injurious effects of the zoning bylaw on the applicant's property, and is compatible with the area in which the property to be affected is situated. Let my supporting reasons from item number 5 be reflected.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
I'll move that the recommendations of the Winnipeg Public Service be concurred in and the variance be approved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried.
I'll move that the public hearings with respect to this application be concluded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dobson. I'll take the chair back and move for adjournment.
Oh, please note that the committee's decision with respect to this application may be appealed. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included in the order issued, which will be mailed to all persons registered.
Thank you. Not a problem. No need to apologize. Appreciate everyone's time today. Adjournment moved by
Move adjournment.
Councillor Lukes. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And that is carried. Appreciate everyone being here today. Take care.